inside of me. With every beat, my heart is screaming, set me free. And I see the shadows, they can't block me out. I hear the thunder, it don't shake me down. I feel the lightning that strikes in my veins. Fly like a phoenix right out of the flames. Keep rising up, no way to heaven, no mountain tough. I keep rising, ain't backing up, ain't backing down. I face the fire, I stand my ground. I keep rising up, breaking down the walls and smashing through the chains. No fear inside of me, pushing through the pain. My road is wild, but I'm holding the line. Chasing the moment, I know it's my time. Solo and rolling and lifting me high. Spreading my wings as I cut through the sky. Keep rising up, no way to heaven, no mountain tough. I keep rising, ain't backing up, ain't backing down. I face the fire, I stand my ground. I keep rising up, keep rising up. No way to heaven, no mountain tough. I keep rising, ain't backing up, ain't backing down. I face the fire, I stand my ground. I keep rising up. Made the ground shake. Yeah. Made the ground shake, made the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way.
Part of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me.
Made the ground shake, made the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Made the sound wave, made the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play. Made the ground shake, made the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Made the sound wave, made the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play.
This is excellence personified. Tell coach put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
평하게 하자 했잖아요. 우리
말파이트.
안 돼.
아니
항의하면 감점이야.
항의하면 감점이에요?
오늘 끝나긴 해요? 저희 집에 갈 수 있어요?
파이팅 파이팅 윤수리 파이팅! 갱갱갱!
렛츠고! 뭐 하시? 손 여기서 시작합시다 우리. 내려. 여기서 시작합시다. 귀 오케이.
자
자기 관리 좀
슬라이드
해봤네.
넘기고. 자,
정로철!
하나, 둘, 오케이 다음. 하나 둘 셋.
몰라요.
아싸! 이걸 모르다니. 스타리그를 안 봐서 그래. 저거 얼마나 시그니처 그건데 이거. 아, 난 알고 있었는데.
아니야,
아 근데 이건 인정. 모를 수 있어.
헬리오스 팀은 기회 없고. 자 슬라이드 넘기고. 윤수빈
찍으셨는데?
하나 둘 셋 땡!
와!
땡!
야, 진짜! 스글로가 빨리 와! 미안하다, 스글로가!
레전드.
근데 이건 나락가겠는데? 아니, 잠깐만! 이거 나락 퀴즈 쇼였어?
아니 근데 뭐 갑작스럽게 하면 모를 수도 있어. 그럴 수도 있어.
아니, 형 너무 나이스 가이.
갱갱갱.
우린 틀리면 박수. 그냥 박수. 그냥
틀리면 박수
둘이
쳐줄까지.
맞게. 둘이 받고.
자 다음 슬라이드 체인지.
타잔.
하나 둘. 자 오케이 다음. 하나 둘 셋.
스코어.
자 다음 하나 둘 셋.
캡틴잭.
자 다음 하나 둘 셋. 땡.
잘했어, 괜찮아.
잠깐.
박수 쳐, 박수 치라고 박수 쳐. 괜찮아, 저도 괜찮아.
괜찮아. happens.
우와.
이거 오늘 끝나긴 하나?
아니 잘
자
안 보여.
다음 넘어가겠습니다. 이번에 엄티 기회 없고.
아, 우리
어차피 못 맞춰.
공평하게 하자 했잖아요. 우리 공평하게 하자 했잖아요.
자 슬라이드 넘기고. 헬리오스.
시브이맥스.
심해. 자 넘기고. 하나 둘 셋.
스맵.
넘기고. 하나 둘 셋.
말파이트. 말파이트.
말파이트를. 단단하게. 잠시만 지켜주세요. 잠시만.
바위처럼 단단하게. 잠깐.
나무처럼 단단하게 뭐야? 아니, just mispronunciation.
이건 못 나가.
이거 나락 TV 쇼 아니야 이거?
아니 생각이 안 나. 말파이트보다 내가 낫다.
It's okay. 괜찮아.
Over time, a tree turns into a rock. Maokai doesn't utilize red buff very well.
자 준비. 슬라이드 넘기고. 윤수빈 넘기고.
와, 진짜
넘기고. 하나 둘 셋.
피터라고?
삐로 빠커.
이게 나보다 더 심하지 않아?
아니 나 피터 알지. 아 근데 너무 애돼가지고 나 딴 사람인 줄 알았어. 여러분들의 실력은 충분히 알겠으니까 이제 빠르게 한번 집중을 해볼게요. 하나 둘 셋.
브라보.
하나 둘 셋. 땡.
그래, 이거 어려워.
하나 둘 셋. 땡.
모르겠어.
정답은 피카부.
아, 저 사진을 보고는 모르겠어요.
야, 좀 눌러봐.
야, 언니!
누르라고. 뭐 하는
마지막이야. 제일 가까이 있어.
아니 근데 제일 어린데 제일 느려.
아, 잠시만요. 저는 화면을 보고 누르려고 하는데 여기 화면 안 봐요, 둘 다. 아니, 안 보고 눌러.
보지마 그러고 일단 눌러.
자
잠깐만.
슬라이드
앞으로 나간다. 우리 튀어 나간다.
일단 눌러.
넘기고. 넘기고.
마샤맨 좀 누르라고 좀.
원, 투, 쓰리.
아, 나 저거 아이언인데?
샹크스.
저희도 문제가 무한정 있는 건 아니에요.
이거 오늘 끝나긴 해요? 저희 집에 갈 수 있어요?
자, 슬라이드. 자, 넘기고.
아니 재능이 없는데 재능이.
나 할리갈래 재능이 없어.
빅나! 빅나!
자, 슬라이드 넘기고. 하나, 풀어! 자, 슬라이드 넘기고. 하나, 넘기고. 하나.
이건 아니야. 이건 아니야.
이걸 어떻게 알아? 아니, 장장하려고
아니 이거 못 맞춰요.
아, 문제를 잘 내시네. 문제를 잘 내서.
아니.
It's a Hooney? Some random guy, I guess.
It's a Korean streamer.
아니 이거는 하나 넘겨줄 만한데 이거.
아니, 이거 장난하는 것도 아니고.
아니 절대 몰라 이거는.
어떻게 알아? 조금만 힘내주시고. 자, 다음 가겠습니다.
아, 저희 팀 정글.
우리 진행을 못 하고 있는데.
준비.
정글 화이팅!
슬라이드 넘기고.
베이가.
넘기고.
베이가.
넘기고.
여기 보기도 베이가. 보기도 잘 치는데.
넘기고. 하나, 둘, 셋.
아, 죄송합니다. He just blanked. His brain stopped working. 얼마 만에 잡은 기회인데요. 이게 무슨 일이에요?
야, 뒤로 가! 야, 뒤 빠져! 아, 빠져! 빠져!
제가 알기로 울프랑 억스랑 디고는 입도 뻥긋 못 해봤어요, 지금까지.
What have we done?
자, 오케이. 자, 슬라이드. 자, 넘기고.
이즈리얼!
자, 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나, 둘, 오케이.
아니!
와 잘생겼다.
하나, 둘, 셋.
켈린.
깜짝이야.
슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나, 둘, 하나,
아 이거 알
둘.
수가 없지.
둘,
젠지 GM.
오케이. 인정. 자,
젠지훈.
슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나, 둘, 셋.
Rascal. I don't know. 네 어려웠다.
오케이. 젠지로. 아니, 미쳤는데.
I met him at Hong Kong.
자, 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나.
옴무감무임.
자, 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나.
타이슨.
오케이. 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나. 둘.
빈.
빈. 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나. 둘. 셋.
지우.
자, 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나. 둘.
큐베니!
오케이. 오케이. 자, 돌립니다. 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나. 둘.
브로큰 블레이드.
오케이. 여기에서 못 맞춰. 자, 갑니다. 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나. 둘.
Just like that.
오케이.
Just like that.
저라네. 제이제이. 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나. 둘. 셋.
간인?
정답.
시간 초과!
자, 마지막. 자, 슬라이드. 넘기고. 슬라이드. 넘기고. 하나,
들려요.
둘, 셋.
들려요. 아깝다.
Ah, so easy.
아 근데 찬스를 너무 잘 잡았어.
잘했어.
아깝다 NT.
We did it!
오키와 베니 팀이
에이, 오키와 베니.
10점을 가져가셨어요.
하나, 둘, 셋, 100만 원. 하나, 둘, 셋, 100만 원!
남은 팀들은 현재 빵점이고, 자, 이번에는 인물 퀴즈의 개인전으로 넘어갈 부분 사진 퀴즈인데요. 정답을 맞힌 개인이 속한 팀에게 점수가 들어갑니다. 방금 전에 오키와 베니 팀이 10점을 얻었잖아요. 한 문제 맞힐 때마다 10점씩을 드려요.
나이스.
지금 이 난리를 져서 맞췄는데.
이게 맞아요?
뛰어나와서 누르는데 원딜 서폿만 뛰어나와서 누를 수 있는 거예요. 사진에 부분이 나올 거고 못 맞출수록 점점 알기 쉬운 사진으로 변해갈 겁니다. 가겠습니다. 이제 사진에
엉덩이 안 붙였어요.
시작하겠습니다. 슬라이드 체인지. 체인지.
나와 있잖아요.
이거 어떻게 맞춰?
뭘 보고 나간 거야 지금?
근데 이거만 보고 맞춰요?
아까 설명했잖아요.
야 이러면
꼭 이렇게 선생님 말씀 안 듣는 애들이 있었어.
빨리 해요.
열정은 있어, 얘가. 미안합니다.
지금 이 사진에서 정답자 있어요?
못 찾아요.
자 다음 체인지.
마우스?
이렇게.
뭔가 플레이트? 뭔가 갑바 같은데? 뭔가 갑바 같은데?
자 프린스.
특패.
땡.
오,
프로젝트 애쉬.
땡.
뭔가 갑바야. 뭔가 갑바야.
땡.
저 빠질게요.
펄스가 이제 생각했지. 뭐지? 넘어가겠습니다. 자 슬라이드 체인지. 포니.
오로라.
땡.
사일러스?
땡. 땡.
코인데?
클라우드 템플러.
정답.
와, 이걸 맞췄어?
와, 어떻게 알았어?
뭔가 사진부터 냄새가 났어.
이건 인정. 오케이, 인정할게.
나이스. 예. 자 슬라이드 체인지.
주먹이 작아. 윤빈.
땡.
아, 나 아니야?
박지선.
땡. 야, 씨, 저 분량 저거 분량 아니야? 자, 체인지.
파란색이요.
Republic of Gamers?
포니.
말람.
땡.
Republic of Gamers. 그럼 잠깐만. 그러면은
DRS 근데 리퍼블릭 나로지 스폰서가 없었는데?
모르겠다.
다음 슬라이드 체인지. 포니.
오주엔 시절 아니에요, 저거?
캐리야.
아니야.
땡.
6칼.
정답.
주먹이 이거니까.
어떻게 알았어?
체인지.
또 뭐야?
또 썸네일.
이상해 씨.
이상희 씨. 스킨까지 맞춰야 되나요?
맞아요. 스킨까지 맞춰야 됩니다. 프린스.
꿀잼 유미?
정답.
꿀잼 유미.
바텀 유저.
아니 어떻게 알아 이거를? 비머.
아니 고급은 배경이 안 나와.
좋아, 재환아 좋아. 아 좋아.
야 너 좋다.
야, 너
누가 가르쳤어? 야 너 누가 가르쳤어? 좋다. 헬렸랑 꿈꿔가시오. 좋다잉. 좋은데.
재환아 좋아.
보입니다. 어리잖아요.
미쳤어. 크레이지.
이리지.
바이퍼. 리메이크 시바나.
정답.
베릴 도사짤.
지성파.
아 이거 내부자들 아니에요? 이거 어떻게 맞춰? 넘어갑니다. 다음. 자 갑니다. 자 슬라이드 체인지.
이거 그거야. 그거다.
권웅형 아주부 프로스트 권웅.
손이
건웅.
뒤에까지
건웅의
탈락.
뒤에를 말하라고?
건웅 땅땅땅빵. 건웅 땅땅땅빵.
우리 감독님이었어요.
좋다.
안돼. 우리 감독님이셨어. 아브라 항의하면 감점이야.
항의하면 감점이에요? 독재다.
자 슬라이드 체인지.
꼭 부시인데?
슬금.
쇼메이커.
땡.
선수?
자, 숫자 세겠습니다. 하나,
Let's be ready. Be ready in the next one.
빅나.
치팅.
감사합니다.
아웃.
우리 보티오 잘한다.
정답.
플라이 퀘스트 빅라.
정답. 부분 사진 퀴즈는 여기까지인 거고 중간 점수 한번.
Good try, guys. Good try. Yeah. Nice work.
자, 다음 게임은 여러분들 설명 안 해도 아시는 고요 속의 외침입니다. 고요 속의 외침.
고마워요.
바이바이.
잘하셨어요.
Bye.
아,
Possible things, though.
자, 그러면 현재 1위를 달리고 있는 레드버프 팀이 순서를 선택할게요. 몇 번째로 할 건지.
우리 두 번째? 세컨드?
Yeah, second will be good.
저희 두 번째로
두 번째.
하겠습니다.
그럼 첫 번째는 누구?
저희도 더 뽑을 수 있나요?
견제해야 되는 팀을 첫 번째로 시키는 게 낫지 않을까요?
오, 헬리오스님 오늘 되게 메이크업이 잘 되셨어요.
좀 더 들어볼게. 좀 더 해봐.
원래도 너무 멋있어야지 해.
헬리오스님 오늘 진짜 너무 잘생기셨고 존경합니다. 더 배우고 싶습니다. 제가 더 배울 수 있게 해주십시오. 제발요. 너무 감사합니다. 아유와 같은 은총. 아유, 감사합니다. 잠깐만. We follow team leader. Follow team leader. Follow team leader. Please just choose. Put them out of their misery. Put it in first. Yes, sir.
역시 헬리오스. 역시 헬리오스.
너무 잘생기셨습니다.
역시
100만 원 가져가야 되니까.
시어를 고를게요.
LCK로 하겠습니다.
LCK.
So Brandon is guessing, right? Brandon is guessing. You can't hear anything? Burger? There. Oh, no, I can't hear anything. Nothing at all? Nothing at all.
burger.
Are you serious? Nothing at all. They're playing music. I can't hear anything. Deegan, you're horrible. He was answering my question. They're playing 4 songs at the same time? What songs? Bang, bang, whip, whip, whiplash. Bang, bang, whip, whip, whiplash. You gotta spell stuff out. I can barely think in English.
안 들리나 봐.
목소리 커진 거 봐.
시작하겠습니다. We got this.
We got this. We got this.
We got this.
Yeah.
잘했으면 좋겠어.
준비. 시작.
Okay. Where is Wall Park?
Donggak.
Where do play? LCK play.
Where do they play?
LCK Yes.
They play on the stage.
The room.
The room?
Stadium.
아치아가 하해.
Stadium.
건치야.
Stadium? Stadium?
Yes.
LCK.
In Lowell Park.
In Lowell Park. LCK Stadium? LCK.
아, 벌써 시간 많이 간다. 좋다. 시간 많이 간다. 좋다.
LCK Arena.
Okay.
LCK Arena.
넘겼는데. 패스했잖아. T1
T1.
mascot.
Mascot.
Yes.
Ati.
All right, go. T1
T1.
mid lane.
Min lane. Faker.
T1
T1.
coma.
Goma.
Yes. What is he?
Coach. Head coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
이건 못 맞춘다. 앞에 때문에.
Jonggak.
Jonah?
Yes. Jonggak.
눈빛 봐봐, 눈빛.
얘가 광기.
Name. Where do we work?
Wall Park.
Yes,
LCK
but the full
Arena.
name. Full name.
Full name.
Yes.
TZT Wall Park. TZT Wall Park.
Genji. Mascot.
Mascot.
Yes.
Genrangi.
Animal.
좋다.
Roar!
Tiger.
Yes. Okay. Coffee.
Coffee.
At Lowell Park.
At Lowell Park.
Yes.
CGV.
되게 잘해.
Beer.
저희 선픽 감사합니다.
아, 그렇죠.
아 근데 오히려 봐서 우리가 나을 수 있어. Hey Max, do you hear me? Yeah.
자,
Category 선택해야지.
네,
Yes, 울프, yes. LCK 선택할 수 있어요?
야 한국말 엄청 잘하시는데?
LCK 선택할 수 있어요? 그러면 로우밈 1.
이거라고?
준비, 시작. 작.
하다당 강.
해운대?
강.
해운대?
씨. 아, 패스.
하나도 안 들려.
에?
이거 고수진에서 어떻게 보십니까 이거?
이거 지금 비상. 어머하다 이 수련회.
To go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
스포츠 화이팅! 가자! 스포츠 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. We're here for the Double Dad broadcast, ready for the final day of the week, the final day of our first week of the regular season of the LCK for 2026, and we have saved some banger matches till last. In fact, our very last one going to be a rematch of the LCK Cup final, but before that, we have our two most undefeated teams here in the LCK so far facing off.
Nongshim Red Force up against the DN Supers today.
Kind of crazy.
A difficult match to predict, especially with Nongshim looking very good in their opening game.
I think I predicted DN Supers, and I'm very worried about that because it looks like Nongshim have kind of got their stuff together.
Isn't it crazy to think that after having such a rough 2025 that DNS could start week 1 in first place at the end of the week with a 2-0 win here? They would surpass KT Rolster and go up to +4.
In fact, if either of these teams get a 2-0, they are first place. That's just how it's going to go. I think it makes more sense that Nongshim with their pseudo super team would be able to get there with the bring over of Scout. You know, this guy has so much experience. There is, in fact, like double Worlds MVPs on this roster. There's only a few teams here in the LCK that can boast that, namely Harma Life Esports. But now it's time for the interview. Let's have a listen.
이제 적응은 다 끝났고 증명할 일만 남은 것 같습니다.
달라진 DN 스포츠의 모습, 이번 컵 시즌에 많은 사람들이 체감했을 거라 생각합니다.
DN 스포츠! 진짜 슈퍼스한 한타 나왔죠?
그렇게 막 인상 깊은 느낌은 아니었고요. 특별한 건 없었던 것 같습니다.
이번 LCK컵에서 농심 레드포스가 확실히 쉽지 않다는 생각이 들었습니다. 그럼에도 저희가 이겼기 때문에 저희가 잘하면 충분히 이길 것 같습니다.
농심의 매운맛을 보여드리겠습니다.
DN 스포츠의 스포츠한 경기력 저희가 보여드리겠습니다.
It is very interesting that the last time these two teams met, it was a DN Supers victory. I think a lot of people were overwhelmingly predicting Nongshim in that instance, but they were sort of petering off towards the end of the LCK Cup. Now, starting very strong against DK, looking to see what they can do here in their second match of the week. The 2-0 would put them in first place by themselves.
It does feel like a strong meta for this squad if Taeyun can get his ducks in a row. Kingin, a very strong top laner in a meta where top laners can carry, and even the Rumble had been permanently banned throughout this tournament. Picks like the Jace, he definitely has a strong mastery of, and Scout is looking better. So, you know, this roster, I think, could do big things if they can keep up the form, but beating D+ right now isn't necessarily the highest bar. But at least the first match out, Nongshim were able to turn heads and surprise all of us who were D+ predictors, given D+'s history in the LCK Cup. And this team has already started off on a better foot than what we saw just a few months ago.
Yep. And on the other side of things, it's DNS coming off a victory against KiumDRX, so not necessarily the greatest of opposition in comparison to what Nongshim showed. And the fact that it was a 2-0 victory over DK, who had an absolute mess of a series yesterday to pick up their first victory, I think that this is something that Nongshim should feel pretty comfortable with. However, there is always that variance on this squad, especially with the fact that Pyoshik is providing a chair for closer with himself.
Pyoshik is saying year of closer. That was his best individual year was last year, Pyoshik.
It was definitely that.
But I think maybe next time closer should let Pyoshik sit on him.
Yeah, I don't know.
How, look, Pyoshik, see his back hurts.
And Pyoshik
from all the carrying he's been doing, yeah.
Oh man. And actually,
he actually looks kind of in pain.
I think that this would be better if it was the other way around, given the fact that, you know, Pyoshik, they live and die by this guy. You know, if he is having an off day, the team looks not great. But if he's having an on day, they look absolutely fantastic. And we saw that in their series against KiumDRX earlier on in the week. Honestly, I just feel like on any given day, this team can beat anyone if Pioshik's doing well.
That is, I think, so true, right? And even in a bot-centric meta where DuckDom and Peter are defending Worlds finalists, it's not about them unless Pioshik can set them up for success. It's not about Closer or Dudu, who was once a top lane great here in the LCK, unless Pioshik is carrying it. And the craziest thing is, Pioshik is literally playing kind of carry junglers and carrying with Nefiri, for example, and actually wiping teams. He's getting triple kills in late game team fights. His performance is not just his early pathing, his ganking. It is just straight up cleaning up the mess sometimes in these really scrappy and crazy games he's won.
And on the other side of things, Nongshim, I think, certainly better at playing a more reserved style of League of Legends outside of Lehens. And we'll just have to see how on the same page this squad are, because if they're playing around the insanity that Lehens does provide, they look fantastic, right? You can't predict them, but when they're working together around that unpredictability, it does work out very well. But we've seen Lehens just kind of die randomly for no reason later on in the game, and things like this can definitely hinder their ability to destroy Nexus.
That is definitely true. Lehens has so far been a little bit more measured here at the start of LCK 2026, so we'll see if that remains to be the case. As for Scout, has been a pretty good start as well.
Yep.
The meta is really not that different in terms of priority picks here in the mid lane to what we saw in LCK Cup, but how you draft them has changed pretty substantially. Ryze has been nerfed, right? FaZe Rush has been nerfed, but he's still incredibly powerful. He is definitely looking like the strongest mid laner that you can get on this patch in this meta. We'll see who gets their hands on the Ryze first. The Pantheon, potentially an even bigger issue across the board, but that Jace is a really interesting one in this one. You know, for Dudu and Kingen, I definitely pin Kingen as the stronger Jace player between the two. Dudu is often kind of the rock who absorbs pressure. We'll see what ends up happening in these upcoming drafts, because Jace is kind of getting through and has played in almost every game one of our best of threes we've had so far.
Yeah, and we've been seeing him played in so many different team compositions as well. I think that a lot of the Azir comps are looking better with the Jace being an addition. We did see a victory for T1, I believe, employing that exact strategy, adding a bit of extra damage to those compositions and a little bit of extra range. I think Renekton Azir has looked terrible. K'Sante Azir has also looked equally not as great. Like, these two-threat comps really aren't working. We need Dudu to be on a carry, and I think that the same can be said for Nongshim. I think three-threat compositions seem to be the way to be going in the meta right now.
When you
just have to see whether the teams are going to do it.
When you go for a blind Gnar or a blind Jace in this meta, it means that, generally speaking, the enemy top laner will either have to fight fire with fire, which hasn't happened too often, or they're going to need resources to deal with that ranged top laner, and that means that you can pick a bottom lane that has to kind of just sit back and farm. You know, you could then say, okay, look, they're going to expend resources to deal with the Jace, and we can play a losing lane on the bottom side because it's more difficult to dive us, and we'll be able to scale up. That is certainly one way I think teams have been approaching the draft as we move here into game one. DNS actually choosing red side, surprisingly, after Nongshim get first pick.
Yeah, so we're just going to have 2025 League of Legends on your screen right now, which is going to make most of us feel a whole lot more comfortable. No first picking on the red side this time. Karma going to be banned away first. This champion has been very good at winning so far in the LCK. Understandably going to be taken off the board. The Vi has been banned situationally throughout, but does mean now Ryze, Orianna, and Azir need to all be banned, otherwise one of them's getting through.
Also,
and Pantheon's a big problem.
Yeah, Pantheon is a really big issue here, potentially. There's no way they're going to let DN Supers get both, right? Pantheon and Ryze.
Well, that should be impossible, but the Azir, the Ryze, the Pantheon, all three of them probably want to be banned here, or maybe you just throw it away. You just don't ban any of them, ban a Jace or something weird like that. Seraphine, another option. And now you get two of them, although you're not going to pick both Ryze and Azir at the same time. Unless
I think the safest pick here is to go for the first pick Pantheon.
I agree.
Of the three. It works well with a ton of different mid laners, has global power, can empower your top lane, can gank early, can impact the bottom lane. Incredibly flexible. Scout disagrees though, and they will give Ryze Pantheon for this Azir pick, and this is going to be a very expensive Azir first pick. Really only Faker gets these.
Yeah,
Scout will take it.
I think it's just a misplay I don't think that it's redeemable, Wolf. I don't know whether you can ever say that this was allowed, because I think it's likely that you'd pick Rise over the Azir
Maybe it
anyway.
was a mistake. Maybe it was a misclick.
And we are going to be remaking. I'm not entirely sure whether that pick does survive the remake. I'm very much hoping that they just made a mistake in picking the Azir. I've written it down on my sheet, but I'm very happy to cross it out. Because I think Pantheon, Rise, like either of these two picks would have been so much more powerful, but I think Pantheon has just been absolutely broken.
What was the third ban again there for Nongshim?
For Nongshim, it was Varus.
Varus, that's right. Yeah, maybe Scout was like, wait, hold on, I thought you guys banned Pantheon. Why'd you ban Varus?
Hang on a second. We don't actually have word as to why Champion Select exploded. It might actually be that that pick does go through.
Yeah.
Could have just been a little bit of an issue there.
I just wanted to have fun with the
Well, I honestly would really like for it to not have the Azir pick exist, but I'm pretty sure it does actually count.
So we have the confirmation that it's just a audio issue that's delayed the draft. So
yeah, they were unable to communicate that Pantheon was indeed available. I think that must have been it. Oh God.
It could have been on the other side. We don't know, but it is very likely that the pick will stand, because if they had called for the pause before locking it in, I think you could make the argument that, well, they wouldn't have locked it in, right? They would have called for the pause and been like, I'm not doing this because we can't hear each other. So I think the pick will probably stay. But I'm not the ref, so we will let you guys know once this is resolved. So we've got to fix the communication, the audio, and then we will remake the draft and see what picks.
So from now on, from this point on in the draft, Wolf, I want us to predict exactly what's going to happen until the next Pantheon. So Rise, Pantheon, I'm going to write those down. Rise, Pantheon. This is our little fun game that we're going to play until we get it. So we're just going to redo. Rise, Pantheon, and then I'm going to say Xin Zhao Renekton or Xin Zhao Nar. Or if it's Xin Jace, maybe it's better.
It could be Xin Jace. It could also be Jarvan and Jace.
Ooh, the JJ.
Yeah.
Get a bit of the JJ in there. I wouldn't mind that either.
So
maybe a bit more up in the air for the rest of the picks.
Let's make sure these bans remain the same as Varus comes through.
Yep.
And then the Seraphine. And so it looks like nothing is being altered here in terms of the draft. And so the Azir will come through. And then you're looking at like the Jarvan, right, which would deny a potential Sivir follow-up, which is incredibly strong with Rise. So I think they will likely pick it over the Xin Zhao in this draft.
That is not a Rise. I mean, it's still a Pantheon. We'll take that.
It's a good lane into the Azir.
Yeah.
So that feels pretty good. But that changes the stake of things and the shape of things quite a lot. I think now you're a little bit more interested in that Xin Zhao pick that you were talking about.
I actually really like the LeBlanc for closer just specifically, right? Like, this guy is such a good assassin player. There's that Jarvan you were talking about.
Yeah, they do.
J4 Jace sounds pretty good to me, and there it is.
Okay, well, even with Fearless, we're still in game one, so these drafts can often be predictable. Interesting the Rise doesn't go over, but let's see if they want to look for a top pick here to answer this Jace. They could just go for the Yorick right away if they want.
That's what I'm kind of expecting. And then Pyosha can kind of play around side lanes really effectively with a composition like this. We know LeBlanc does like to sit in a side lane. She does have all of that mobility, and there is that Yorick that we were talking about. So a lot more playing for split push, things like this on the DN Super side. Definitely a lot of team fighting here for Nongshim, although Jace can certainly obliterate turrets if given some time in a side lane. But just against the Yorick, you'd expect later on in the game, he just will not be able to hold a candle to that guy.
I think Bard is very high stocks right now in this draft for either side. Perhaps just a ban here for the supers on it because it could set up the Azir really well. Sivir will be banned against Nongshim Red Force, which makes sense because they're the ones with the Jarvan. And it would do wonders for controlling the mid lane into a very strong 1-3-1 composition that may eventuate here with this LeBlanc and Yorick.
Yep, not able to actually pick themselves as well with the Jarvan over their side, so it does make a fair bit of sense.
I do think that picks like the Yunara kind of, like, they go down a little bit in power here for the supers because they have not the best team fighting composition. They have a little bit of pick, right? They have a lot of side lane pressure, and Yunara needs a little bit of setup to actually succeed. They are going to ban the Lulu anyways here. Nongshim Red Force are.
Takes away the Dr. Aphelios angle as well, which I kind of like. Although this isn't really a team fighting composition, I imagine Dr. is probably angling closer towards something like an Ezreal in a situation like this.
Ezreal feels great here. I even think something like a Lucian could work really well in this draft, where you just kind of go a little bit even more all in on your burst potential.
Wouldn't mind it.
It's a little tricky, obviously, into the Jace, but it is a great escape into the Cataclysm, so something to consider, although it hasn't been very popular as of late. We'll see if there's just another range support ban here on that Bard I was talking about.
Could be a Nami as well. I think Nami pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah,
just
Nami
get a winning lane.
And Nami Lucian both powerful, but the Ezreal you mentioned is what they opt to ban instead.
Pretty smart. I think that Dr. would have headed towards that just because this composition looks like he's not going to get a lot of peel. So playing something with that added level of safety that the Arcane Shift provides certainly going to be a good idea.
There's a lot of options here in game 1 for AD carries. I personally still lean towards the Lucian lane, but Corki also fits the bill. I think those are the two big ones for me. Something like a Caitlyn could absolutely work, and that is kind of the side angle they could go with this one. Gives you a pretty sustainable lane down there where you could play through topside, play through your Yorick, and the Caitlyn will just be fine.
And Jhin going to be picked up into it. I believe we saw this yesterday, although I don't like it. Jhin Bard, though, it is a tale as old as time.
Really
Lahan's going to pick it up.
Prefer the Bard ban to the Nautilus ban, especially if they're going to play a Caitlyn lane here with all the great follow-up they have with this Nongshim lineup here to the Tempered Fate.
I want to see what Peter's going to do. Maybe they have an answer, a response. It's just Nico. And he is a fantastic Nico player. We know that that is, you know, how they got to the World Final in 2025 was largely because Peter was so good at this champ.
It's just better Lux right now.
Yeah, true.
I mean, you know, Nico has the same root, but it's even stronger, arguably. And not to mention her ultimate is just way more impactful in team fights. And you could have gone Lux here and be like, all right, Pantheon stun somebody. I just press Q, but that's kind of an older style of League of Legends. Nico is just so incredibly powerful, so good with her shapeshift ability. It just has so much more utility than the Lux, and the shield from Lux is just pitiful. Please just update Lux. Like, come on, what are you doing, Rito?
And Kaylin Lux is a very fun lane as well, so I'm a bit sad that it does not
like
really
what's going on
anymore.
with like Morgana and Lux just being completely irrelevant, you know? We made Yumi irrelevant, and she's still kind of around, but like Lux, Morgana, maybe a little tuning could be fun. I'd be into it.
Yeah, we might be able to figure that out. We'll just have to send an email. Maybe just a strongly worded email, not an angry one, just strongly worded. We'll do that.
This looks like a pretty simple team fight composition here for Nongshim, but Taeyun's on the Jhin. We've discussed this a lot recently. His performance will be important, but for me, it's like closer pops off, but this comp doesn't win.
I would agree, and there's also like the elephant that needs addressing, and that is Pantheon got through, and Pyoshik's playing it. Let's see whether he flips heads as we get into the Rift for game 1. Ooh. A little bit of danger potentially at the beginning here, but here we are onto the Rift for the first game of the final day of the week.
Level 1s are kind of coming back a little bit.
Like, they have to be very quick, but once they do get there, they do start doing stuff.
Yeah, like look, the jungler's going to get back in time. Totally fine.
Very, very
it's okay.
Well, Sponge going to be starting on his bottom side by the looks of things.
Look at that.
Yeah.
His early level 1 gets the ward up and still gets right into the Raptor camp. Just exactly as he wanted to.
Oh, look at Dr. charging that headshot and lands his first Peacemaker. Beautifully done. I don't feel like the Jhin is necessarily the answer to the Caitlyn. I know a lot of people have been picking this up, and it's been doing okay in lane. Unfortunately, after everything's said and done, you're still Jhin, which is not great.
I think the Bard has to do the real heavy lifting in this lane.
Yep.
Electrocute needs to be procced repeatedly. Lahens needs to be hitting those Qs.
And I mean, at the same time, they have other carries, right? There's a Jace, there's an Azir. We were talking about 3-threat comps. This is absolutely one of those. Or 2.5, I guess, because Jhin doesn't do anything. I've got to stop with the Jhin hate.
Well, I was on it super hard yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know. But like, it wasn't even about the Jhin as much as like they lost, and then I kept saying, well, Guma can't do anything here because he's playing Jhin, but DuckDom may be in trouble.
Yeah, Magical Journey to come on through here. There's the flash, gets the stun, the knock up as well from Sponge. The barrier was there, but DuckDom is still dead. First blood goes to the Bard. They use everything for it, but they get everything in response.
Huge win here for Nongshim, because what I was about to say is you talk about triple threats, but they have triple losing lanes, right? And fortunately for them, Sponge is able to make this early pathing work. Triple flash invested, but they get a kill.
Oh, Peter almost killing Lehens here as the Blooming Burst almost hits him for a third time. Would have been a difficult moment there for the Bard. But Pyosik looking to come down and punish Taeun because he doesn't have flash. Pyosik does. I think it's likely that Taeun is just dead here. Thankfully, Lehens does make it out. But I just don't know whether we're going to see Jhin alive. And there it is. Pyosik just takes one turret shot, and then he's able to go back home. Speaking of going home, Scout had to flash in the mid lane in response to Closer. There are 4 flashes down on both sides of the rift. Top laners, get it together. Just flash on the spot. Come on, guys.
It was Riot's dream when they, made summoner spells. They're like, maybe everyone won't take flash all the time. Unfortunately here for DuckDom, his
Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, his flash angle there with the Cosmic Binding is just not going to save him. Gets stunned up regardless.
Got very silent Taeun, after the kill went over to him as well, you saw.
Like, Lehens is at 0 health, and Taeun wanted to finish pushing the wave in. Is a little greedy here. Pyosik has red buff. He tries to do some fancy footwork here to dodge the Q. But, I mean, let's be honest, he was dead no matter what.
Yep. And Pyosik on the board, and obviously as a Pantheon, you're very happy to get some early kills. Start snowballing. Speaking of which, though, Sponge looking for an opportunity. Doesn't get the knock up onto the LeBlanc, which makes a fair bit of sense. She's relatively mobile.
So now we're back to 3 losing lanes here for Nongshim.
Well, I mean, Dudu's got something to say about that, as the Yorick is starting to feel a bit better. But I think we'll never really have the push, which is your point.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, eventually Yorick is going to be a little bit annoying to deal with, especially if any jungle attention goes up there. And because they got that kill onto Taeun, this is no longer a lane that Lehens and Taeun can continue to really pull the tempo on. As we're going to go back to this flash trade here in the mid lane.
Oh, lands the chains. Really nicely done. That would have been a kill without the flash, so really nicely done from Closer, who is looking aggressive once again. Pyosik making his way in, no flash on Scout, no Emperor's Divide either, as the chains will connect, and over the wall goes the Pantheon, and Scout will be going down. That's Closer grabbing his first of the game, and the DN Supers off to a brilliant start, as now Kingin just kind of on the other side of the rift.
Yeah,
feeling a bit awkward there.
For Nongshim, they didn't really deny that much farm from Closer. He was able to secure that one and then come over here and catch most of that wave. Actually finds himself a whole wave ahead of Scout. Scout here really pushing the issue pretty far without vision in his bottom side river. So this is really the main problem here. He has vision of the Raptor camp, which might have told him that, Pyosik wasn't there. And he just barely gets caught by the chain there from Closer. I think was dead either way, but might have had some wiggle room there if he wasn't. And yeah, I mean, this probably will come to a mild shock to many, right?
Does it have to be a Jarvan there, though? Couldn't it be just any champion? I'm pretty sure Pantheon has
lost
not.
one game.
Has he lost? Who was it against?
I cast it yesterday with Valdez. It was... Who did he lose to? I cannot remember, but I'm sure someone will tell me.
I'm assuming that it wasn't Pantheon's fault. Let's just say that. I think this champion is very, very strong at the moment. Scout going to take a fair bit of damage from this LeBlanc, who makes her way back again. Chain's going to connect, and Closer looking for some more abilities. Doesn't quite have Distortion back off cooldown yet. And Sigil of Malice not going to be doing enough. So Scout going to have to go back, and Closer is really starting to work this snowball in this lane. It's fantastic work. It's exactly what the LeBlanc needs to do. You need to make yourself into someone that needs multiple people to take down.
I think the main thing about the Jarvan stat that you see there is it's the most common matchup because these are the 2 most commonly early picked junglers in drafts, right? And the Jarvan answer just has not been working when they've been giving this pick over. So Pyosik is happy with the lead that he currently holds. Same with Closer, and we're going to look for a bit of a dragon contest here. DuckDom does not have the faster rotation, but they're just going to walk holding hands up.
Well, there is a snare onto Lehens. He's going to have to try and take the magical journey out. Does manage to do so, but this should mean that the crab goes over to the DN Supers, and maybe that dragon you were talking about as well. Pyosik hitting that level 6 also. This is very dangerous times. Taeun does have his flash back up and available once again, but Lehens now without the heal means that the bottom lane as well for the DN Supers feeling pretty good at this point in time, despite the slight CS deficit.
we're dead even in gold. It's just really scary that LeBlanc has this lead here right now, whereas the Jhin having the lead doesn't necessarily amount to as much. If you look at the inventory of the Jhin right now, it means nothing in terms of lane control. He's going to back now and change that story a little bit with the Dirk pickup. But, you know, let's see if Nongshim can win a fight.
Oh, no! Dudu was trying to take care of the maiden. He got punished. This was our biggest point of criticism against this guy.
I know.
Well, at least he was trying. Is going to now put Kingen into the Ghoulie wall, but Kingen is going to be absolutely fine there. You're pretty good at taking down the wall as well as the Jace.
I do think that it's really important that Nongshim were able to deny Dragon, even though they didn't win a fight there, weren't able to get the Scuttle Crab. The fact that the Dragon's still alive, there's maybe another chance for them to make a play for that. Scout's Flash is coming up soon. Might be a bit of a saving grace for this early game, as the composition here for DNS, if they lose control of the game, they're going to have big problems later on. For Nongshim, all you really need is either one team fight or one objective that buys you a little bit of time to where you can avoid the next objective. For example, if you can give up a Dragon later on, that feels fantastic with the Azir Jhin. Jarvan set up here. Have really good team fighting, so I just want to avoid falling too far behind, as Kingen is falling behind himself.
Yeah, man, he's really having to deal with a lot of Ghoulie walls here as Dudu gets booped back and says, nope, I'm not flashing after you. Just going to take that fantastic trade for the Yorick, and just with steel caps, he's feeling very strong in this lane.
And Nongshim are actually going to get these grubs just underneath that Yorick exchange.
Yeah, looks like the trade is just going to be for the Dragon. Understandably so, but denying a Yorick these grubs is actually kind of a big deal given the fact that they do look like a composition that would like to play sides.
Absolutely. I'm really impressed that Kingen did not flash there, and Dudu was like, okay, I guess he realizes he doesn't need to. I'm not going to try to force it, as the Yorick having flash later on can be a huge threat. And we do see Chemtech Soul. Nope. Or sorry, Chemtech Drake, excuse me. So a good soul
is
really, yeah, is what I mean to say. It's not the Cloud Soul here, so that's a little sad for you, but could be a very impactful soul, or it could be Ocean.
It's Ocean 100%, isn't it? I mean, it would be. It's just the rainy day vibes.
It's acid rain vibes.
Yeah,
oh no,
that's not it.
Oh god, it is supposed to rain potentially later tonight.
Yeah, and the fact that it's supposed to rain over the next couple of days, right as cherry blossom season has started. Oh, it's very depressing.
Petals on the floor.
Yeah. We managed to go out yesterday to check them out, so we've managed to cross that one off the list. Show Chester his first cherry blossoms, which was very fun. But yeah, we may not have too many more. And if it's an Ocean Soul, it might actually be saying, in fact, it is going to rain and it's all over. And that would be sad.
Ooh, that would be sad.
What would be the soul that could redeem the whole situation?
Any other soul.
Any other soul? Okay. Maybe Infernal Soul.
Infernal is just kind of like, yeah, it dries up all the rain.
Yeah, perfect.
And then Itsy Bitsy Spider lands at least in game 2, yeah!
Oh my god, it really is the double dad broadcast! Oh, it's doomed.
Oh.
Okay, Pyoshik up here towards his top side of the map. I was thinking might be helping Dudu out, but it's just Kingen playing very respectfully at the moment and is falling behind about a wave for now. The Yorick doing exactly what it says on the tin. Maybe it is the year of Dudu. Maybe I was wrong.
He is having a good time so far. The call will cash in eventually for Kingen, and he is going to be such a huge threat to DNS if they have map control, because DNS have to be the ones who are aggressive. They have to play through the LeBlanc, and while they're trying to find those flank angles, while their Shock Blast rain down, eventually DNS kind of get whittled down and have to make an aggressive engage and not have the best team fighting composition. It's not impossible to team fight, but there is a Yorick, so there's that.
Yeah.
And if the LeBlanc isn't ahead, which she is still ahead at the moment, then she's not going to offer too much in a team fight either.
Does have first item completion here for Closer as well.
Oshik has ult, so this could be a bit of a counter gank here if they commit.
Looks like the opportunity is Dudu is going to miss the morning mist. There's the go button pushed by DNS as the flash comes out from King, and Sponge still trying to make his way over as Dudu. He's in a bit of trouble, but Pyoshik taking matters into his own hands. There's the flash forward from Dudu, and now Sponge finds himself inside his own Cataclysm. The avoidance from Dudu, just gorgeous. And Sponge does make his way out, but it's just a free kill over to DNS.
Yep, Pyoshik goes first. They're able to suss this out. He goes in early. And Kingen flashes, but Pantheon just does so much damage. Duckdown avoids a Tempered Fate.
And avoids, that's his own trap, but he also gets out of the way, as now Duckdown down very, very low. Pop Blossom connects, and Lahens was tanking up the turret. The last shot was already in the air. And unfortunately, the flash does not help him out of that one. It's a disaster for Nongshim on both sides of the rift.
DNS looking fantastic in this early game. The Pantheon is working out, but the bottom lane is not working out for Nongshim on the opposite side, so they're losing on both sides of the map. As you go back to this, Dudu decides to push in here. The Pantheon ult comes out. Kingen is in this awkward spot now where Sponge can't reach to help him out. Maybe if he had tried to play towards Sponge, there was
I think
a little
flashing
bit more.
towards the Jarvan could have been a better option.
I think that's probably what he should have done here, but Sponge just does very little damage as a Jarvan at level 8 here, whereas Pantheon does insane damage in the early game. And
I think if you had to hit that Q though, like the fact that Dudu avoids it was a huge deal. I think otherwise they go 1 for 1. Or maybe they go 1 for 2 and he has to stick around for a little bit longer. It's Closer! Just managed to solo kill Scout earlier on in that play. So there's just, we're in replay central right now. As that flash, man, that was so close to being okay.
Luckily, Peter also flashed, so, you know, I guess you got that one.
Could have been worse.
Peter also thought the turret hadn't fired yet.
Yeah. I love a little bit of could have been worse.
It's not the biggest gold lead that has ever been seen.
The problem is, Wolf, there is a Pantheon. And Pioshik is about to hit the mid-game where he's just going to very happily play around a LeBlanc and a Yorick in a side lane.
Let me entertain the thought of the Nongshim comeback, all right? Come on.
No, you're allowed to do that, absolutely. I'm just saying that it's going to be even more impressive when they do it.
Yes, Scout's got some heals here. Lahens is making the global impact. I do think that if they can secure the Herald here in 90 seconds with a really good play from Scout, you know, big Emperor. Okay, well.
Lahens going to have to... He does manage to Captain Jack himself there, but Pioshik just smites him down.
And he's got his smite for the dragon as well, so... Okay, look, okay, so what I'm saying is, if they can get this Herald, because if they can get the Herald, then they can maybe open up mid.
I really like the attempted optimism, Wolf. This is, I feel like it's a 2026 new thing that you're trying on.
Yeah,
and
no,
I'm
I mean,
a big fan of it.
You know, in 2022, I think was the year where people were the most upset that I would say games were over at like sub 15 minutes. And then I just kind of.
And now you're like, you're just a complete denier of a game ever being over.
I pretended in like 2023, I was like, you know, I'll try to seem like I'm not going to say the game's over, but 2026 Wolf is like, it ain't over till the Nexus explodes.
Yeah.
I saw KT versus T1 and that's a kick up, and I'm a changed person.
Yeah, there we go. He's figured it out.
So let's see what happens here. But like the Herald, if it goes over to DNS, I think the game is actually just straight up over because the mid turret goes down. The LeBlanc can do whatever she wants in sides and, you know, threaten mid. And Kingen is in trouble.
Yeah, Pioshik gonna come and just do it all again. No flash available. Kingen is just dead. Dudu on the board now as well. 2-0-0 on the Yorick, and he already had his Trinity Force completed. Looking for item number 2 now, and it doesn't get better for Nongshim. This is the problem. The Yorick was about biding his time anyway. He's just managed to get there sooner than he otherwise would have wanted to. Like, they're gonna need 5 people to try and take down this guy in a side lane. As at least they do manage to lock down Peter here, and he is not going anywhere. It's a very, very dead Nico. They give the kill over to Taeun. That is good news.
You lost first brick, but Herald is, they don't lose the game instantly.
Yeah, there you go.
Assuming the game is not over already, which for some might be a bit of a stretch, not for 2026 Wolf. I'm like,
2022 Wolf would definitely be saying that it's very over. You would have already walked away. You're having lunch somewhere at this point.
No, I would have been
It would have been a very late lunch. Because it's like 5 p.m. over here, but still.
I mean, in 2022, I was woke up a lot later than I do now as well.
Absolutely. No, that's
I eat breakfast now.
Who are you? I do too. Weet-Bix every morning. It's the best. Okay, Scout now just taking so much damage from Closer. He lands the chains, and there is Pioshik with the stun to lock down the kill. He'll tank up the turret there comfortably at the same time, and the
Scout saves him.
LeBlanc is the only thing that dies.
He pushes him out of turret range, so he actually gets away.
This has all of a sudden got completely out of hand. This game, the DNS Supers are just running away with it.
the caster feedback on Reddit for this is going to be like, I think Wolf needs to be calling these games a little bit earlier.
I think 2022 Wolf was right.
All right, well, Scout here.
It's a beautiful combo from Closer.
It's great from Closer. This Emperor's Divide is very comical because it helps Pyosik survive, but he got the clone. The turret got the clone.
Yeah. They did kill the Maiden after this, so it's not all bad news. That's 50G.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Good news is Taehoon is still ahead on Jin.
Yep, there we go. And he's managing to lock down Pyosik here as well, who does get a bit of a stun onto Sponge. The Aegis is there as well, as, okay, Closer just gets in to die, but there's the Pop Blossom to take down Taehoon. Peter now in a bit of trouble as well as they look to try and turn it onto Doctarm, who does have the barrier. There's the Cataclysm. They both flash away, but it's Doctarm that goes down, and Nongshim, a great answer here as Dudu is just breaking their stuff.
He is definitely doing a number to their structures, but at least they win a team fight, and Taehoon's lead gets a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and that's going to be another turret falling down here in this mid lane as well. For Nongshim this time around, going to be their first of the game.
And with a turret down in the mid lane, you know, Scout has a little bit more flexibility when he comes in for these flanks. There's a lot more freedom for the Jin in the mid lane. As this initially looks like Pyosik might have actually just won the game by putting his shield up because he's like, buying time, buying time. And Taehoon is like, well, I can't shoot faster, so...
Yeah, and Closer dashing right into a Cosmic Binding was not exactly what they wanted.
Not really his plan. And unfortunately, Doctarm just kind of sent it as well. So this was a bit of a disaster here for DNS, but Nongshim found the initial pick, and then they held their ground. DNS, I think, did not expect it, as Closer's looking for another angle here.
Yeah, Mimic Distortion does go on through, as it looks like that chain was not broken, but it indeed was. And Taehoon is going to be okay after all. 1,000 gold the lead here for the Jin, but the same can be said for this LeBlanc. Closer sitting at 3-0-1.
Kingan's going to transform his Muramana. He's going to be on 2 items.
There you go. That's something. Dudu also looking for that second one, but his are a little bit more expensive than Ghostblade Manamune.
And we did get the Infernal Soul, so everything's okay. It's not.
Hey, there we go. Oh, man. That's it's really good news for the Cherry Blossoms.
I did see, you know, when I looked at the hourly weather report and I brought my rain jacket, it was like 40%, 50% around like 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. So maybe it just doesn't happen now.
I didn't bring my umbrella, which is really like that's bad news, because normally if you bring the umbrella, it's not going to rain. You know, but I didn't, so it's almost definitely going to. That's working against us.
Well, Nongshim do not have any dragons, but they're looking poised now to start their first, as they do have Kingan in here faster than Dudu, who does not have TP. See how many shock blasts he can land before this fight begins. They're going to hold the dragon aggro.
Yeah, and you can see Dudu trying to make his way around. He's going to take the long way.
Closer.
Yeah, Closer could be in a little bit of trouble. There's the Tempered Fate. It's only onto the LeBlanc, but Pyosik going to start off this fight onto Sponge. In the meantime, Dudu fighting against Kingan. There's the Pop Blossom as well from Peter. They do just get themselves out of the way, but it looks like Nongshim have been pressured out, and it should be the Soul Point going over to DNS unless Sponge can get some sort of crazy steal. It's not going to happen. Doesn't even go for it.
Taehoon.
And now Taehoon, buddy, what are we doing? Why are we here?
He's trying to sneak out. He got found. He is going to run away for a minute. So that's kind of annoying.
He is. It's taking him a while, but finally the double distortion does come in. Mimic comes back off cooldown, and Closer just puts him out of his misery.
All Jin mains, including Degon on the space, no doubt, were like, does he kill him there? And Closer's like, no, of course not.
As it turns out, from my experience, Jin barely ever kills him there.
Yeah.
In any instance.
Hold on, was that his point? No, he dies.
Unless it's Jackie Love at Worlds 2 years ago.
Initially, it looks like Closer's made a big mistake, right? He gets caught here by Taehoon and then gets Tempered Fated, but Tempered Fate is used in this moment, and they can't follow up. Pyosik is actually defending really well here. Sponge gets pushed away, and Closer pushes Taehoon out. He flashes into the enemy team, but doesn't have any utility here. Like, he has his ult, but he's not going to use it. The fight's already over, so he's just kind of on the wrong side of things. They lose dragon control.
Taehoon just really looking for a safe place to go home, and it does not work out. So a little bit unfortunate there. Almost.
I think this is kill. No.
No.
It's not this last shot anyways.
Yeah, he was optimistically looking for a bit of an angle. Doctarm also with a very unfortunate purchase, hasn't quite been able to put together his Infinity Edge, but is very, very close. And having a look now, the DN Supers hold on to a gold advantage. It's not exactly looking linear at this point in time, as Nongshim did manage to get that team fight to bring them back towards gold parity, but now it's moved back towards 2.5k and Soul Point, which is the big deal with a composition that wants to play around sides. And that is precisely what you want.
It doesn't matter that the Caitlyn is 1,000 gold behind, because she's not the main point of this composition. It's the side lane champions who are massively ahead of their counterparts, and now Dudu can even afford to tech in some MR because he knows the real threat damage-wise is going to be this Azir, who's 2,000 gold behind, which is kind of ironic. Dudu?
Yeah, Taeun going to come on over here as Lehens holds him in position. Kingin diving on top. It's going to take a bit of killing to take down Dudu, but they should be able to do it. There's the heal, and Kingin will survive. Pretty barely, to be perfectly honest. His closer being frustrating here in this side lane as well. Should be able to grab this plate before he leaves, and there it is.
So it's a pick, but does it really mean anything when there's no objective to take, really? I mean, they can't start Baron here.
They were incessantly pinging Baron.
Yeah. They were
this is what we could take if it was last year.
Yeah. Also, Dudu has TP, so if they tried it, he would be able to come in and shut them down. Closer had that push in the top side. Only gets 2 plates off of that inner turret, so definitely a nice swing of gold here for Nongshim in the exchange, but not as relevant as it could have been.
Well, Magical Journey will be able to get Lehens to relative safety. It looked a little dicey there for a moment. Midwave is just going to be dealt with as DNS looking to get vision back around this Baron that was removed. Closer should just be able to take him down here, though. Never mind. Sponge was over the top. Spear not going to connect. There's a flash. And Closer is able to lock it down. It's a solo kill in the end, actually, even though everyone was around here. There's a Pop Blossom onto the Wolves. Those Wolves never saw it coming.
No, they kind of, I don't know, maybe they did. King's going to look for a trade back.
Yeah, and Closer is going to pop back and just get killed by Sponge. Down he goes, 1,000 gold to the Jarvan. And DNS suffering a lot at the end of that one. In fact, as you can see, 1,000 gold is going to be taken away from that gold advantage. So in the trade, it's not quite worth it. As Lehens, I mean, he's been dying a fair bit this game.
For just a moment, Sponge had a gold lead, as he's the one who picks up the 1,000 gold shutdown. As initially here, Closer gets this pick, but the rest of the team isn't able to really defend when the follow-up comes through, as he flashes for this and then distorts back in. Pop Blossom, it does not work out. It's Blast Cone. Valdez is angry. And he has to distort back here, so Sponge is just waiting for him. There's nothing he can do. Unfortunately for Taeun, he does not get the kill, but he's already massively ahead. Would have loved 1,000 extra gold on top of that lead, though, I imagine.
Yep. Has 3 items now completed. Still doesn't really have the one that makes him do big damage, but that should be coming in relatively soon.
And speaking of relatively, I mean, it's Jhin big damage, so, you know.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Doctarm, though, he's only on 2 and a bit, so still going to be looking for rapid fire cannon and then some armor penetration, things like this.
At this point, rather than talking about compositions, I really have to kind of just, we got to pull our magnifying glasses out for our eye test and be like, are DNS able to execute this? Because I'm starting to wonder. They definitely don't have the lead they used to, and some of these scrappy fights have been a little bit laissez-faire, let's say.
With an Infernal Soul, I think they might be able to do it. That's going to be up in 5 seconds. A Pantheon will always be able to make his way in, as Taeun does manage to get the Deadly Flourish on to Dudu, but Dudu had just teleported. He's got a big ol' shield, and he is feeling absolutely fine. Level 16 to the level 15 of Kingin as well. As Closer looking to try and jump on top of Lehens once again. Doesn't land the chains. That is a lot of poke damage already.
They have a
lot
lot
for the Bard to walk up.
Closer is ultless, but with all that damage done and this setup with the traps, it's very difficult for Nongshim to actually close this gap. Taeun's ult is back available.
And they can pull this one out as well as Flag and Drag from Sponge.
Hey, where are you going?
Oh, God, he really loves the north part of the river. That's what he's been doing. The curtains have been called now as he misses the first one and then cancels it. There's a Pop Blossom, connects onto only one, and that is going to be the Infernal Soul over to DNS. It's a kill for Pyoshik as well. As the Cataclysm falls down, they did lose Peter, but they'll take that trade any day of the week.
And Scout doesn't even ult in the fight. Just cannot get into position to make a relevant setup happen. The traps were down. Taeun was trying to prove that Jhin could be played melee. He survives, which is really impressive. But like, look at the trap angle here. They can't really move forward. Taeun,
maybe he just didn't know that Dudu was there.
Yeah, there was no vision in his defense, but generally a very aggressive position. And he's Jin, so he's like, maybe I can make an impact with my ult. It's just too slow here. And Sponge goes in after this kill goes over, so he just gives more gold, and Scout just cannot actually get close enough to set up the Empress Divide. I think the trap placement was the main problem for Nongshim there.
Yeah, the setup really, really good for DNS. And honestly, the DN Supers have just been better at playing out mid to late game than how they were in the LCK Cup. Even though they were able to take down Nongshim, arguably in those moments as well. When it was working well, but it looks like it's continued to develop.
It just doesn't seem like, even though Nongshim are playing mechanically well in these scrappy fights, they're only 4 kills down, they're only 1,000 gold down, that they can get enough map control to actually team fight. And usually that's in a game like this because of insane side lane pressure from the Yorick and the LeBlanc. In this game in reality, it's kind of just because DNS are setting up better and faster, right? And that's a big problem for Nongshim because they cannot really team fight when they don't have Prio, as we saw. Now they're going to start to fight for control of Vision and Prio over this Baron.
Yep, Ace in the Hole comes down there from Dokdam just to try and soften up Taeyeon momentarily. Closer just being frustrating here, but Scout is going to spot him.
The poke gets a little bit more lethal with this Infernal Soul here for this LeBlanc, as well as even the Yorick is going to really benefit from it. But I kind of look at this game state now going, I'm not 100% sold on the performance of DNS here, and with just one mistake in this game, if Nongshim get this Baron, for example, I don't think they will, you know, Elder's on the cards in 3 minutes. It's a winnable game. It's only a 300 gold lead right now. DNS need to be careful.
The problem is what's being highlighted there on our screen, which was the very cool hat being put together by Closer. That on top of an Infernal Soul, oh man, that is so much damage that Closer is going to be doing. And even Dudu, I don't think that anyone can really answer him in a side lane as he approaches levels, you know, 19 and 20. I don't know how you're supposed to really do anything about it. They should just have a lot more control. However, and this is a big one, we're now at Elder Flip territory.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's only 3 minutes away.
Oh, Dokdam, yeah, possibly caught out here as Peter. I don't think he wants to save this one. It's the last shot. Will take him down. Taeyeon locks up the Caitlyn. Pyoshik also looking for an angle, but I don't know about this one as Taeyeon very close to death. But is going to have the rest of his team there to save him. Dudu now with a big old shield is just trying to do what he can. And
this could be Baron.
Yeah, walking over wards. But Nongshim, I don't think they really care about the Pantheon. They want to take this Baron. Although they are wanting to take him down first, and they should be able to get the GA. There it is. Closer dashing on top of Sponge in a bit of trouble, but he gets snared. There's Pyoshik trying to do what he can, but it's Taeyeon that locks him down, and this should be Baron over to Nongshim.
I told you they were going to maybe potentially come back in this game, like, you know, 20 minutes ago.
Anything's throwable, Wolf, as we just found out.
Because Nongshim they're just punishing DNS, making egregious mistakes. This one's on Duckers. He dies, they're able to control the Baron. Now they have a gold lead, and they can use this Baron to set up Prio for the Elder. As Dokdam's just trying to set up traps and just gets, I mean, you gotta flash those. Like, he flashes the Tempered Fate and just dives to the shot afterwards anyways. Yeah. But if you get caught there by the Flourish, you're just gonna die because they have such good follow-up. And this is just the end of that. Like, they get the AD carry. Closer is so huge, but he cannot win alone, especially when they're super split like this, trying to go for the punish play, which was Pyoshik trying to be a hero. Yeah, and Taeyeon is just not going to go down.
Yeah, he can't do anything. Closer can't do anything when they're grouped up as 5 as well. And now, minute and a half left until this Elder Drake does come up, and there is 2 minutes, a little bit more than that for the Baron as well. So Nongshim should be able to utilize that to get control around this Dragon area. Good amount of poke there coming out from Closer to make sure that Sponge does have to go back home.
As the first chain's hit, I think he might have actually popped his GA there. Still gets away with it though, Sponge that is.
Ooh, cute little ward actually over to the side. There's the flash from Closer, dash cannon, and that's going to lock down King, and he is going to be, is that helping? I don't know. We'll have to ask Lahens afterwards. I think that might have just been delaying the inevitable, but still, I think he was definitely going to die, but now Tempered Fate is also on cooldown.
Yeah, it's not the longest cooldown, but we are looking at a 50 seconds until Elder situation. Nongshim don't have the Baron, so they can just use Prio here.
Teleport for Kingen as well, so he will be making his way in with that big old shield.
I think they can find their way into Prio for Elder, but they're going to have to play it well. They're going to grab this inner first. They have the Sun Disc set up already. Now they can kind of just kite back in. I don't think they should force their way through here, though.
Yeah, these choke points are actually kind of awkward for Nongshim because trap setups can be a whole lot more effective Let's
TP
see.
in 20, Elder in 25. The margins are really thin here, but I think Nongshim are in a favorable position, especially because Taeyun's been able to push this all the way to the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, it is a sacrifice here for DNS, though, as there is a stun onto Scout. He takes a lot of damage. The Morning Mist will connect as Sponge makes his way out. The curtains have been called, but there is not a whole lot of vision.
Scout's got to TP in as fast as he can. He is going to back. He'll be trading places with King in here for just a moment. The traps are set, though, and so DNS do get that prio. The setup is theirs. Sponge is on a bit of a flank angle, and he needs to find said flank as Dudu is the one who's caught.
Dudu is actually going to be taken down extraordinarily low, and he's taken out. Kingen going to lock up that kill. There's the Pop Blossom onto Scout, but the Tempered Fate going to be there to keep him alive. And Taeyun's able to take down Peter. That's a great stasis there from Scout as well, as it's just a double. Taeyun's popping off, and maybe I'm eating my words. Maybe Jin actually is a good champion.
Is he just going to get away?
I guess so. I guess they're just going to go and win the game.
Taeyun's like, I wanted to get where is he? Gets away with it, but I think he's just going to watch his Nexus explode as the rest of the team is pushing through. Baron has expired.
So
don't need an Elder buff.
Can the Grand Starfall actually kill the minions? That's the question, as Pershik wanted to take down the Hens, but it's not quite going to work, and this Siege minion is up and available. Peter making his way in, seeing whether he can do anything about this, but another wave is going to join them, and Nongshim, I think, should be able to take down these Nexus turrets and win the game. They were losing the entire time, but then DNS made that one fumble, and they capitalized. Nongshim walk away 1-0.
This is unfortunately really reminiscent, this performance from Dukdom, of what we saw early 2025, where, you know, KT were like, I guess we'll give Podok a shot. A lot of this game was on, his positioning was a little bit weak, right? He wasn't able to win the lane with the Caitlyn pick, the counter pick they had there in the bottom side. And unfortunately, got picked at the worst possible time to give Baron. Because like I was saying, it was a tiny gold lead, and all it was going to take was one team fight, one big objective. You could see the swing of gold there towards the end. And then Elder's on the cards, right? And that forces this awkward fight for DNS that they could not win. They almost killed Scout, right? But almost isn't good enough. Scout did very little damage in this game and lost lane in a big way to Closer. But this composition for DNS had a bit of an expiration date, not in terms of its scaling. I mean, Closer still was incredibly fed and still made a big impact, but they just could not control the map anymore once that first pick came through. Baron just obliterated them.
Yeah, and honestly, it's one of those compositions when you're playing split push, as soon as something falls apart, it's like a house of cards. And you saw they 100% collapsed, and it was a great team fight composition to round things out for Nongshim. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, gonna break that one down, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you then.
많이 빠졌어. 나 이거 살짝 크게 돌아. 캐틀로 뿌린다 이거. 아 나 이거 요리 볼게. 나 캐틀 보고 싶은데 이거. 나 요리 가줄게. 야 바로 밀자 이거. 야 요리. 몇 시야 줘? 나 할게. 쭉 밀자. 나 하나 빨았고. 아 좋은데? 아 더. 여기 아래 봐줘. 걔도 다 캐치 없어. 끝날 생각하자. 나 이거 랑이 돌아. 아 미드라인 지킬게. 미드라인 가자 얘들아.
so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in a day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away. We'll fly away. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
On this Easter Sunday, with Genji and BNK Fearex playing later, it's actually Nongshim Red Force and the DN Supers vying to go undefeated in week number 1. And despite a pretty tough dragon stacking game, Nongshim find themselves the win at an Elder fight. Wasn't quite a flip, but a fight. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. And, you know, when you look at what the Supers did early, it looked good here, Ox, and then it just didn't work out there at the end.
I think they ticked a lot of boxes, but not enough, apparently, and some missed execution at the end resulted in them not getting over the finish line. I like the draft. Ultimately, they have solid matchups in the mid and top, especially once they scale well and into the side lanes. It's really hard later on for the Jace to match into the Yorick. The Azir has problems if the one gets ahead in particular, and you have this Pantheon who can really assist strong lanes. You also have a favorable bot lane matchup, so it's like triple good lanes here for DNS with a Pantheon who's super proactive early and has that ult to back them up. This is kind of everything you need, but you know, not every lane went as swimmingly due to some outside interference, but it still went positively enough that the game was in their hands to win.
Yeah, I really like the way how they played the mid jungle, Closer and Pyoshik. They were just everywhere on the map and real proactive in the early game throughout all the series. But I feel like the issue began with, again, their team comp is all about winning lane and play perfectly because their team fight is not optimal. So here, again, Nongshim, they were really behind in the early game, but they found opportunity to punish Pyoshik here, and they got the huge shutdown. And they should just drop it, you know, just drop one target, and that's all. But again, chain inting happened, and I think that was the comeback for Nongshim here.
This is one of those things that when you're that far ahead, you fall into this trap of, oh, you know, we're strong. Yes, they're going to pick our Pantheon, but we can make something out of this. We're that far ahead. They weren't actually that crazy far ahead in gold, especially the bot lane, because of some early ganks.
Yeah.
Weren't crazy far ahead. So as soon as they lost all that gold on the Pantheon, it really actually took a lot of power out of their team fight. The team fight wasn't excellent before that, and you saw they lost so much on the back of that fight. It kept the game in arm's length, I feel like, for Nongshim, and even though they ended up going down, the Infernal Soul still had a chance to win the game.
Yeah, and for Nongshim, it was great patience to wait to the Elder fight, right? There were a couple opportunities where they could have fought at Soul, they gave it up, and they get a huge flank here, and that's how they start the fight.
Yeah, they just end up, once again, leading this successful fight with the pick. Yorick eliminated on the offset. This Emperor's Divide here completely disengages an equal, and then this great angle from the Jarvan, just immediately getting onto the backline, providing this disruption. And here, like, look at this flash forward from the Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't have enough DPM at the late game, so I think they had to just play perfectly. And I think this team comp cannot work in this meta because I think there's so many things that you can drop, even though you are really far ahead in the early game. You have to fight for objective every single time, even though you're really far ahead. You cannot finish the game without any like Drake, even though they got the soul. They still had to take the team fight, and also you just have so much shutdowns. You know, like if you drop one of the shutdown, then enemy team will just catch up with the item. So I think this doesn't work. I think you have to draft for the team fight. Even though you really want an earlier priority, I think you have to think about the team fight at some point.
I'm kind of on the different side of it. I think a lot of it came down to the execution. I think, you know, they had enough advantages from where they were. A lot of these bad fights started from people getting picked out. You know, they had things like the LeBlanc. Fed LeBlanc with an Infernal Soul should be enough to just win you setups on these fights. She should just be able to poke out key members of the other side. Like the fact that it's like Bard setting up these picks and things like that. How is a Bard walking forward when there's a Fed LeBlanc with Infernal Soul near the team? To me, that shouldn't be able to happen. And I think it shows just bad setup around objectives from the side of DNS and giving Nongshim just way too much space. If you get into the 5v5, especially a man down, you're going to have a tough time. So this setup needs to be better, really crisp if you have a comp like this, especially when you have a Caitlyn who needs to get the traps down early.
Yeah, and to your point, we showed the graphic just a second ago. That was the first win Jarvan into the Pantheon, and Pyosik was in control of the game all the way up until that point of our first highlight we showed where he got picked and then took control back until the second highlight we showed where they got picked again and then eventually lost the game. It's a tough one to recuperate here if you're the DN Automotive Supers, but they need to if they want to find themselves 2-0 in the week. Nongshim trying to get themselves up 2-0 in the week. Let's send it back on over to Alice and Wolf for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I kind of agree with Orcs. I feel like the draft was fine. Some whoopsies occurred, Wolf.
I mean, I do think that Wadid is probably really saying the same thing. It's just that, like, ultimately, if you're not going to be able to execute on those picks, like, you probably should draft a team fight comp because they couldn't do it, right? And I think both sides of that discussion were really interesting to hear. And I agree, though, that if you're not going to execute well, it can be a very tough time, which we kind of said from the outset of the draft. We just didn't think necessarily was going to get to that late game where Nongshim were going to be able to play it close. We thought the snowball was going to just be too large. Moving into the second draft, the Rise, which was not picked because of LeBlanc, is still available here, quite interestingly.
And we are going to have very similar bans by the looks of things. Nongshim remain on the blue side, and second pick remains with the DN Supers.
Yeah, they just chose second pick after the loss, so we just ended up in the exact same setup here.
It's the same position completely, kind of crazy. But same bans, question mark, as just have to be a vibe, but instead the Aurora is going to be banned away.
I think I would rather play against Vi than Rise in this meta.
I would agree.
Let's see if the Supers do, though.
They have been bucking some trends so far.
They chose second pick, so they clearly have an answer prepared.
Just get that Cassiopeia
That's
out.
what I was, you know, that's kind of what I'm alluding to here is Scout did not have a great game one.
I like the Anivia option instead. It was fun watching Zayas play yesterday, even if they didn't necessarily win.
It's fun that
stuff happen.
Anivia went from being like completely irrelevant to relevant in 3 lanes real quick.
Exactly.
As we'll see the Nautilus picked up here for Peter super early on with this Cassiopeia pick rather than grabbing a prio jungler.
It's kind of cool because the Nautilus is a bit of a pick away from Lehens as well. He absolutely loves playing the champion, so gives Peter a lot of agency in this game, as well as taking away an option from Lehens. But now they can actually just lock in a bottom lane. The Seraphine was banned in game 1. They could pick that one up as Sponge takes away Pureshik's Lee Sin.
I am just shocked because it seemed like there's so many like 80 carries you could grab here where I'm like, the game is done. Nongshim win. Like they could have played Sivir, they could have played Ashe Seraphine, they could have played Lulu Yunara and been like, oh, good luck with Nautilus in that lane. And instead they just kind of went Gnar and Lee Sin, taking a page out of T1's book.
Opting in to the blind Gnar. It wasn't on my bingo card. It's a bit of a strange one, as there is the Ambessa locked in, flexible between both Pureshik and Dudu. We'll see exactly where it is going to go afterwards.
I don't think it's a bad choice, but it leaves me puzzled in the same way that not getting Ryze Pantheon in game 1 left me puzzled. They played through the LeBlanc really well in the early game, but I was kind of thinking it was a bit of a freebie. As we move into the second phase, surely DN Supers will remove some of those strong picks. Instead, going to continue to keep the focus on Lehens and his melee supports here.
Yeah, I think the Leona is an odd one with both Nami and the Lulu available.
It's pretty good with Lee Sin because it can set up Lee Sin in a lot of ways, but it also, I suppose, weakens an Ezreal pick, which is something that Taeyun is definitely considering here in this second game. You could have just banned the Ezreal instead.
Yeah, it's an odd situation here. Wukong going to be taken away from Pureshik here, as they do believe that Dudu is going to be piloting the Ambessa towards the top side of the map into the Gnar. It was in direct response to the Gnar pickup, so that does make some sense there. We'll just have to see. One final ban. Lulu, Nami, something like that.
I think
the
Ashe makes sense. They can still play Lulu Yunara.
Yeah,
Yunara
that's what I'm
isn't a guaranteed frontline, but it's still pretty good. And the Cassiopeia is so low range.
I wonder what the choice is going to be for the DN Supers. Will it be saving counterpick for AD carry, which could be kind of insane?
It is pretty interesting because I don't think Nautilus is ever going to be flexed in the jungle here.
There's the Yunara ban.
So the Yunara is gone. There was a world where they could do something crazy and play Nautilus jungle and go for the Lulu pick themselves, but I think we're just going to end up seeing a bit of a boring scaling AD carry pick here.
It's probably not Aurelia.
Gnar? I don't think so.
Could have been the top lane pick, though. And actually, Aurelia was a classic counter, but never mind. It's just going to be Nocturne instead. And so no flexing the Nautilus into the jungle or anything like that. It's just going to be Pureshik taking away that semi-global, which does make a fair bit of sense. And now, without the Jarvan on the table,
they still get Sivir somehow. It's actually crazy. I don't even... How is this allowed? How is this possible to get Ryze Sivir with no Jarvan? And Taeyun almost looks like he's still not even that interested in playing it.
Well, there are things that outrange it, I guess, but not really.
But you're playing into a Nautilus lane, so you're feeling pretty good about this situation, this setup.
Yeah. And there's no Caitlyn, no Jhin, no Varus, no Ashe. So
and I don't
honestly, it feels pretty good.
I don't even think the itsy bitsy spider needs to come up the spout on this one.
Well, any Anivia instead, and honestly, Anivia into Nautilus. This is the first time that we saw the Anivia picked up, I believe, when she was in the mid lane. It was into a Nautilus that could just not do anything in that game. Like, it just feels terrible. And now the Anivia is in the Nautilus's lane. Oh God. Well,
I was
Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa makes sense for this draft. I almost said Neela in this situation. I'm like, I don't know. Good luck with this one. Good luck salvaging this draft. Pretty weird draft at the start of things, and I think Nongshim were super greedy with their Lee Sin and Gnar picks, but they just go completely unpunished in this draft. And so they end up getting a Sivir Anivia lane. I don't really fully agree with the Nautilus priority that we saw in this draft here for Peter because it cost them a lot. And now they're playing an early, the early game Nocturne isn't going to be able to do a whole lot. And yes, you have the Cassiopeia counter pick, but there's just so much consistent damage on the other side for Nongshim Red Force. And they have also pretty good side lane power. then Nocturne should be able to handle that decently well, but it feels like a different type of the same type of composition here in this second game, where you have some team fight power, but you kind of have to play through picks and all-ins.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about the Lee Sin value when there is miasma to be put on the ground. As classic Peter fan, absolutely fantastic. I love that. Just go Peter. That's all it is. Not even required to win. Just go out there and have a good time, Peter. And let's see whether he does do that here on the Nautilus into the Anivia. Oh wait, no, he's just probably going to have a terrible time. But hopefully he still is going to be feeling good in his mind, even though the lane is going to be absolutely horrible. The DN Supers still have a composition that can work together. See whether it does. We get on the Rift for game 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, DN Supers fans in full voice here today. It's a little bit of fun as they do get a bunch of vision down, taking the whole squad to get that ward
DNS
in there.
Put a ward down. They were all seen on that, and Sponge was like, well, okay, I'm just going to put this one over here by myself.
Yeah.
I don't think Peter's going to have a good time. The good news for Nautilus is that I suppose if the wall placement is really situationally good for Peter, it could get him in faster to a situation he wants to be in, and give him his Q cooldown reset, or
no, I don't think it's ever good.
Come on, let me try to think there could be a thing. All right, like it worked out for Nongshim in game 1 when I was trying to be a little optimistic.
I think that there are times where the Anivia is not going to be there, and therefore the Nautilus is going to have a great time. As right now, let's see whether things can work out, as right now Lehens doesn't exactly have a wall available.
He got aftershock value there.
Nailed it.
So, and he got his shield to take a little bit of damage. Again, 2 autos denied. I guess it is the counter pick to Anivia after all.
Yep, beautiful. They are getting pushed in, so that is not positive, but could be worse. Well, let's see whether the DN Supers can get some of these minions as this wave does crash on forward. Peter just going to taxi himself towards the minion. Not exactly the highest of value, as at least they do manage to hit level 2. Void Seeker comes on down there as well as the exhaust onto Doctarm. Taeun has that summoner spell. It's kind of crazy. Not going for a barrier or anything like that.
I think he just knows they win this lane kind of by default, and it could be powerful in the 2v2, but also it's great into Nocturne and also the Ambessa. So kind of cool. I forgot who was mentioning it. I think it was Ox who mentioned it recently, that we just don't really see that summoner spell all too often anymore, but cool to see that on an 80 carry defensively here.
Oh, Dudu looking for an angle towards King in here. Just gets a grass proc and gets himself out of there, but Minina is a little susceptible here. Has some more aggression. Mini wall goes down as Lehens getting some E value and the electrocute. Man, Doctarm just has to get out of there.
One of the weaknesses of Kai'Sa is that she doesn't do very well in the early laning phase in most matchups. So we've been talking a lot about Nautilus. Kind of, Kai'Sa is also struggling a little bit.
Just going to take a cull and see whether they can avoid it. It's 5 losses in a row here for the Rise.
This is why Closer's like, Seawolf! That's why I went for a little blonde pick.
Well, let's see whether that losing streak is going to come to an end, or whether it's going to be this losing streak that can come to an end.
All right, one of these streaks ends no matter what.
There we go. Ambessa been struggling a little bit here in the LCK so far this week. Sponge looking for an angle towards Closer. Flash out. Doesn't want to mess with it at all. Had Lehens making his way up as well. Didn't want to mess with it. Makes some sense. And
a bit of a trade up here again. It's a pretty good laning phase here for Dudu so far.
Yeah, not doing too bad on the Ambessa. King, I think, is going to still be okay as this game goes on. Team fighting on the Gnar can certainly be something that they can find a lot of success with, especially with a composition like this. Like, once again, Nongshim have just decided to go with, we're going to team fight. And they should be able to make it happen if they can play around the Gnar bar effectively.
Lehens has been trying to clear some vision here, so a little bit of extra push power for Peter and Doctarm for a moment. And he will get both of those wards.
And culls on both sides here as well for both Nongshim and DNS in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a little boring start here for the bottom 2v2.
Peter standing on vision here as Nongshim are trying to make him unaware of the fact that he is completely known in what he's doing. Flash Frost does go wide as Peter with his shield, but that gets eaten pretty quickly. Voidseeker doesn't quite do too much, and even the dredge line, the alcove just going to be getting in the way.
Taeyoon is just kind of vibing, doesn't really care. He's starting to build up a significant CS lead now. Lens will try to clear vision, and they just go straight back to controlling this because they know Pyoshik is a Nocturne that doesn't have his ult. And also, Sponge is on the bottom side of the map, so they can really just push this advantage. And even though the dredge line came through, they're like, yeah, okay, cool story. Now I'm going to turn this into a bit of a dragon start because Scout also has Prio in the mid lane.
Yeah, they've got pings out onto Pyoshik as well as Scout makes his way over. Blast Cone can be used here by Pyoshik to get himself out of the way as now Scout dealing with a Noxious Blast. And Closer's making his way over. Sponge going to have to give up on this Drake, I think, for the moment, as the DN Supers are making their way in. That's a Realm Warp, and that will be able to get them behind. There is the Petrifying Gaze, but it doesn't get a stun onto anyone. Still gets a fair bit of damage down as Nongshim not hard committing to a fight or anything like that right now. And the health bars are looking dangerously low on both sides. Q connects from Sponge. They're not going to be going in on that resonating strike as Lahens flashes in, looking for Closer as the wall goes down, but the Snake Lady is going to survive. The egg is brought out, but it's the kill onto Pyoshik, and the flash in is beautiful. Scout's able to lock down one, and it's a triple here for Nongshim. 3 on the floor already, and they were waiting for the exact right moment, and it works out beautifully.
It is so massive that the Anivia passive exists in this case, and Lahens knows it. He's going to make that aggressive play. That's the trigger to go in, because moments before that, it looked like Scout's Realm Warp up into the aggressive play was going to be enough, but Sponge doesn't connect his Sonic wave, so he's not able to actually follow on it. This is when Lahens goes back in here. The wall splits Pyoshik off. He's exhausted as well. He gets taken out. Lahens goes into egg.
Everyone flashes.
Like, Sponge actually hits a massive E there as well. And it's just too much damage in the skirmish. And
Engage Anivia, baby.
Engage Anivia, indeed.
And now they're up 1.6k here very early in the game. And the DN Supers find themselves on the back foot. Not something that they were used to in the last game, despite the result. Let's see whether they can turn this one around, because I think we all just want 3 games, you know? That is, that's kind of the dream here. But right now, Nongshim are looking like they might be the best team in the LCK after week 1. Unequivocally.
Yeah, a big F sword in Taeyoon's inventory.
Wow. I always thought it was just BF sword.
I thought the B was for big and then the F was for F.
Ah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Aha.
So that's why I said big F. I don't want to say the whole thing.
I always thought it was fluffy.
Well, I mean, if you look at the sword, it doesn't really...
But I was playing on very low graphics. So it looked pretty fluffy.
Sure.
That's what it kind
Is it a long sword or a great sword? I think it's a great sword.
I mean, it can't be a long sword because a long sword's a long sword.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it's a broadsword.
It could be a broadsword. Yeah, I think you're on to something.
It's a broad, fluffy sword. That must be what it is.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. We figured it out. Got to the bottom of it. As Kingen and Dudu continuing to fight here. Dudu is behind a little bit as Kingen has taken back some control of this lane. Also has a call for himself at the same time. So they're going to be cashing in a fair bit of money as this game goes on as Nongshim. Oh dear. Dudu, you could be in a little bit of trouble, my friend. And there's a huge wave of minions as well, as the Nara is going to be avoided here by Dudu. Very nicely done, but Scout is making his way over. There's the safeguard from Sponge. Doesn't quite find the Q, but this is still going to be a kill going over despite some shenanigans. Closer's going to make his way in, though, as Sponge looking to try and get himself out. He is definitely dead, as the Realm Warp will allow Scout to escape.
Sponge didn't have flash. If he did, maybe he could have flashed into the Realm Warp there.
Oh, the flash forward, the Petrifying Gaze just straight up misses! And in goes Pyoshik. He will be able to find a kill, and now Scout trying to survive. Some alcove gaming can come on through as the Dustbringer connects, and that is a dead rise. And Pyoshik is all of a sudden pretty fed.
Pyoshik gonna pick up some stacks of his Ultimate Hunter, which is really huge off of this, but I still think it's a win for Nongshim. As you can see, Dudu up here plays this early really well and goes back towards the turret at the last moment, but Scout picks up the turret aggro so Sponge can finish off the kill. The problem for Scout is that he's very low, so there's a potential follow-up here with the Nocturne. Unfortunately for Closer, he ults so many minions.
He did ult a lot of minions.
and it was a, what, like 6-man minion ult.
Yeah, he was making sure that he was hitting Kingin, because that was how Pyosik was going to make his way in.
Sure.
I don't think it was even in range of Scout at that point in time with a level 1 ultimate, and so he had to hit Kingin. He was just hoping that he'd also get Scout. So that's kind of the play. I think a little bit sacrificial, like kind of cool, the way that it worked out in the end.
Pyosik is the biggest victor of this on the DNS side. I again still think this was good for Nongshim, but he has his Hexplate done, and he has 2 more stacks, right, of the Ultimate Hunter. So he needs to be using that ult as quickly as possible, as often as possible, to try to bring this game back into a playable one for DNS. Because if you look at the gold here for 80 carries...
Yeah, don't look at the bottom lane is basically how it's supposed to go. And I mean, this was an unwinnable lane that they decided to pick themselves into, right? Like, Kai'Sa Nautilus was never really going to do it into the Sivir and Nivea, which is kind of crazy, because Sivir doesn't often win early, but in this lane, she does.
Pyosik, he has carried so many games that seemed unwinnable. Even games that were kind of unwinnable because of him. As Sponge will get out.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. Safeguards away.
They could get the second dragon here if they can hold on to control of the bottom side of the map, but it's 40 seconds away, so it looks like they're going to reset, and that prio may not be theirs. As Kingin is still loving life up here in the top lane.
And actually doing a fair bit of damage here, despite the fact that Dudu does have his Eclipse now completed. First item's not quite done yet for Kingin, as Dudu looks for the angle, finds a public execution onto Kingin, as there's the paranoia as well. Wallop is great onto 2, as he flashes over, and Peter is going to be there. Dredge, depth charge, sorry, comes on through, and he flashes to miss the dredge line. Still, Dudu is making his way over, and they're not going to venture any further forward. Killer Instinct down from Doctom, trying to outplay this as Lahens goes down exceptionally low, and Taeun manages to tank up the turret. The last shot, not enough, and they get the dive to work out.
Oh, a bit of a disaster for DNS all over.
And they didn't even kill Kingin.
No, they didn't kill Kingin. He gets away. Peter heals for Dudu, and Dudu's like, I can't get him.
Yeah.
That was a really sad moment where you see Dudu just like, you could see in his movement that he's like, Peter, come on, man. You hit that and we kill him. If you don't, please don't heal also. Down here, tank of the turret here from Taeun at the last possible second is pretty cool. Lahens actually gets out and doesn't even pop his egg. Taeun survives. Actually didn't even look intentional there on second look, but cool that he survives. He is 1,500 gold ahead now of Doctom, who is just trying to play League of Legends in this series, but kind of struggling to do so.
Yeah, it is next to impossible, and these waves will be eliminated in an instant, as Closer is going to have to flash to get over towards Lahens. Does poison him here, as he needs to take the Realm Warp to get out to safety. The poison's ticking down, but it's not enough to kill him, and Lahens, he is on the verge of death so many times, or the verge of egg, so many times this game, and this time is able to keep his egg unbroken.
He is having a great game, and this is very Lahens-esque, right? Where you're always in harm's way, you're always in danger, but sometimes either you find the engage or you bait them into a positive situation. As in this game, only the Cassiopeia is ahead for DNS.
And the gold leads are relatively small on the top side of the map. It's just the bottom lane that is once again hugely problematic.
The Kai'Sa not existing in a comp that has Nocturne and Ambessa is a little concerning because she kind of needs to press R with the other R buttons to kill somebody. In this case, Taeun or Scout. Possibly Kingin. Poor Peter, man. He is really trying to make something happen.
Just walk around the corner and Hex Flash again, Peter. He'd never know. As back towards the bottom lane by the looks of things for the Nautilus.
Well, that fan sign for Go Peter has kind of stayed true. He's going.
He's going. That's what we're talking about. Is all right, Kingin. Lights go off, and let's see whether the Nara is going to survive. He does hop, but still gets speared, and there is the public execution. Down he goes. Kingin not going to survive this time, as now some Crystalline Overgrowth will be wiped out before the DN Supers leave.
Okay, that's a pick. That's a little bit of side lane control, but what does it mean? Like, you know, Scout's moving up to the top side. He'll be able to catch that wave. They have the Sivir here in mid, and Doctom isn't even pushing the bottom wave to get plates or anything. So you got the gold from the kill, and Pyosik's ultimate is really low cooldown, even pre-level 11 here, but I think they need a lot more. It's really what I'm getting at.
Oh, the Hex Splash dredge line does come on through, but Peter not going to follow up on that one. Did have ulti, but they were not going to overcommit. As yeah, Dokdam is just still having an absolutely terrible time. Pyoshik taking a lot of damage here from Lehens, and is just electing to move out of the way of the Icy Bird.
If Dokdam was like pushing bottom lane or something when that happened on the top side and he got a few extra plates to put a dent in that deficit he has, would have felt like, okay, well, they kind of got a double win there, but killing the Gnar, who's still 200 gold ahead, who's about to be more gold ahead when he kills 3 more minions, is at least a proactive play, I suppose, as Lehens is like, I'm top Anivia now.
This is the fastest Anivia I've ever seen, by the way. Good old Swifty Slay. Just really flapping around at high speed.
390 movement speed.
Absolutely gorgeous. And she is notoriously extraordinarily slow normally. So pretty cool. And they're going to take themselves a Rift Herald at the same time. Looks like this top outer turret will survive for the minute. As Paranoia comes through once again, the DN Super's looking for an angle as there's a teleport from Dudu to try and bring him into that back line. Can he actually find an angle though as Dokdam gets in on top? Public execution to hold Scout in position. They do manage to take him down. Taeyoon is now in amongst the entire team. And Dokdam does manage to at least get one of these kills. Kingen will be taking the turret on the bottom side of the map though, so first brick over to Nongshim. Something at least for the DN Supers.
This is a more significant win, for sure, in this set of picks here for DNS. They unfortunately were unable to deny the Rift Herald, and the Herald was picked up by Sponge, but ended up getting a shutdown to Dudu. He's still behind on gold because of the call cash in, and he may also die. So.
Yeah, he might be a little bit dead. Sonic Wave is going to miss. Might give him a bit of an angle, especially with the flash, as this turret is not long for the world. They just take it out, and they're going to take out Dudu as well. In comes Pyoshik, and Closer is here as well, looking for an angle. As there is Peter to turn up. Petrifying Gaze doesn't do too much, but they'll take King in and look to take him down. He does have Flash back up and available, and he gets over the wall once again. And Nongshim will make it out.
Peter learned from the last time. He's like, this time I'm not going to flash for it.
Oh, and now Peter might be in trouble. Does have to flash out himself.
And
this is crazy.
Herald, and this is going to be a second charge, I think, even onto the inner turret.
How do they keep getting away with it, Wolf?
They just have so much map control right now. It's going to be so much plate money. And just the raw damage of the turret will be really important later on, because this comp has crazy wave clear with Rise and Sivir. Has a strong side laning Gnar that's 1,000 gold ahead. And King of that Flash, and he has just been hopping really well this game.
Oh yeah.
He's incredibly
And it's
mobile.
the same wall. The same wall gets them. Twice in a row. Oh man. Okay, Nongshim with absolutely everything going for them. And this time around it's a Sivir, who is going to get hit by a dredge line. Now Pyoshik turns out the lights, looks for an angle towards Kingen, who does transform and hop crush to get himself out.
They got to stop trying to kill this Gnar, especially when he's got his Gnar bar available.
They do force Mega, so now maybe they can try and catch them when the Mega Gnar does work. I don't know, man. I think it's probably...
Closer doesn't have TP, and he's just like, I don't think so. I don't trust. You guys are just going to have to give Soul play. It's an Ocean Dragon, so that's good news for us, right?
Hey, and what happened in the last game? Give Soul, win game.
Yes.
Right? And so DNS are like, hang on a second. Souls are the worst. We don't want those. I want to win the game instead.
Some different numbers and some different champions here for the potential soul holding team. But I like where you're, I like the optimism.
Yeah.
Half full, half full. That's what we're doing today.
Yep. And public execution into the bottom lane here as well as Dokdam with Killer Instinct looking to try. Okay, Scout is able to get himself out. Didn't actually see the Realm Warp there, but Dokdam has Supercharger. He can always just run far enough, and that was a very short Realm Warp. So not quite able to get out. Nongshim going for a bit of a cross map here though as the Q comes forward. Mini stun into the wall there, but Closer might actually be all right here as the depth charge is good still. Oh, never mind. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, they have a lot of
damage. Snake just gets destroyed.
Sponge is pretty big. He does have his cleaver. And so the mini stun there is enough. Dokdam, by the way, he is not very big. He have to run away very quickly. It was cute when he pressed Q there, and Taeyoon appreciates the enthusiasm.
Well, Paranoia does come on down here as Taeyoon flashes to get himself out of the way. Dredgeline is going to miss, though, as now it's Sponge looking for an opportunity. Nongshim want to fight this, though, by the looks, as Lehens is caught off towards the side, and Sponge just takes down 2! Oh, he is so far ahead. The flash does nothing. It's a triple for the Lee Sin. And Nongshim, I think they're looking to stay undefeated here in the LCK for week 1.
It does look that way. Man, what a performance here from Sponge. it was Owner who did this yesterday, where he's just like, yeah, nah, I'm gonna pick the Lee Sin, and it's just gonna be fine. And we were a little bit worried about it, but it worked out. And Pyosik has a really low cooldown on his ultimate, and he is proving that by forcing a lot of really awkward almost wins in these fights. Like, he's being proactive, but they're just way too far behind to be trying to force this. And the Ambessa was so late that they just kind of jumped into the meat grinder.
Yeah,
not great.
Nothing that they could do about it as well. Nongshim fans pretty psyched. 3 Gamer fans not so psyched. I saw Chronicler in the chat. He was not exactly happy about this one not going the distance.
I was kind of hoping we go the distance. You know, considering the draft in Game 1 was good for DNS, this draft I like significantly less, but you know, I was hoping they could turn things around. Pyosik could pop off and we get a fearless Game 3 where the drafts get even more interesting, but not looking likely.
Yeah, not today by the looks of things. However, ain't over till it's over. You know, the fat lady ain't singing yet.
Closer's going to match Scout's experience-ish with a finish of the Rod of Ages here fairly soon.
There you go. And Nongshim looking to start off this Baron. It is going to be spotted immediately as Dredgeline brings Peter a little bit closer towards the situation. And Pyosik, he just needs vision and he can make his way in. The wall just barely able to move out of the way of it is Pyosik. But still, Nongshim have this one very, very low, and look, they're just keeping them out. Dudu wants to try and make his way in, though, as now teleports, bringing Closer in. There's the paranoia, as they just disengage immediately. Peter just trying to keep this one leashed as Pyosik. He goes in anyway, the kick comes out. Is he able to steal it? Yes, he is! Pyosik will pay for it with his life, and Peter is likely to go down, but they need to keep some Barons alive. As in goes Sponge, and over the wall goes Octon. It was pretty cute, actually, but still not going to work out. And Dudu, the only Baron left on Summoner's Rift.
This is the backbreaker. This is the end of DNS's chances here. 30 seconds on their carries to defend. They do not have to end right now, but they will open the base. And from this point on, you're like, okay, Kingen can't actually defend access to the pit here, so Pyosik will get in with his ultimate. And then they actually focus the Baron down to set this up for him. It's a really well-played situation here by DNS. Good smite from Pyosik. But there's no way they can win the team fight, so it doesn't really feel like it's a big win at all. Just kind of a delaying of the inevitable as Sponge plays this into Duckdom incredibly well, flashes on him, and takes him out. He's up 6 kills now.
Yeah.
The big fight between Sponge and Lehens for POM right now, I think, is really the most interesting part of what's left of this series.
I'm probably leaning towards Sponge, just with how well he punished in game number 1. And then this Lee Sin performance is just kind of taking over the game. I'm looking at a 0-0-10 Anivia, though, which is Lehens being kind of crazy. And that first engage was psychotic, but it worked. And now they have leads absolutely everywhere. Not to mention, I mean, Taeun might be an honorable mention as well.
Yeah, frankly, I mean, he's massively ahead in the game this time around as well, and just had a great day. We won't talk about him going into melee range on Jhin. We'll just let that one slide.
Yeah. As now Ocean Salt on the table, and there is no way for the DN Supers to make their way in. They may still try. I just don't think
Pyosik's got his ult.
Recommended.
A miracle could happen again. Maybe.
Yeah. All right, there is a Gnar into the wall. Public Execution comes down as the exhaust onto Dudu, and he just gets out of there. Now Lehens could just be dead, taken down to the egg immediately, and Duckdom wants to finish it. He is going to be able to get there as there is the kick. Oh, the hook in midair! And Sponge is able to help secure a Petrifying Gaze, though, to take down the Lee Sin. And Taeun, oh, the poison was ticking, but it's not enough to take him out as they realm warp to safety. Teamfight loss for Nongshim, but they do secure the soul.
And it's honestly kind of miraculous that DNS pull this off. Peter, not quite able to hit this dredge line. He's been hex flashing around this part of the map all day long, but the crux of this for me is not only do Nongshim lose this fight here, it's Ocean Soul they pick up, which is great for Gnar on the side. Honestly, pretty good for Sivir and Ryze too, but it's not the game-winning one. And as you mentioned in Game 1, Infernal Soul wasn't the game-winning one apparently either. This is a great hook from Peter. There's no flash for the Lee Sin from that kill on a Duckdom earlier. They give a lot of gold over here. It's 1,000 gold that goes over to Closer. And they didn't get the inhibitor, actually, after the Baron teamfight, when I thought that was just a shoe, and I hadn't even realized they only got 2 plates off that mid-turret, so there's no inhibitors down, and DNS
There's
this
a lot
game is
of
kind of interesting now.
There's a lot of standing gold, Wolf.
Yeah, and bounties as well.
DNS has 0 turrets taken so far in this game. So if they can actually make it to a turret, which is difficult given the massive amount of wave clear that you've been talking about all game long, I mean, they could definitely make some money. But let's just see. Closer does have his 2-item core done, as well as the Seeker's Arm Guard.
He's been playing really well despite the situation, right? Obviously, he didn't hit the big ultimate in the top lane, but, you know, caught King, and we talked about it. They were able to make it work with Pyosik anyways.
He's got a 2-level advantage. He is gigantic.
He has a large advantage. He has been spending a lot of time just farming because his team fights have looked pretty unplayable. Closer is just half a level behind his opposition, but actually picked up a gold lead with that shutdown. Does have the Arm Guard in inventory now, so he's getting closer and closer to being a real threat here in these team fights. And if the fight goes pretty poorly for Nongshim in that, you know, your jungler gets picked off early or Lehens gets picked off early, or, you know, in some cases both, it does feel kind of playable. I think Nongshim should still be in a winning position in this game, but one more mistake and then suddenly, just like that, DNS could win this game. The fact that that inhibitor is still up, they weren't able to take that down, is the biggest win here for DNS, because they could delay this game, get this Cassiopeia a little bit stronger, try to play through this Ambessa a little bit more.
They need to get Doctom some money, though. He is still exceptionally far behind. You can see, I mean, what is that, 70 CS or something like that? Close to 80 in favor of Taeyun on this Sivir, who has just been slurping up minion waves all over the Rift. You can see 270 at 26 minutes is not bad at all.
Just Sivir things, and Sponge here trying to help threaten this turret, but they're going to defend it. Cassiopeia can clear waves pretty well as well.
I think this is doo-doo or not doo. I think that's what this game is going to be about. I think that Dudu has been playing fantastically well so far, and I think if he finds the right public executions, if he's able to punish Nongshim effectively, then this could be a 3-gamer. That is what we're hoping for, ladies and gentlemen.
Rod of Ages, Seraph's Rise that's difficult to kill. A Sivir with Spell Shield who can almost just kite back and kill anyone who gets on top of her. She has Exhaust as well. I think there are some big maybes, right? Like some ifs. And like, maybe you could kill these carries, maybe you could pop off, maybe Kingen overextends, but I think in execution, DNS are not going to get that same fight they got, but if something goes horribly wrong,
yeah, there is.
It just takes one.
Dusk and Dawn is done. That's 3 items for Doctom. That's a big deal. The 3 items that Taeyun's put together are probably a little bit better, but still, DN Supers are not out of it just yet. Baron spawning in 8 seconds time though, and Nongshim with so much vision control around this area. You can see DNS are really struggling to get themselves even into the jungle on this top side.
For Nongshim, it's just don't let go. Don't give up control, but don't go too far. Just play it measured, and now look at all the vision that they got, the wave clear they have. This Baron is just going to get started up again, and this time, the steal a little bit trickier for Pyosik. They do have no vision, no idea.
Yeah, Peter is now in an awkward spot as well. He flashes! The depth charge goes in, the dredge line there as well as Pyosik trying to stay alive. Public execution into the back line, and Taeyun's already dead! Doctom though is tanking up the Baron, and the Q connects from Sponge. Beautifully done to take down this Kai'Sa. Now Dudu is possibly the next one to go. Dredge line is there, Petrifying Gaze onto 3 is good, but the health bars are going down so low, and DNS just not quite enough. They got the Sivir, but that was it.
They got the Sivir. There's just so many threats in this comp. And for DNS, I honestly, I kind of feel like this was a little bit botched by Nongshim. They could have just tried to play on a turn on Baron. They actually set a trap and gave the opportunity here for this dive composition to actually get a kill. Sponge is definitely POM, by the way.
Well.
Yeah. He is actually 100% POM if they win this game, which still seems very likely. The guy is out of control good. He's like, nah, you don't get away with this.
Nope.
Good ultimate from Closer, as you called out in the play-by-play, but it's not enough to change the tides. They're still alive, technically. Their base is still got its inhibitor turrets up. You know,
Elder is still flippable.
It's technically flippable. And Pyosik's got ult, he's got flash, he's got his smite. So we've already seen him get 1 big steal in this game.
Yep. Closer as well hasn't broken his arm guard, so at least he does have that available to him at the same time. But
he should get 16 relatively soon here.
That's a Majai's for Lehens, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no.
That's the kind of game that we're in right now.
Rod of
Ages,
that's a good
fully
thing
stacked.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing for Nongshim?
have no
it's that kind of game, but like that kind of game means the kind of game where we're like a little bit unsure about the outcome.
Yeah, well, he is going to make his way over and look to try and block out DNS from this Elder Pit. Q connects here from Sponge. They are magnetic in this game. As Kingen is going to transform, possibly a little bit early. As he does just throw a drill towards DNS. Voidseeker does get a lot of information there as well, as Nongshim looking to siege instead. Dudu on a flank angle is decent.
Angle is really good here.
Oh, Sponge looking to try and do something here as Depth Charge does come out from Peter. There's a public execution. They take down the Sivir once again. And there goes the Anivia as well. A 2-for-1. You take those if you're DNS.
Yeah, this is another big botch here for Nongshim because it's a 2-for-1 as Elder is spawning. They're going to Realm Warp on top of it and try to rush this down. There's a TP here, though.
Yeah.
Closer. I don't know if they have enough time. I don't think they do, Atlas, and now they're in an awkward spot.
I think they thought that they were going to get away with it, but that is not actually the case.
Now they're kind of in a really rough spot. Duckdom spotted.
These health bars are so low. The Q is going to miss this time, though, from Sponge. The Boomerang does go wide as well, as now Dudu looking for the angle. Killer Instinct as Duckdom goes into 3 people. He goes golden, and I don't think DNS have the DPS to take down the dragon. And there goes the Kai'Sa. DNS still just watching as this dragon goes lower and lower. This is such an awkward moment. As Sponge wraps his way around. That is a missed Q once again. As Dudu, pretty strong with the kick, brings him back, and now he's in amongst 3 people and gets taken out by Kingen.
Yoshik's ult's coming back up, but I don't know if it's really relevant. He needed to buy more time, and they just weren't able to do it without Duckdom here.
They do have the information here, but that's all 5 alive on the side of Nongshim.
That control word is so high value now.
Yeah, DNS not going to be able to stop this. And it's just Sponge by himself that is going to be taking this one down while the rest of the team just push DNS away.
It's impressive, I will say, Atlas, that in 31 minutes in, with a Baron that's now gone, that with the Sivir Rise comp, they still haven't opened the base. They got the Elder, but the Baron's wearing off, so maybe DNS could somehow survive this Elder, play defensively and get us to another Elder fight, but despite the botch early on, Nongshim are just so far ahead.
Well, they're going to look for Kingen one more time, as Pyoshik this time is going to be able to find the spell shield. Very nicely done there, but just don't think he was really all that killable in that moment.
Does kind of slow down this push, though, and his ult is going to come back really quickly, as we've been talking about this whole game, this Nocturne. But it's just delaying. They're happy to let this inner turret go if it means that maybe they could keep these inhibitors alive, as Pyoshik's going to back away, back home. They just need to clear waves as fast as possible. Sponge?
Yeah, Sponge is going to take a little bit of damage.
1 wave down. Let's see if they can defend this inhibitor. It's going to be so tough.
Yeah, he's on vision. Yeah, this inhibitor is definitely gone in the bottom lane. But I don't think Nongshim are going to be able to win the game off this necessarily, but we'll just have to find out, because they do have the Elder, and it makes it very, very difficult. Still, DNS are dealing with these waves as best they can. First Nexus turret, though, is under fire, and DNS, they don't want to fight into the Elder, but they're going to have to, otherwise they're just going to lose the game. That is the first turret taken, though, for DNS. That's at least something. Hook is going to connect onto Sponge. Depth Charge is going to be spell shielded nicely as Sponge gets himself out and will be able to survive.
Now with this wave's coming through, I think Nongshim should be able to end the game.
Yep, on the hunt. He's going to get popped there as down will go Pyoshik. Nothing he can do about it now that Nexus is bare. Public execution comes down. Taehyun going down very, very low once again. The flash is going to be denied as Sivir is able to get the kill. And Nongshim, off the back of the Elder Dragon, are going to pick up the 2-0 and be our first place team in the LCK after week 1.
Well played here by Nongshim. And give Sponge his POM after that performance.
Oh, hell
Out of control good. And there was some shaky moments in the game for sure. I think they could have been a lot more decisive with how they set up their wave pushes with a Gnar, Ryze, Sivir composition. But paranoia keeps you honest a lot of the time, and they wanted to make sure they did not lose the game. Scout's Realm Warp there at the end was a little bit puzzling to me because it put the minions in a much more clearable state there.
Yeah.
And a lot of them went down, but it still was not enough. I think that's Kingen's mom there that we saw.
Yep, 2-0 for him as well. Feels good to have your family here to see such a great performance, and especially out of Kingen himself, right?
Yeah.
Like, avoided so many of those ganks, really was able to build tempo for his team.
Controlled the lane. Only fell behind the experience because the Ambessa was just AFK for a while, trying to push that lead back. in some ways, a little bit concerning with how the lane went. The draft was a little bit puzzling with the tools they had and did not take, but still won in both cases. But Lehens had a great performance. I think probably the second front runner for POM.
Yeah, he also he built a Magi's on Anivia in the support role, which is something worth voting for, in my opinion. I still think Sponge should get it with every single one of the votes because he was out of control good on the Lee Sin. And you really can be a paperweight if you don't make those big plays happen, and he was just doing it the entire time. This, though, was Lehens.
We could talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly for DNS. Like, the good was closer, right? In game one, his LeBlanc was incredible. He completely gapped Scout, got a huge lead with the counter pick he got. And, you know, we saw a pretty good performance from Pioshik. Decent performance on the top side here as well from Dudu. But the ugly was the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Duckdom and Peter just could not get it done today. Peter had some misses in team fights. He was able to, in this game, set them up for success in some kind of freebies that Nongshim gave them, so he was able to help successfully punish. But in the 2v2 especially, he and Duckdom just looked outclassed. And it's Taeyun on the other side, right? A player that we were so critical of. Duckdom's a Worlds finalist. He and Peter got picked up on this roster, and we expected that this was going to be a huge upgrade for DNS. And here in LCK 2026 so far, it has not necessarily felt that way. They won their first series, but in this second one, felt like a bit of a reality check.
Yeah. It's kind of awkward, isn't it, that KT have found so much success in this first week, but Peter and Duckdom not necessarily able to find the same when in the LCK Cup we were talking about that losing that bottom lane as being a big problem for KT. But not seeming to be the case just yet. They're just going to have to prove it's wrong in the weeks following.
Sponge is 2 levels up in this situation against Pioshik. There's nothing Pioshik can do. He didn't have his ultimate. That was the big difference maker in that fight, which could have been the Elder going over to DNS in a more even game state, as these are the final moments here. This first wave gets cleared because it gets realm warped in, but the second wave is going to arrive in just a moment, and with Elder here, it's so tough to mess this up. Look at how much damage Closer's already taken. Even Lehens' ultimate is really burning them down.
Yeah, and DNS were doing their very best not to fight into Elder. The problem was they were going to lose the game, and so they had to pull the trigger. They lose their Nocturne, and at that point, there is just nothing they can do. Taeyun managing to survive there. This time around was problematic, and Kingan's ultimate here is just gorgeous. With the help of the wall at the same time, really nicely done. And Nongshim, strength to strength here this week, taking down DK, and that was not close at all. And here, really dispatching of DNS, getting some revenge from the LCK Cup there, where they did lose their final best of 5 against them to be eliminated. Kind of crazy. Or was it the second last? I'm not entirely sure. They lost to DRX and to the DNS. And Sponge is going to pick it up, his first POM so far. And I hope it was unanimous, because my God, he was so good.
Yeah, I think maybe the please give back-to-back palm to Lehens fan sign holder is probably going, no, he should have gotten it. And like, he could have gotten it if the Lee Sin performance was not this insane.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that Sponge was too good. It wasn't Lehens dropping the ball or anything like that. It was just that Sponge was absolutely amazing. And now we're going to be able to hear from him as well. I want to know what has changed in the Nongshim camp to make them feel so much more cohesive as a team this time around, because it feels like they're also a lot more resilient to what we saw in the LCK Cup as well.
And my read is Lehens is just looking a little bit more calm, like he's looking a little bit more focused. The 2v2s are looking a lot better in the bottom lane.
They certainly are, but now it is time to hear from Sponge. Let's throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Sponge on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! Thank you. Nongshim Red Force takes the sole first place and takes a good revenge from the LCK Cup loss. A 2-0 against DN Supers. How do you feel? You know, our practice wasn't going too well, but I think in the middle of the match we were able to kind of pick up the pace, and I'm just glad that we're able to win. And obviously we have a lot of feedback to go over because our performance wasn't exactly clean, but regardless, it was a win. We're very, very happy about that. And this must be a POM, what feels like took forever for your POM. I think it's been about a year. So given that this is your first POM as a part of Nongshim, how does that feel? You know, it's been so long since I've been on the stage for the interview. It feels kind of awkward. I'm feeling a little shaky right now. But, you know, please take care of me. Thank you. And another 2-0 following the last match, and you're wrapping up week 1 in sole first place. Did you expect to build momentum so early? You know, yeah, our scrim results weren't very good, and I feel like our match went a lot better than expected, so I'm really good. I'm feeling really good now. And in game 1, you guys gave up 4 drakes, and it looked pretty rough, but you guys still pulled through. So what sparked that turnaround? Well, it's just that we were looking and practicing a lot of that team fight angles, just how to fight in certain angles. And I think just given that everyone was on the same page and had the same understanding, I think we were all looking at the same direction. And that actually contributed a lot to the win in the end. So Pantheon, given that he was actually carrying a good win rate, your Jarvan was actually the only champion with a win against him. So what do you think of the matchup? I think each side has its own pro and con, but I think in a team fight, I feel like Jarvan actually takes the edge in the end. And in game 2, you quickly locked in Lee Sin, which looked like a decision considering Pyoshik. So can you walk us through your strategy here? Yeah, you're right about that. But I think the main thought was that, you know, even if the enemy picks whatever champion for their jungle, I felt like I could win against them with a Lee Sin. So it's a new and different Nongshim. So how are the vibes? Are you clicking well as a team? You know, the bros in the team, they're taking very good care of me, and they're always, you know, making me feel really comfortable. It's a really good time with Nongshim. And up next will be KTU, who is also on a winning streak just like Nongshim. So any word? Now KT, watching their matches, they're doing really well. So I want to make sure that we work even harder to win against them. And that's all from Sponge, and back to the desk. Thank you.
That's right, everyone. It's a brand new segment here in the space.
Can I have one?
When Nongshim goes 2-0, it's time for the spicy Nongshim celebration. I hate spicy food.
Well, why?
But Nongshim's playing too good, so we're going to celebrate.
Where's ours? Where's ours?
Well,
why
you guys like spicy food. I don't like spicy food.
I guess.
All right, while I'm breaking this one open here to celebrate the Nongshim win, go ahead.
All right.
Palms.
Let's move into palm votes and see. It was.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected.
Neck.
Yeah, I kind of expected to like just split between support and jungle. I think Lehan's definitely like. I think he's always good when the teams are stable. He always brings the fresh idea for the team, so you can actually have the extra step for the team.
He brings the fresh flavor to the team.
Yeah.
You know, the spicy picks we see, the technique on display when he really gets his, you know, grip on the noodles, I think is what we're seeing from Lehan's. Yeah, that's what
I mean, I'm just saying, you know, like this is the Shin Ramen. It's the most famous one from Nongshim. I didn't really like it like a few years ago, but right now they actually changed the flavor again to improve the flavor, and now it's so much better.
That's a big bite.
It's just so much better. Like now I'm actually just keep eating those noodles right now. Like it's actually so good. But it's actually spicy though. It is spicy.
Oh, that's a look of pain.
No, it's not a pain. It's an enjoyable spicy.
Yeah,
I would say.
He said he's weak on spice though, you know?
I mean, I love that noodle. Yeah.
Oh, he's drinking the broth. Oh man! He's dying! We have a medic on standby?
Crazy.
We might need one.
We definitely need one.
I forgot to pour our water into a cup. It has a brand on it, so I can't drink that. So I'm just going to suffer through this. All right.
Yep.
It could have gone either way.
You dug your own grave.
It could have gone It could have gone down to Lehens or in the jungle to Sponge. It went to Sponge. Let's take a look at some of our comments here from our creative minds, and we'll start with what did.
Yeah, who needs Scrub Daddy? We got Sponge here. Clean and nice.
You know, I think you might need a Sponge. Have you been on Mars? Have you been on the Mars?
True.
He's got like...
Sponge, where are you? I need you. Like, what happened to my outfit? I don't know. But anyways, I really like this gameplay. I think the game one, it was really rough for him because every single laner is getting ganked or getting solo killed, but it was not his fault, you know? And he was the one who made a huge comeback at the Raptor.
Absolutely. He's going back for more?
I mean, it tastes good. I'm telling you. Did you ever try that?
Yeah, but I mean, I can handle spicy food.
Yeah, I mean, he's just acting, you know? He's a really bad actor.
I don't think he is.
We've eaten together. You know I'm not good at this. Oh! Who lives in a pineapple under bot lane?
Nongshim Spongy!
Hey! You got there, nice! I kind of expect that. Nice.
I love that they added the eye patch on there for you as well. Like, I wasn't sure if there's going to be enough time.
Let's bang it.
One more time, because everyone at home knows that one.
Oh, my... I told you!
Helios.
Oh,
Top 3 Lee Sin and Chichichick Lallpark. Cloud Templar.
There's no Helios, though.
And Sponge.
Oh, he kind of demoted himself.
Sacrificed himself. You know what? This is a very selfless move.
Respect.
Respect.
But who's going to replace the Cloud Templar?
There's a few people I have in mind. You know, we have a lot of good.
What do you mean?
A lot of good.
Gotta respect Cloud Templar there.
Yeah.
But anyways, I think yeah, we need some respect on his Lee Sin. It was insane, like powerful gameplay at game 2.
There's Umpty Smite Fight Team Gap because the team helped out with the smites.
Yeah. I mean, oftentimes we've had a lot of POMs, you know, in the LCK Cup where it's like, wow, such good smite steals, like the Canyon one. This wasn't necessarily about the smites. There was actually some assistance from teams. Even the Baron, Yoshik actually got, but it was more so the map play and the fighting itself, which Sponge excelled on. So did a backup on the team when it came to the objective securing.
All right, and one more time for me to gloat while I eat. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Who didn't believe in the Noodle Boys? Because I did. And the man that was at home, he sent me a picture playing with his son earlier. Valdez, we're knowers. Prince, the non-flip-flopper, that's the face of non-knowers. They couldn't handle the spice like I can. Here we go. Well, I know this is like such a telling tale that this, you know, people are at home are like, that's not spicy. I don't like spice. I'm already sweating. Can you see it? Here we go.
Oh yeah, you are. But yeah, I mean, I think these two teams are like performing really well. I think especially this week, first week of the LCK. So I kind of expected to go for like game 3, but it didn't happen. It feels bad.
Yeah, I think game 1 was a surprising one.
Oh yeah,
and I think they really lost a lot of their sort of momentum. Like I think the game 1 draft, as much as it was harder to wield, I think they had that early advantage. Game 2, I think they just didn't give themselves the tools. They had a tough bot lane. He was really going at it. I'm sorry, this is just really taking me out of what I'm trying to say.
Let's just go for standings, man.
Yeah.
Just get me out. I want to get one too, so. Yeah, I mean, Nongshim and KT, now new top 2 for LCK. Surprisingly, not just the luck, I think their gameplay-wise, they improved so much.
Yeah, I think definitely reeling from what happened to them in the LCK Cup and taking that time to improve, work on things. It's obviously worked so far. I think KT, even though they're low in the standings because they have less points, more impressive the teams they managed to beat, but still, both teams doing fantastic and exciting to have such a good week 1.
It is pretty crazy that it is Nongshim atop the standings right now. And also, it seems like we have a clip ready from our friends on the Korean desk because we had a good one.
깊은 바텀 라인 속 파인애플 이거 아닌가? 너무 좋은데요? 이거 맞아요. 스펀지 봐. 너무 잘하시는데요? 이거 옆에서 이거를 아니 떠밀어가지고 너무 잘하시네.
I love that.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
no,
that's Korean version, yeah.
Helios sacrificed himself with his own Pommon, pushed himself at the top 3 Lee Sins, and then went and did the song as well. So yeah, respect. Shout out to him.
Shout out to Helios again, just for the knowing what's what in our comments. Again, a huge victory for Nongshim, who will finish week 1 atop of the standings. And for these two squads looking for their first series victory in 2026, it's Gen G versus BNK FearX to close out the week. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK. Ooh. Woo. You see it?
Are you okay?
I think I just rubbed it.
When I lift my mic into the storm.
To be great, I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it all way. Break the sound wave, break the sound wave. All the fame music, man, we don't play. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it all way. Break the sound wave, break the sound wave. All the fame music, man, we don't play. This is excellence personified. Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake.
Don't look back now, only broken memories. All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. The deep is true or die. It's true or die. See you on the other side. I see you on the other side. Fade away, I'll fade
Close your eyes, breathing deep, feel the hurt. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. start to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
호비, 캐니어, 젠지 화이팅! 젤랑이가 넥스 이긴다. 젠지 화이팅! BFX 화이팅! 클리어 화이팅! BFX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is the final series of the week. Genji taking on BNK FearX. And this one is fun because it's a rematch, of course, of the LCK Cup. And both of these teams looking like they're a bit hungover after their trip to Brazil.
Yeah, some interesting slogans. I didn't notice until just now that Genji's tagline is "We made the start." They, however, fell down 0-1 at the start of this season, nor did not win first stand.
That being said, start was good. They did make the start.
On the BNK side, their new tagline is "No doubt." Would you press FearX to doubt with their start here to the tournament?
Maybe it's more of a more of a reference to enjoying music of No Doubt instead. Maybe that's what it is.
I could get behind it, although I have a feeling their players and their fans might be a bit too young for that.
Perhaps. Maybe Gwen Stefani, they still just like her in her solo stuff. That was a little bit more recent, I guess. But No Doubt was definitely way better. Genji did not manage to win their first match. Neither were FearX able to do so. And of course, it is a rematch of the LCK Cup Finals, but already it feels like power levels have shifted between all of our teams here in the LCK so far.
It's no surprise that Genji are trying to readjust after a pretty tough loss at first stand. The same is true of BNK, right? They both got 3-0'd by G2.
Yep.
And so they're both looking to regain their footing.
Yep. See what they have to say about it, though, in this interview.
BNK FearX도 저희와 같이 로스터를 이어온 팀이라 작년보다 확실히 더 강해지더라고요. 하지만 저희가 더 잘한다는 것을 보여줬던 것 같아요.
젠지한테 한 번도 못 이겼던 것 같은데 올해 저희 스타일대로 도전해보겠습니다.
LCK컵에서 3번이나 만나면서 BNK FearX의 전력에 대해 느끼는 바도 있었지만 우리가 할 수 있는 게 뭔지를 더 중요하게 여기고 있습니다.
많은 패배로 인해 성장할 거기 때문에 그냥 안 급하게 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
BNK FearX의 좁은 기억 없는 것 같아요. 20연승 채우고 기분 좋게 출발해보겠습니다.
20연패는 제 자존심 좀 많이 상할 것 같아서 이번에 진짜 이갈고 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
I have heard the saying, Wolf, no one beats FearX 21 times in a row.
What about the Vikla stash?
She looks like she's pulling it off, actually. I honestly
think she will be pulling it off momentarily.
She was definitely very confident, though, and I really like that. That was impressive. As first off, we will have Gen.G making their way out into the Chijijik World Park stage.
Now,
Toby's hair basically grown back at this point.
That's true. He's starting to look like his old self again. This team lost to KT Rolster, but they made it closer than T1 was able to do, right?
True.
KT is looking really strong at the moment, so I think really no shame in that loss, but trying to regain form after being incredibly dominant pre-first stand is what this team is looking to do here. Because they won the LCK Cup Finals, most people favor them to win here as well, but anything can happen in a best of 3. As for Gen.G, anything can happen in the best of 5 as well, as we've already seen.
Yeah, and I mean, like, nothing's changed for Gen.G. They are still the same group of players that are very, very good at the game. They have demonstrated it many, many times. It's just that they haven't been winning in the last couple of series.
The drafting has left a little bit to be desired. I think in first stand, a little bit more of a glaring issue than it was against KT Rolster.
Oh, God, yeah. I was
here,
not a fan.
Similar story, but I think not quite as egregious in terms of the drafting for BNK. Clean jerseys, gotta say, though.
Yeah, looking good.
The FearX jersey here this season.
Wondering where Nex is, because Nex was here last time around, but not this time.
Where is that? It's Easter, so maybe he's trying to be respectful to the Easter Bunny.
Maybe that's what it is.
Because he's got some... There he is! He's a fox, right? But he's got those bunny ears because he's a fennec fox.
Yeah.
He's a desert fox. That's why they got the sandstorm and all that, you know.
Yeah, it all makes sense. I don't like foxes very much, Wolf.
Why? What?
What
about Fox McCloud?
Fox killed my rabbit when I was 7.
Well, that's not what happens in Star Fox. Peppy and Fox are buddies.
I know they're buddies, and that's what I was playing Star Fox at the time, and then I found out that my rabbit was dead, and it was a fox's fault.
And you were like, Slippy, like, no!
Yes. Exactly right. Like that. And then General Pepper was like, General Pepper here, and I was like, nobody died.
He needed the fox's help, and you were not about that.
All right. Well, FearX, let's see whether they can do the impossible this time around. As we mentioned, no one beats FearX 21 times in a row, Wolf.
I don't think anyone has. So that's a true statement.
Yeah.
I think if BNK are going to win, it's not going to be that they can win just by draft alone. I don't think they're quite at KT's caliber right now, which is crazy to say, but after what we've seen, there's a bit of a gap, right? I think it has to be through playing around Raptor in the early game and trying to put Canyon down, because he has been up and down. He's had some amazing games this year, but he's also still had some of those shakier games that always make us a little bit worried. He always bounces back, right, and ends up being one of the highest POM leaders, and it's the same story every time, right? But maybe you catch him on a vulnerable day, maybe Raptor outplays him, Diablo gets ahead, and maybe that's the story that BNK can tell after this series.
See what they can actually get done. I want to see Gen.G properly bounce back, though, because the LCK doesn't feel right without them at least playing well, you know? That's what I want to see. We'll see whether they can get back onto the horse here today, because that match against KT was a bit of a rough one. Even though they were able to take a game, it was just not quite enough in the end. That would get them into, theoretically, Legend territory. But right now, Legend and Rise Group are looking absolutely hilarious. So what I really want,
state coming up after
I really want FearX to win, just so that it looks pretty much upside down.
I think that I truly believe this, that Genji did not play as bad as KT had some pretty cool picks. They had a good read. Their picks,
honestly,
KT surprised Genji.
Yeah, KT looked legitimately good. I don't know what that means. I don't want to make assumptions. Like you say, the POG State's going to be a whole lot of fun because I don't think anyone really wants to make outrageous assertions after 1 week of KT play.
I don't want to say that FearX looked legitimately bad, but their loss looked a little bit more on them than I think, for me, Genji's loss against KT looked.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I actually think that, and Genji were at least able to win a game, right? There's at least something to be had there. And I think as well, Genji, after returning to the drawing board and really getting humbled after that loss to KT, should be coming back a lot more scary. And they know how to dismantle FearX, right? They took them out in the LCK Cup. These two teams have been playing together against each other quite a lot over the last few weeks here on the main stage. So you can see Diablo just trying to get himself into the right headspace. Bit of an eyelid massage is what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
But I
think that's a great assessment.
I haven't done eyelid massage myself. I'm trying it now. Yeah.
Atlas will be casting the game with his eyes closed.
Oh, it just feels weird, man. I don't know. I'm not really about it. Oh, we had the pip. There we go. Yeah, this is what I was doing.
Yeah.
All right. Now I can't see what's happening in the rest of the draft. Now I can. It's going to be a Varus ban to start things off. Oh, my vision's blurry. Wolf, you're going to have to take over.
Okay.
This massage was terrible. Talk to Diablo. Tell him to stop doing it.
You know, like, I think even with your eyes closed, you could expect the Pantheon ban to come through here.
I hope so.
After Karma, of course. And
I think Karma, Rumble, and Pantheon should be the bans.
See the Azir ban away from Chovy. Could still lead to a Ryze first pick, even if the Pantheon is banned, but...
Yeah, maybe you ban Vi or something like that in order to go for a trade or an Ashe or...
Okay, there's just too many broken champions to do on second pick. You're like, well, there's a lot. I guess they're going to get one of them. We have to get two.
I mean, it's crazy that... Also, Ryze only just won his first game, right? He was on a 5 losing streak.
It's so tempting for... Okay, they're going to take the Ryze. I think this is definitely the right call. It's so tempting, though, for FearX to go for the Yunara first pick here because the Ashe is banned.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But then you give Ryze Pantheon, so I think that would be a mistake. They will take away the Ryze, so Pantheon can go over here. And Chovy has quite a few picks he can play with his Pantheon, even the Taliyah.
Yeah, I was thinking Pantheon Taliyah could be an option.
But, like, if it's Chovy, he could play, like, Pantheon Ahri. We're like, oh, yeah, that's a solid good start. See what he does end up grabbing here, because I think it will be his pick to come through.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia could also be an option, but the Anivia is another one, as there is the Yunara lock-in.
So they'll take it themselves.
Yeah, you were mentioning the fact that FearX could have been going that way. Now the denial does come in.
Just feels like they want Diablo to slam down the Lucian and or Corki lane and try to battle it out.
The classic Javan handshake into the Pantheon.
I don't know.
Hey, it just won its first match.
Yeah, I don't feel good about this. I'd rather play through Diablo in the bottom lane and give Raptor anything else because he has so many champions he can play to try to play through bottom side. See what they do lock as their third here.
Well, just going to be a Nautilus.
Nautilus priority is in such a peculiar place right now here in the LCK.
It's much higher than I was expecting. But
it's like, I would like to...
I love this lock-in, by the way.
Kellen is just like, I would like to lose lane. Anyone supporting me? And because FearX are such a supportive squad, they're like, yeah.
Do you know what the most ridiculous thing is? Anivia is great in mid lane and support right now.
Yes.
Like, you're very happy to do so. And Javan is in the jungle, so it's not going to be any of Raptor's shenanigans with the jungle Nautilus. I think this is just an absolute flub. As far as draft is concerned.
I just watched it, like, what was it, an hour ago?
Yeah, not even.
Peter is like, I think this is the angle. And
go Peter. Not this game. He's not in this game. He's wondering why they picked Nautilus somewhere else. And FearX is wondering why they picked Nautilus now.
I don't want to, like, tunnel vision on this, but we will talk about this more later. As we'll look at the rest of these picks now. Difficult for FearX because this Anivia is flexible. You could still ban Cassiopeia and just say, I still don't want to deal with that. They're putting their focus on the top side instead because they don't want to frontline for this Yunara. and potentially Anivia carry.
And you also don't want to have your bans completely nullified by a flex pick as well. And so I think protecting top lane could be a way to do it. Keen, of course, could be playing the Anivia and just taking a leaf out of Zeus' book. It's technically a three-way flex.
And they do have the counter pick, so they're using second pick here really well. They can hold that Anivia till B5.
Yeah.
As the Corki is gone, and if this was not a Nautilus, you could still play the Nami Lucian lane, right? You could still try to play through one of your best players in Diablo, but they went for Nautilus, so...
Maybe the joke's on us, Wolf. It's top lane Nautilus.
Remember when mid Nautilus was a thing very briefly?
Yeah, I do remember that. That MSI was weird.
Remember when actually, believe it or not, 80 carry Nautilus was a thing when Senna, fasting Senna? That's not really 80 carry, but
yeah,
you know, farming Nautilus in the bottom lane kind of felt like he was farming 80 carry, but...
Wait, does that mean Nautilus has been played in every role except for top lane so far? Make it happen, Clear. Make it happen! I think it was...
Wasn't it like an IEM Gungi where Nautilus top was a thing for a second as well?
Did that actually happen? That would be very cool if he's like the only champion, one of the only champions that has been played in absolutely every single role. As that is an Alistair lock-in, confirming that Chovy will be piloting the bird.
It is going to be Senna Nautilus.
Senna Nautilus.
Speak of the devil.
And it shalleth appear.
I'm... yeah. I don't think it's good. I'm not feeling enthusiastic about this one. Although the Jace here is a little bit more interesting. So the Anivia is going mid. And with the Alistair here, it's just that classic Yunara Alistair lane that has extra frontline. Like, they're saying Ruler is the main character of this draft. Sure, Chovy's going to scale up, do a lot of damage, is going to be able to match the wave clear of the Rise, will be a big threat later on, but you've got Pantheon, Scion, Alistair, and Ruler can do whatever he wants. The Pantheon value is not as high as it has been in a lot of other drafts with strong side lanes because it's an Anivia and a Scion in this game, so you know it's still going to be a great setup CC. But the fact that they're playing into Senna means that he kind of can still get high value by just getting on top of one of the squishiest champions they could play in this lane.
Yeah, I do think that they can play through top lane, though, because Canyon should have enough damage and Keen should have enough lockdown to make sure that Clear cannot play the game if he does decide to target there. The Senna does have infinite scaling. There's that to talk about. You know, the fact that she can get very, very strong, but is largely utility. The amount of damage out of this roster is going to be about Vikla and how much he can get done on this Rise. And he's been counterpicked by the Anivia in Chovy. And Genji's composition is so bulky and has so much CC. And it's also incredibly easy to play. I say easy to play in inverted commas, but it is just a front-to-back team composition, protect the president, and that's exactly what Genji have always been best at.
This Nautilus just isn't hitting for me. I think this draft is going to be very tricky here for FearX.
I'm a little bit worried myself as well, but miracles can happen. And it's Easter. You know, maybe it's time for an Easter miracle. Let's get under the rift. I do think it's very cool that Chovy and Lehens use the same skins and they both debuted on Griffin together. I just think it's very cute.
Yeah.
What I don't find cool is that skin. I think it's just terrible.
You don't like it?
No, I've never liked it.
I don't know what it...
Winter Olympics in 2011 or 2010 or something like that.
I don't know what it makes me feel, but I know what it makes Degon feel.
2011 couldn't have been the Winter Olympics, by the way, Atlas.
I don't really know where you were going with that, but I was like, I'm just gonna
I don't remember. Was it
old man Atlas?
I didn't know whether it was 2012 or 2010, so I went in the middle, and so I was definitely wrong. It's 2012. Thank you, chat. It's very stupid. All right. Yeah. So Chovy does have
It's been updated really nicely. Also the Q looks very, I don't know, looks very retro in a way.
I guess so. Anyway,
that's very cool. I'm not as big as a hater as you.
I just think that there are a lot of the Papercraft Anivia is such a cool skin.
Papercraft is cool, but I think base Anivia is also pretty based. I think base Anivia looks really cool. Maybe a controversial
blue bird.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I think her design is really cool.
Okay, well. It's good to know that she's appreciated in all of her.
Look, I mean, it's like Nefiri is this awesome darkened dog, right? But then for some reason it's like, hot dog,
True.
I'm over that skin.
There's a lot of people that don't like that skin, and I find it weird because it is one of the best in the game. And now what we've discovered is that skin choices are subjective.
Well, this Alistar pick, by the way, has made it so this lane is pretty playable here for Diablo. And this is not obviously the fasting Senna, hasn't been for a really long time. Where you would play Nautilus as the carry and farm and just get souls as the Senna. So you have this insanely tanky Nautilus that is kind of breaks the game because it wasn't designed to farm and wasn't balanced around that at the time. And that's not what we're going to be seeing here. It's just going to be a Senna that gets a little bit more range as time goes on into a Yunara. So
yep, has crazy crit scaling as well.
Yeah, she does, and also she does not shoot very fast and can sometimes just be burst down when there's a lot of frontline to deal with. That's my biggest concern here for this Senna.
She is extraordinarily squishy.
She does not really live very long. Like a Pantheon stuns and presses Q, and that's the end.
Well, and we might have a little bit of an introduction as to the Pantheon stunning and pressing Q. However, Clear is going to back away, and so that means that we will not. Canyon did manage to take the top lane scuttle, though, and we'll just be heading back home once more.
I think it's a good call for Canyon to try to make a pass at the Jace on the top side, because this Alistar lane on the bottom is just going to be, you know, self-sufficient, not going to have any problems into the Senna lane. And he can just path down here now, take his Krugs as they respawn, and look for a bit of a gank if he wants to. It's going to be a pretty quiet early game with these AD carry picks as well as our mid picks. Not a whole lot of kill threat, even with a Pantheon and Jarvan in the game. I think the biggest, you know, target, the highest chance of somebody dying would be Clear, as we've already seen.
Yep. I think it's really interesting, though, that we have this very early pick Nautilus, which means for what feels like one of the first times ever, an Alistar lane is not getting massively punished. It is getting punished a bit, you know, it is Diablo with a slight advantage, but it should mean that Duro can sort of get out onto the map in pretty good standing as this game goes on, as Chovy has to flash pretty early on here, not risking it here against Raptor, as Vikla would have that Rune Prison to throw down.
I think, like Zeri, Yunara has a lot of early team fighting power around her ultimate and just how quickly she can snowball a team fight, especially the front line like this. So even in the mid game, before this Senna is really truly online and the Rise is really truly online, before he has his Actualizer, Genji's comp is already really hitting its strides. And if they can get into a mid game where they win a team fight or two, they have a Drake lead. Yes, Senna is going to scale, but Yunara still scales too in a different way, and they just have the better front line. So I think a lot of this game for BNK is trying to finesse how they get on top of this Yunara, who has mobility with her ult. That was a close call.
That would have been a decent way to do it. I would have recommended hitting the dredge line, though, as Duro taking a fair bit of damage. Headbutt does come back. Slurkle value is kind of in, but it's a great snare. Duro does get the pulverize to deny Kellen, and out they will go with help of the heal. Just the heal invested, though, and Kellen had to flash.
Am I crazy, or did...
Yes.
Did Chovy flash off screen, or did I...
No, he flashed before when Raptor came.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I said yes, but I meant it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay.
Diablo's actually doing a great job here in this lane. I'm not really a Senna believer. I know that I'm a little bit biased towards a lot of AD carries, namely Jhin, but Senna is another one that I haven't really got on board with for the last little while. There was certainly a time where she was very, very strong, but it's not really feeling like right now, although she has certainly crept back up in priority.
Kind of like Senna when it's not a super AD carry-centric meta, because you have a lot of utility, and when it's not a very AD carry favored meta, you don't deal with picks like this where they can actually just challenge you, because you can't fight back.
Oh, Ruler's moving up. Kellen not going to find the hook yet again.
When there's no jungle attention and you're just farming souls and you're kind of taking trades like this and you're chilling and you're like, I'm stacking, it's fine. That's when I like Senna. When it's a little bit more of a mid and jungle carry, or maybe even a top carry meta, that's when I'm into it. Or when Senna is effectively a support and she's fasting, I'm also about that.
They do have a Jace and a Ryze, but they may not have a center anymore, as Canyon moving down towards his bottom side does get the pulverized Azuro, and that is first blood over to the Pantheon very comfortably. Turret loses interest as the cow moves away, and that is about as elementary as it gets.
I mean, the Nautilus gets the root under the turret, but they just don't care. Pantheon does too much damage.
Oh, now you've got Chovy in a little bit of trouble. He has Egg, though. They're going to have to kill him twice if they do want to take him down. They invest the Cataclysm to do so, but now Ruler's rotating up. Canyon is in a lot of trouble. Aegis is not helping out necessarily as Chovy comes back with full health. Doesn't get the stun, though, and Raptor, he's able to flash his way out of there.
So Chovy loses his Egg. They still end up getting control over the Dragon Pit, and the health goes really low.
X flash from Dura. Vikla gets out of the way.
Health goes very low for Vikla, but he will get away. Does not have teleport, though, so it's a pretty big win. It's down here, like, yeah, you can just kind of chill in the lane until Canyon shows up. And, by the way, he doesn't even need his ult to pull this one off. And the roots don't matter in this meta with so much damage output. And maybe that's why they went for the Nos. Defend a dive. Not really.
Yeah, Chovy actually thought that this was going to be a good fight for them because he did have Egg, Canyon was moving up, but Ruler just took a little too long to get there.
That's my main thing here is Ruler is here from the get-go.
And also isn't really offering that much. If it was Duro coming up, I think that would have been a different story. He actually has AoE CC and stuff like that.
I think if Ruler is there, he has Flash. If he's there a little bit faster, he might just clean up house, but I think maybe there was a bit of a miscommunication there on when Chovy wanted to go in, or perhaps Chovy thought he was going to have a little bit more time there. But yeah, I think that's the main problem. Like you're saying, I think you're on to something. As it looks like after the dust settles here, BNK will be able to get this first Dragon, which is a huge win for them.
Yeah, Grand Starfall is there for Canyon, but they're not opting into anything. Vision is turned off in the river, in the Dragon Pit. As Cloud Drake will be going down. Next one going to be a Mountain. Earth, Wind, and Fire, a possibility here, which would be fun. But not going to be a Mountain Soul, not going to be a Cloud Soul, which means Ocean, Chemtech, not exactly optimal souls are a possibility here in this game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Chovy holding onto his ult, though, and we'll be able to use that in order to take down this wave. By holding onto his ult, I mean it's basically a toggle. But
yeah, I was like, yeah, it's technically true.
Yeah,
you know, keeping his mana up.
Sometimes it takes a bit to, you know, for that thing to rotate back around again.
He's got his catalyst. He's not really concerned about anything in the world. Minions, champions.
He wants his Egg to come back, though. Doesn't have that one quite yet.
I'll take a little while as is going to be able to proc his Electrocute here. Nice wall.
Ooh, nice get on the cannon. As Canyon, he is on the grubs, should be able to take those down. As here on the top side of the map, Clear is trying to do damage to Keen, and Keen is just not really noticing.
Yesterday, Valdez and I cast a pretty crazy series at the end of the day. Ended up being a 2-0 with D+, but
I do remember that.
We said it on that game that neither of those games really were a thinking man's game, right? It was, we were like, all right, well, we're just going to keep fighting, and we'll see the result, and there isn't a lot of, well, I wonder what will happen next. This game is kind of the opposite, right? Where we have two scaling compositions, which we have seen very little of here in the LCK, where both comps are just kind of chilling and have great late game win cons and have their own way to set up team fights. I like Genji's comp better for late game, but the Senna gets really, really strong the later you go. And they have the Rise for pretty good wave clear. Matched by the Anivia, but, you know, there's good things on both sides.
Yeah, I like Genji's comp for 40 minutes into the game. I like FearX's comp for 120 minutes into the game.
I think that's a pretty good assessment. More than the Senna stack timing, it's about, I think, the better setup for the Yunara than the lack of setup for BNK, because they have kind of almost like a pick comp with a Senna. And her ultimate could be great for layering on top of that, I suppose, but we have so many questions that won't be answered for a while here in this game. It's a small lead for Genji. And if you're playing against Genji and you keep that lead down, because often it balloons, we've seen a 100 lead for Genji, you know, go to 1,000% and go up to 1,000 really quickly as Clear's gonna flash.
Yep, gonna have to flash very early on, and it's gonna do not nearly enough to save him. This is what we were talking about. The chain CC is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, you called it out earlier, and this is the champion I said was the most vulnerable on the map. Career flashes and still dies. And actually, Canyon doesn't even have to flash in return, so it's a huge win there. And we're actually lane swapping.
Yeah, we've got our Ruler actually up here to catch the wave as Keen, he's teleporting towards the bottom side of the map. Quest not quite completed yet, but Ruler is still just up here to make sure that they can get as much value as possible.
He has 3 grubs, and they're going to get a lot of plate gold onto this Yunara early as a result of that.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. You can see already up about 250 gold. Did have a slight advantage already, but just wipes away those 2 plates and should be able to clear out this wave as well. Now Canyon and Duro just hanging around with Raptor here. And as another wave crashes in, Ruler just going to go back one more time
so this
and head towards the bottom lane.
Power of Pantheon, right? Flashes,
but that's cute.
There's a train coming at you. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I don't know. Just probably die. Chovy flashed to try and lock down Raptor there.
Yeah.
And Raptor didn't have to flash. He's a Jarvan. It's an odd maneuver.
Look, Bird's going to have an egg. Bird's not going to care about a flash.
I guess not. But we saw from the hens, if you have flash, you're an engage tool.
That is accurate. Chovy's like, I like to do damage as CC. I like to put him in a death chamber.
That would certainly work as... Diablo has elected not to complete his quest either. It's kind of weird.
They're not questing.
No, Ruler just goes back to the lane, and while he hangs out here, there it is. The completion is done. I believe Diablo just needs to hang out towards bottom lane at some point.
Yeah, he'll just be able to get it. But like the longer he wastes, I mean, the more money he's going to lose.
This is the thing.
Like bottom lane quest completion timer is the most important. We've talked about it since like the preseason games that we had here in the LCK.
Oh. Bit of a headbutt back there as Duro is spotted out. Does have the Unbreakable Will, but definitely does not want to use it. Has already, though, and Raptor is making his way down. Flash out from the cow. It's flag and drag from Raptor, but not going to go too much further than that. As Genji might actually be under a little bit of fire here as Canyon discovers Raptor making his way in. Never mind, Canyon does a lot of damage. As this Brambleback comes through, there is the Realm Warp. Okay, no knock-up onto Canyon as the Blast Cone disengages beautifully. Shout out to Valdez. Sorry about that one, buddy. And the Brambleback should still go over to BNK.
Yeah, it's still a big pickup here for BNK. And Diablo's quest is completed now. So he's going to start actually getting that extra bonus gold.
There we go.
So everything's going well. The Dragon also, because of all that control they had, could be next on the cards here for BNK. Raptor starts this up. He has control vision as Keen is coming in.
He's just driving on down. Duro finding a pulverize onto a couple, but he's likely to fall. Oh, the headbutt! And he gets himself out of the way. In the meantime, Ruler has pressed the ulti button and he's looking to take them out. The depth charge is pretty good, though, as the Arc of Ruin doesn't quite connect onto Raptor. He just goes down as the Glacial Storm wails on. And there's a glorious wall from Chovy, a double for the Anivia, and Keen is just wandering underneath the turret, and the Anivia is stopping them from getting out. It's a triple as Canyon locks down another. Keen is going to die, but the zombie form gets some plates, and it's an ace at 14.5 minutes.
The game was really close until it wasn't.
Yeah.
All right, look at where the Senna is right now. Can't get in, can't get in, can't get in. Oh, well, it's so cool. I'm still going to make an impact. I'm going to snipe Duro. Duro buys so much time. And then look at this here from Canyon. He comes through here with Keen setting up the knockup. And Raptor has a really cool play here where he gets out temporarily, right? But Ruler is like, this is exactly what I was talking about before about the Yunara versus the Senna and these types of skirmishes. Just has so much damage output. Chovy's also doing quite a lot of damage, but with just even a little bit of CC, just a little bit of setup here for Ruler, he's just like, I'm taking names. And he and Chovy just clean this squad up off of like an Alistair almost dying.
Yeah.
Oops, went too far. Guess Genji just calls you out. Now they're almost 4,000 gold ahead. And man, it was kind of a cool game. We were talking about scaling and stuff, and now I'm looking at Diablo saying,
you're going to have to keep scaling, buddy.
I hope this game goes, what did you say, 40 minutes? No, you said 120 minutes, that's right.
Yeah, 40 minutes is going to look okay for Genji, I could imagine. But we may not even see that, as this game is looking like it is a little Genji favored at this point in time. But only one Drake apiece, I guess. No double dragon for anyone just yet, but it's a Hextech Soul Wolf. This is a scary moment, as Ruler's just going to dash on top of Diablo. The snare comes in, but the Arc of Ruin goes down, and pop goes the Senna!
Release date diff. Also 2-item diff versus Static Shiv.
Yeah. Yeah, Ruler is pretty strong.
I did not realize he had that both of those items complete. His call is done.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just you're in a suboptimal position, and that is precisely where Diablo was there. Had no real way of getting out. And Ruler had barrier that whole time.
Like, the thing about Yunara is she team fights really well. She all-ins really well, you know? She's great in the late game. She's actually, believe it or not, pretty good in early scraps.
And I'm looking at the bottom of the screen, I'm like, oh, there's a 2.2k gold lead because it's Senna, you know? Senna lead. Wait, never mind, she's farming. So it is just a really big lead. As Chovy is going to get caught out of position here, put down to the egg, and is kind of annoyingly in tower range, as Vikla will be able to finish it off. That was actually pretty cutely played. In the end, they get the egg, they get the kill, and they will be able to take a few plates here in this top lane as well.
Keen will get this turret, and they get first brick in mid, so 2 turrets here for a kill.
Circle. Diablo is just dead again! And the hook is going to come on down. Realm Warp does at least deliver the rest of them forward, so Ruler is going to get punished, but now the train has left the station. Headbutt into the Java, and Kellen smashed into the sky and is taken out by the Spartan Warrior. The Herald also going to get another charge from Duro here, and so yes, you got Ruler, but at what cost?
You got Chovy also. Right
I'm hearing some 2022 Wolf right now. I mean, come on, where's the optimism, man?
I'm not feeling optimistic here. Chovy has eggs, so even killing him here, by the way, with 4 people.
It took a while.
It takes a long time. You have a push in the bottom lane. You have this first brick going over. Ruler grabs the Herald, and Diablo's like, well, I'm not gonna let you get away with this. Ruler's like, what the hell are you doing?
He also
like, I mean, seriously though, like he's just like,
I think they called the Realm Warp. I think they called the Realm Warp play. It's just unfortunately Diablo only lasts 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, the rest of the team is coming though, is you're kind of mentioning there, and like,
and he missed the route. It was just all not great.
The Senna pick, I think, is not working, Atlas.
You know what? Some would say that it's results-based analysis. But I would agree with you.
Well, interestingly, you and I both kind of said we didn't like it that much beforehand.
Yeah. Chovy is in a bit of trouble yet again, but the cavalry are arriving. Canyon still looking a little worse for wear, though, as we see the Pulverize coming in. Ruler not liking the look of this fight whatsoever, but will be able to jump in towards Raptor. Arc of Ruin, though, and Clear still doing a lot of damage. Vikla flashing towards the Yunara, and good sidestep there, but still the hook catches him out, and Kellen puts down his former lane partner, and Genji a couple of flubs in a row, and things might look comebackable here for FearX.
I like your cup is half full on this one.
Do you like how I use comebackable as well, which is not a word? So that way no one can call me out, because I didn't actually use a real word to describe the situation.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah, no, it was... I struggle to find the words myself. Like you
could say unique?
Yeah.
Interesting. One of those commentator words.
Very safe. Chovy does get caught right, and they want to once again turn this into a bit of a, you got our mid laner, kind of Faker Matador situation, but they just don't have enough damage. Ruler can't get access, and he does not want to opt into using his flash here to actually get the kill onto Raptor. Decides to flash away.
Oh, meanwhile in live, there is a Jarvan in a bouncy castle and isn't actually able to leave. As the flash from Kane, Kellen is able to sidestep it there as he tries to walk away. Slurkle not going to quite land as the snare is going to connect onto 2. Nicely done from Diablo for some disengage. But they lose their jungler, and that should mean that they lose the Drake here as well as, okay, Canyon going a little bit further forward, and Duro is just dead. Blast Cone does just evict everyone from the vicinity, as BNK now like the idea of a bit of a fight. Diablo sidesteps the Q as Kellen trying to get himself out of the way as Ruler wants the kill, but it's Canyon that snipes him with a spear.
They're all dying,
that is such a huge wall from Chovy.
I think Ruler was the one most interested in that fight continuing. I'm not entirely sure what BNK thought was going to happen. They got the Alistar, and he's been a huge thorn on their side. Okay, I believe that was Duro's first death of the game. And, you know, I think he's going to be outshone in this game by Ruler and Chovy because of the Boom Boom. But he has been so good. And once again, BNK are like, better kill that Alistar.
Yeah!
There's no knowing what's on the other side, but we're looking for hamburger tonight. And, like, he baits them there. Here, obviously doesn't have his ult back, so they can burst him down. But guess what? Ruler is like 3,000 gold ahead, and he is ready to just auto-attack people with his Q up.
And he did that.
And like, Clear is like, God, I just, maybe I can hurt. No, I can't play the game.
God, that wall was very large. And Chovy able to help lock this one down. Malignance is done here as well for the Anivia. An interesting choice there alongside his Rod of Ages that he already has put down. As Hook connects onto Keen, and you were talking about targets that they didn't want to engage on. I think Keen is #1. As Kellen down to 50%. Snare not quite going to work here as another beautiful wall. Means that the Nautilus not going anywhere at all. Man, this Anivia pick pretty strong, as it turns out.
Yeah, it is working really well. It turns out Chovy's really good at this pick, actually.
Yeah, has been for a while.
Yeah, he's one of the ones that has the license for it. You know, we sometimes use that term to describe which mid laners can play it. He's been arguably our best Anivia player for a really long time. And this is just not, it's a composition that can't really function if it falls this far behind. And it's really not even about the fact that it's behind, more so that it's about the Anivia and the Yunara being so big that they just evaporate. Literally their health bars just disappear if they interact with Gen G. And so everyone's running away constantly, but eventually Chovy puts a wall up and somebody gets caught, right? And
it's so frustrating, right? Because Gen G has 2 true tanks in the Alistair and the
Look at the item for Diablo. He's like, maybe I'll hurt them now.
Do you think Canyon versus Clear is a fair fight?
No.
No, I don't think so at all. Canyon just executes him as another wall is going to block off an entirety of terrain. Diablo, you're not allowed to be there. Absolutely not. Train is going to be avoided there with a flash, as Keen doesn't really take damage.
At least they know Canyon doesn't have ult.
Yeah, there we go.
They're like, he's far away and he can't get to us, so I guess it'll be okay.
And Chovy doesn't actually catch Vikla with that particular wall either.
To be honest, too, one of the things about the Senna comp that kind of irks me, that I wasn't sure if we were going to talk about it or not, and I'm not trying to do results-based assessment, but...
Outcome-focused assessment?
Or, sorry, outcome-focused, the thing. Diablo is one of the most mechanically strong AD carries in the LCK. Why are we putting him on Senna? Why are we doing that?
Yeah, there's been a few times where we've had issues with players picking things that go against their playstyle.
They could have picked Lucian. We kind of mentioned it, but...
He's now chasing after Keen, though. There's a flash from Vikla, looking to try and get on top of Ruler, and Ruler isn't too worried about it. There's a knock-up onto Chovy, though, as Dawning Shadow does fly forward. Raptor is extraordinarily dead. Canyon's the one to lock down that kill, but Gen G's health bars are at least whittled down somewhat. Canyon diving towards Clear yet again. Flash out from Kellen will at least keep him alive. But they are closing in, and Canyon doesn't quite have ulti just yet, but I think that BFX are in a lot of trouble. There's the train, nice double knock-up to come through afterwards with the Q, and Ruler's able to lock down, or at least help with a couple. Down goes the cow yet again, but it's been Duro the sacrifice for quite some time as, Chovy keeps himself alive.
Calculated!
With the arm guard!
Calculated!
Oh my gosh, that's just unfair. You're going to be feeling pretty salty about that one if you're BFX, but honestly, the game wasn't going great.
Were you feeling salty about the negative 8K hole you're in, or the Senna that's 0 and 4 before this, or maybe that time you almost killed Duro but then lost the game? Yeah, there are a few things that have been near misses for BNK this time around.
It might have been the accidental lock-in of the Nautilus, as Ruler is going to get jumped on by Clear, and Clear is going to die for it.
Clear's like, do I 1v1 anyone in this game?
Yeah, well, Diablo, oh no, you shouldn't have shown yourself. No! Hey, Ruler with the Arc of Judgment, the burn is ticking, and Diablo will keep himself alive. Does have the Piercing Darkness, and it is Raptor that takes him down in the end. Ruler really feeling himself in this game. He's 5,000 gold ahead.
Diablo's face on the player cam was like, yeah, I knew I was safe.
At least now he has Swifties. That will allow him to get out of the way of at least something. The armor penetration, though, is just kind of like a cruel joke at this point because of how incredibly powerful Keen is. And without very many items, it's just so hard for Diablo to really do anything at all in this game.
Yeah, the Dragon is going to be Hextech Soul Point here for Gen G. Raptor's in the area, but, I mean, even without Ruler, I wouldn't test your luck. They're going to commit the TP.
All right, they're going to see what they can do. Good wall to block off Kellen as Keen is just tanking everything up himself. Duro has turned off the lights. He's going to get rid of that blast cone. As you can see, BFX have started off this Dragon. Raptor goes in, Cataclysm to get him out of there. It could be a 50-50 as Vikla is in a good spot to do damage. As Raptor going down very, very low. Canyon down to the GA as Keen is just kind of a brick wall as, okay, That is Ruler turning up, and he does definitely enough damage. They'll take themselves soul point, and they will wipe the floor with FearX.
I mean, it's almost like, it's what, 30 minutes into the game? I think they just end.
That is what it's looking like.
Not even 30 minutes. It feels like it is. It's 26 minutes. They're just like,
my
yeah.
Goodness.
It's
It's 11,000 gold lead. Like this is done.
Nice Rod of Ages, nice death timer.
All right, well, Keen is absolutely massive. 1-1-17, by the way, on the Scion. Was a beautiful performance, to be perfectly honest. I actually feel like he's kind of the unsung hero at the moment for Gen G. In this particular game at least, but everyone having a pretty fantastic performance. And honestly, this is what we expected to see out of Gen G against KT. Better late or never than never in the final series of the week. But man, this is the team we're expecting to see.
Well, we had issues with some of Gen G's drafts at first stand, some of their drafts against KT Rolster, but I had pretty big issues with the draft on the other side.
I was going to say,
for FearX in this game.
You know how we have the draft highlights that they can do on the space?
Yeah.
I think if there's ever a draft highlight, if you're allowed one in the entirety of your career, I think it's this Nautilus pick.
Yeah.
That's the one that I'm highlighting. It just...
But Atlas, he tripled Duro's damage.
And that's a very good point. Maybe I'm the one with egg on my face. But... the problem is not only was the Anivia available and could have been played into the bottom lane against it, but Chovy can pick Anivia into Ryze and be really happy about it.
Also,
they have a
Senna,
flex pick they can use for the rest of the draft. And
Senna into Pantheon. Pantheon almost outdamaged Ruler. I just want to put that in perspective. This fed 2,000 gold ahead in the early game. Ruler.
Yeah.
Pantheon almost outdamaged it. Good job, Canyon.
This is, that was a little bit of a draft situation there. That means that FearX may have an opportunity to come back in game number 2. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back to space, going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
호텔. 이거 지금 쟤네는 걸 거야.
뒤에 건다.
쟤네 못 탔어. 그 라이즈공 못 탔어. 못 탔어.
아, 괜찮고.
얘네 여기 있다. 너네 천천히 봐봐. 이거 애니비아 지키면서 봐야 된다 우리. 나 가는 중. 여기 제이스 위에. 나 제이스 잡았어. 욕 먹어주면 좋고. 욕 먹을 사람 없어 쟤네. 미드 가면 끝이겠어.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Is it true for us? Break the ties and find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? We're playing with every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space as it's Gen G getting back to their winning ways against FearX. They're up 1-0 in our final game of the week. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid, and this is the Gen G that we want to see. Pretty dominant with unique picks and making it look effortless.
It's rare to see Gen G lose. It's rare to see them lose multiple times in a row. And so I wasn't too surprised that they came into this one swinging. And we kind of saw a return to form for them. It's just unfortunate that BNK FearX were the team on the receiving end because they've also had a bit of an unfortunate streak. And this game, they looked really like they didn't have much to offer in return.
Yeah, especially some question marks on their bot lane picks and top lane, because for bot lane, we don't really see Senna nowadays because I think it's too slow to play the champion, because I think everyone just wants to play Ollie for the bot lane so you can actually snowball faster. And for the Jace as well, I think if you want to blind pick Jace, you normally just get rid of Sion in the earlier phase, so you ban out Xante, but leaving open Sion was kind of crucial.
I also think, they talked about it on the cast for the Nautilus pick, when the Anivia's in the game, feels so uncomfortable, and also the enemy front line, the Alistair Sion, so much tankier, so hard to play into. And the Senna, I think one of the things that really hurt Senna was the introduction of the role quest, because you get extra gold as an AD carry, but she scales with souls. And we saw in that game the soul count was so low compared to what we're used to seeing from like a fasting center in comparison. And especially into a Yunari, just never going to keep up.
Yeah, definitely not. You can see the thinking. It's like, well, they have Yunara on their side, so they want to scale. The Anivia, they want to scale. We can scale too. Didn't quite work out that way. And our one play that kind of elongated and was around the map was around 14 minutes, and it just started in the bot side of the map.
So this one is set up so well by Duro and Keen. And Duro's kind of baiting here. He knows he has the back of his team ready. And he gets super low here, gets the ult up, but then knocks the Jarvan into this double knockup for the immediate follow-up. And on the offset, it's a much squishier front line. They put so much damage already into the Alistar, who's done his job. And I think what's great is that Gen G follow up here and just don't let anyone get away. Look at how Chovy moves round behind the tower to cut them off. This could have just been a couple of kills. It ends up being so much more.
Yeah, such a clean gameplay by Gen G overall, and I think this is such a great game to play Anivia. All of them cannot walk through the wall, and I think it was such a great mid lane Anivia from Chovy here.
And that's what we wanted to touch on here, Wadid. We were talking in the back how Anivia's been the flavor of the month, where he's been able to play in the top lane, or she's been able to play in the top lane, in the mid lane, down on the bottom side of the map as well. And so Wadid wanted to see that over on the TV. Break that down for us, brother.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it in the full graphic here as well. I think... wait, what? Wrong graphic! We need one! Oh, yeah, thank you.
That was the one you draw in.
Oh,
really,
yeah. I mean, I requested.
Oh, you prepared that one for us.
Yeah, such a great graphic work by
I like the early one first, actually. I thought that one. I really like that one. Can we see that one again?
Yeah, I'd love to see that one more time.
I don't know.
I really like the drawing of Anivia. That was really stands out to me.
Yeah, so the point is we already had some successful flags on Anivia. Even though Jaeus lost that game, he played really well into Jace, and also we could see it from this game that Chovy played into Ryzen, but also the bot lane, Anivia support now the meta, playing into Sivir and Alista and Nautilus. It makes such a great pick for Anivia, so you can flex on 3 lanes, and also all these champions are on the meta right now, so I think it gives more value for the pick.
I think as well, it's like the lane matchups are great, but also if those champions, you know, if the Sivir being in the game, even if it's an Anivia mid, it feels really difficult to play team fights with that short range. You know, the Anivia was mid this game, but the Nautilus felt so uncomfortable playing into that when you have the terrain that you can place down, the slow, the AoE. I think this pick we're seeing getting so much value now. You know, it came into the meta just as like that Rise counter. Now it's being used as a support as well, getting a little bit of love in top lane. It's just got so much flexibility that it's really just getting a lot more value than we saw before.
Yeah, and being ahead of the curve, Gen G showing that in their draft because they picked the Alistar in 4-5. That means no Alistar later on the game. No Nautilus, no Alistar. And now you're whittling down the types of champions at the support role that have been strong. So it's just really good to see Gen G on top of what they want here in terms of the draft. For you, you wanted to touch on FearX a little bit and why we're seeing them struggle.
Yeah, I mean, many people are concerning about like HLE or Gen G, them not having a great performance. But for me, I think they can just bounce back so easily because they are full of veterans. We all know they have good players. But for BNK, I feel like they are the team with the young players, and also they are the team who needs some like positive momentum for the team. But right now, I don't feel like they can actually bounce back from here, and especially when. Do you remember like when FearX played good? It's all about the Diablo, like play through the winning bot lane, pick the hyper carry for Diablo, and let him play his game. But now they're trying to like pick some more prior picks, something like Jhin or Senna, something that you cannot actually do something more in the late game. So I feel like they are trying out some new playstyle to expand their champion pool and the draft strategy, but it doesn't feel like it's working on them. So I feel like they had to like go back to the one that they were already good on, or like are they gonna keep trying this? But it's, you know, like it's gonna be 0-2 week if you cannot win out today.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really rough position to be in, given that, I mean, both these teams lost to G2 at first stand, lost their first series, but now for BNK FearX, if they lose this next game, it just feels like that lose streak is just going to go on. You end the week, look at the next week like we have to find a way to turn this around, but obviously the ideal is they turn this series around right now.
You know, we've said a lot of the time when a team goes to an international event and comes back to domestic leagues, they have the international hangover. One of these teams will have that, and right now, B&K FearX staring down the barrel of an 0-2 start. Let's send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf on the call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. Absolutely loved the graphic. That first, I don't know why the second one was even made.
It's a proof and it's a testament to how much of an impact storyboarding can actually make in your life. You know, if you're trying to make a YouTube video, you're trying to create, even if you're trying to write that witty tweet, you know, it always starts small. And what did was showcasing that if you have a really technical idea, like what he had there.
Oh, yeah, really technical.
You can turn it into an amazing graphic if you really just put your mind to it. You just got to make the concept. And I think maybe B&K weren't storyboarding. With that Nautilus pick, they just kind of winged it.
I'm hoping that Edo was back there with a tablet out, scribbling things down, saying, like, it's just a picture of Summoner's Rift saying, we have to kill this thing at the other end, guys. Figure out a way to do it, and maybe the first step is putting Diablo on a champion that's real. Maybe that's going to be a good move. As here we go, he's not going to be playing center this time around, and maybe we're going to have a different result. But first, they're going to have to get through a Gen G that do definitely look like they are back on the right page in this particular series, at least.
Definitely. Mentioning the international hangover, perhaps Gen G just have a little bit more experience recovering.
Yeah, they're just older. Maybe it's just, you know, the liver's a little bit more like practiced or something like that.
Let's see what the second match will be. Okay, this makes sense because it's Chovy, and he has definitely been the player that's looked towards the Aurora more than anyone else right now.
Not to mention Keen, pretty good at it too.
That's a really good shout. And, you know, Karma's gone, the Nocturne is gone, obviously the Yunara is gone, so maybe you just ban Ashe here if you are Gen G and you're looking for another prio pick.
Yeah, you could just take the Azir then, in theory, if it doesn't get banned away. And I don't think it's quite as punishable this time around, although Vikla, I guess, could go to something like a LeBlanc that we have seen picked into it, even if it didn't work earlier on. The LeBlanc is just going to be banned.
So now they get either the Azir or the Ashe. So...
yeah, I think it has to be an Azir ban, right?
The Azir is somewhat protected because there's no Aurora, there's no LeBlanc here, and I don't know if I would trust Vikla to beat Chovy's Azir with Yone.
Wait a second.
Or Akali.
He did solo kill him on Akali. That did happen.
Yeah, that is a thing that did occur.
They're gonna maybe go for it. Let's see. I'm gonna write Azir down.
I want to write Ashe down.
Oh.
I think if you go Ashe here, Chovy can play so many picks into Vikla's Azir, and then you get Ashe Seraphine for perma bottom side control.
I do think counterpick is very strong.
Oh,
Rumble is up! Okay,
oh my
never
God!
mind.
All right, sorry.
Okay.
I apologize to everyone.
All right, yeah.
I apologize to everyone. It's always banned. It wasn't in my mind.
I'm gonna write that one down instead.
Oh,
this is the first time it's got through. It took until
so now we're
what
later.
Could be the last game in the last series of the week, and Rumble finally gets through, and it's Keen. If anyone's allowed to play Rumble, it should not be Keen.
Honestly, though, with Rumble alone in game 2, kind of like Ashe Seraphine.
I mean, honestly, surround sounds pretty good into the equalizer.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. The movement speed, obviously shielding is going to be pretty useful, and you don't have to lock the Ashe right away. You can go for the Seraphine and grab a jungler frontline that can extend your encore really well. In the past, we saw a lot of Mundo, but right now it's looking more Xin Zhao favored.
Yep, I like this in.
Rumble has always been strong.
And it's Canyon. He's pretty good at the buy. I wonder whether they do... oh, never mind. It's going to be a Caitlyn pick away instead.
Caitlyn into the Seraphine.
Caitlyn Bud.
This is a big statement lock-in here for Ruler and Duro. It's not unwinnable, but
I think it's going to be a hard lane.
Yeah. For a brief moment, I was like, did they go Caitlyn Ashe like the old T1 days? But no.
Not this time.
Ashe support has been nerfed to the ground, so... Ezreal?
Ezreal is not Ashe.
No.
But would be a little bit more mobile.
Able to get out of the equalizer with a press of an E button.
I guess so. Seraphine Ezreal.
Lane is as challenging anymore for Gen G.
I feel like it's been the third pick for B&K FearX that has been a problem. It was the Nautilus last time. And now it is an Ezreal instead of an Ashe. And I mean, I understand why you don't want to be playing Ashe, just because, you know, you can get locked down and you have that lack of mobility and blah, blah, blah. But I still think that you don't have as much value as the Ashe Seraphine lane. There's still follow-up. Like, True Shot Barrage can still have a lot more value than it otherwise would with the amount of lockdown that you get from the Encore beat drop and things like that, but it's just not the same thing. As Wukong going to be taken away.
Wukong is a really good ban here. There's no Nocturne, which is also paired really well with Rumble. And I don't think Trundle works very well here into Seraphine, just because he kind of he runs at you, he has a pillar. Closing the gap is really challenging when Seraphine can just make sure that you can't get anywhere close to anybody. So I don't think they're as worried about that pick, which has been one of those later in Fearless answers to the Xin Zhao. And they also banned Ornn, so I think they're not really that interested. Vi was still up, so that makes a lot of sense. Now Canyon's pool is thinned out a little bit.
But now do they get to ban Ornn and Cassante? Do they ban Ornn Galio instead? You could do that. Galio Xin Zhao is actually a decent combo.
Yeah, I do think that's actually a really good shout from you. I don't think he'll be playing it top lane either, but could be a smart one. Could empower Diablo further and is a great setup for the Encore.
I do think that Clear would prefer to play Cassante. I feel like that'd be his thing, but instead the Akali going to be taken away.
Kind of reminding everyone that Azir is still on the table.
Yep. And now Vikla probably more likely to play it, but instead the Cassante will be locked in.
He really wants to have counter pick here. The Cassante is great with Seraphine. He's already so difficult to kill, and is again going to be another one of those setup picks for the Encore. Still would have loved Ashe here more. You know, when the top was coming together, I'm like, man, Ashe would have been so good here.
I agree. However, it's not here.
Skarner.
Okay. We have seen a little bit of Skarner elsewhere.
I think Skarner's pretty hard into Seraphine, but he's got enough mobility to maybe make it work. I was actually kind of thinking about Kindred in this draft, but I suppose Graves is a similar idea.
That would be
You have a lot of magic damage. You want some extra upfront damage.
Well, he's just going to watch the Skarner.
These two champs couldn't be more different in terms of what they're doing for the draft.
Yep. I believe Skarner was played in the LCS earlier today. I could be wrong. It was very early in the morning.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was, in fact, true.
And it went pretty well.
I didn't see the game, but I think I saw a tweet about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Mel going to be the consideration here for Vikla, though. Certainly a few things that you can rebut. Let's see how it is going to go.
Yeah, I think
Genji's composition is looking pretty scary.
More than the rebuttal, I think they're just kind of concerned with the fact that this Ezreal's damage output is a little bit conditional, and there's a lot of front line to block the Ezreal damage in this Skarner now, and he's outranged in terms of auto attacks by the Caitlyn. So it's really tough. You wanted an extra source of damage, and Mel, to me, has kind of been the Victor replacement right now in this meta for just late game consistent damage. The execute is really powerful, does damage across the team if you can apply all of your skills. And she does ramp up to a 3-item spike really nicely. And they have a front line to support it, right, with the Xin Zhao and the Cassante. Not to mention the Seraphine will help out quite a bit. I just kind of look at what Genji have, and I'm like, man, that Tempered Fate Impale sounds really rough.
Yeah, that's going to get some flashes.
Trigar makes it back in. The scary thing for the Skarner is that if he just gets rooted when he's trying to do anything, then he doesn't do it. He just kind of gets stopped and he can't keep going. So Seraphine's pretty good at the Skarner.
That is a good point. But I do think that this is a pretty robust team composition. There are, like, it is the triple threat composition with the Azir. It's not what we kind of have grown to hate, which is, you know, top lane not really doing too much and then relying on Azir for a lot of the damage in team fights. It's going to be a different story here. Genji looking pretty comfortable, and FearX, they're going to have to prove us wrong with this Ezreal Seraphine.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 and possibly the final game of the week. Let's see whether FearX can bring us at least to a third. That would be a whole lot of fun.
I hope so. I think the draft is creative. The Ashe, you know, we'll think about it next time.
Yeah, we'll just pretend that it was fearlessly banned. and that'll make us feel less weird.
The Skarner pick here for Canyon is, I talked about how it can get rooted. It's kind of hard to root him if you don't know which direction he's coming from because he can go through walls and his engage range is really quite high. So maybe it doesn't matter. We'll have to wait and see. You know, Peanut's gone, so somebody's got to pick up the slack and play Skarner when it's off meta.
Yep. And I mean, Canyon was playing this a lot. In a lot of the compositions that we really didn't like from Gen G was when they just pick potato tanks and just kind of win anyway. This time around, at least, Keen is on the Rumble. He's on his money printer and is very, very happy about the situation. Although right now we can see he's getting shoved in momentarily, and here's a bit of a fight towards the bottom side. Ruler getting the better end of it, as we can see.
Ruler's kind of chilling here. He's like, if you guys want to force it.
That was an arcane shift as Diablo taking a lot of damage. Barrier comes in. Peacemaker not exactly doing that much as Ruler throws down a barrier of his own. There is a lot being thrown around. Both heals and barriers have now been removed, but there are flashes still up.
Diablo's easing to come back up, so I don't think Ruler can flash on him here, but he definitely thought about it. And the observers are making sure that doesn't happen, as Raptor is going to come down here, but Canyon is already on the bottom side.
Yeah, Canyon with decent defensive vision here as well, as he does pull his Bramble back away. As you can see, though, certainly respecting the Xin Zhao, who just comes on over and steals away his stuff.
Really nice wind becomes lightning timing there to get those minis.
Yep. Well, looks like Raptor is just going to move down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah,
Gen G realize it.
Just going to be him coming over here and keeping Ruler and Duro honest, and Canyon cannot fight the Xin Zhao 1v1, so...
He does have the smite advantage, but it's going to lose patience and will be leaving the area.
Raptor has been so good at just being annoying in early games. Like, this is his patented thing. He's kind of like Peanut in this regard, where he knows where the pressure points are, he knows how to exploit them. Now he's going to come in onto Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy doesn't get hit by the snare, so he's going to be all right, as Canyon will be able to take his red buff.
And we mentioned he likes to play this.
He's quite good at the Skarner. Raptor going to be over on his bottom lane Scuttle Crab, though, and that will be equalized here by Canyon in a few moments. Still, it is a decent play from Raptor to make sure that he had full information as to what Canyon was doing, as Keen just netting himself a bit of extra gold.
Every non-Caitlyn champion on Gen G has a multi-man, high-impact CC. So when you think about how Gen G can team fight, they have Peel with the Azir.
And Rumble CC death?
Oh, sorry, I just meant AoE.
Got it.
AoE is what I meant to say. AoE, high power abilities, and like Caitlyn's Q kind of, I guess, works with that as well. But like, you have the Emperor's Divide, you have Impale, you have the Rumble Ultimate to layer on top of all that CC, right? You have Tempered Fate. And so the Rumble Ultimate can kind of just be CC to death, as you were alluding to, and
it's the best CC.
I think that that's one of the scary things about this comp for BNK is there's just so many ways that team fight can go wrong, even though the Ezreal is inherently safe. And Vikla has high range as well to poke. If you mess up your positioning even one time, and your whole squad gets caught, or even just one member, like Raptor gets pulled back, Crescent Guard doesn't save him, and then you're fighting 5v4, it's just going to be so incredibly hard in the late game. And even in mid-game scraps, frankly, because they're going to have those at level 6.
Yeah, I think it's a really scary composition to deal with. Right now, FearX are at least in touching distance as far as money is concerned. It's only about 100 difference between the two squads, but I don't think that Gen G are really trying to win in the laning phase, right? It's not one of these compositions that is really too worried about it. As Ruler is kind of proving it now, walking up towards Diablo and Kellen. B-Drop does do a fair bit of work there, as Kellen is looking a little worse for wear, but right now you can see Diablo very healthy, and that is always scary. He's ready to Arcane Shift forward, and Canyon is there to catch him if he does decide to do so. It's a bit of a scary moment here, as let's see whether Diablo does bite off more than he can chew.
I see Canyon, like he just cleared a ward, and Diablo's going in.
Oh dear, don't know about that one. As the B-Drop not going to quite find the mark. Duro is at least able to collect a Chime on his way out. But
I think they wanted to bait because Raptor was coming down, and they thought, okay, we have enough of an advantage here in this lane that we could force this and maybe bait them in. But it is going to turn into Dragon Prio, and so even though it was very scary for Diablo there, he did not get hit by the Cosmic Binding, and so he's just kind of chilling, and they're going to start this Dragon. Canyon could look for a steal, gets the reveal. I don't think he should.
No.
We've seen it before, though.
He's just going to throw some things at him, as that will be the Drake secured by FearX.
For those LCK Cup Finals enjoyers, Canyon stole quite a lot from Raptor.
Yeah. He also, like, you know, steals things with a Jarvan flag and stuff like that in certain games. But not today. Not going to be throwing a rock at a Drake or anything like that to take it down. Raptor with his smite button working very effectively. Chovy good sidestep here as Vikler is going to get punished. And FearX, they do lose out on a bit of gold, but at least getting that Drake going to be great news as Vikler misses yet another ability. Chovy feeling a little bit better about this whole situation, but the minion wave evaporates and the Azir is just going to have to walk back towards the turret. Some Coco at the ready.
To be fair, it is really hard to hit the snare on Mel. It's really slow moving.
That is a good point.
And Chovy is just really fast moving in terms of his reaction time. But good dodge again. And Vikla, if he hits that, maybe there's an angle because Kellen's nearby, but Chovy actually evens up the CS.
Yep, and Impale now online here for Canyon. He is doing his second clear now. As Clear is doing a great job here towards the top side, actually very even on farm, building towards that Rook Urn once again. One of the reasons why the Cassante is pretty happy in this matchup, does really like it when he gets to build that item first, can kind of ignore the Rumble a lot of the time. But I think Keen is still just going to be so scary elsewhere in this game and can sort of cheat tempo a lot with equalizers around the map as well.
Even though Diablo and Kellen have constantly been harassing and trying to push through, they're not generating a CS advantage. As you can see, it's actually a pretty hefty lead for Ruler, who has obviously 50 cull stacks of extra gold in his inventory as well. So, you know, they're going to again get ganked here.
Hang on. Canyon making his way in, gets the flash into the wall. There's the Impale. The Encore comes in, but I think they're very happy to play that song again. Not going to lie to you. That is going to be first blood going over to Gen G. Clear walking on the equalizer, isn't too worried about it. Does have the all-out still available as we have a look at this fight continuing. And yeah, that Negatron Cloak and the Null Magic Mantle working out here for Clear, as he's not taking that much from the Flame Spitter.
Notice neither B&K member ends up flashing here, so FearX just unable to react. And I think what they didn't account for was the magical journey, because you think about Skarner as, okay, if he's going to come from this far away, we're going to see him coming because he's going to come through the wall, but he magical journeyed into a flash push into the wall there.
Yeah, it's the flash smash Impale. It's just really difficult to do anything to it.
And there's control vision, right, in that tri-brush, so the ability for Canyon to engage from that far away is pretty insane, and they just did not respect that possibility, as Canyon's got his safety harness on now as well, so even more difficult to kill. Yeah, that item kind of coming back a little bit. It was really strong at the beginning of the year, and everyone was talking about it, then it took a bit of a dip with the nerf, and now it's
still mega efficient.
Yeah.
Right? Just good stats for not very much money. As Diablo still able to get some damage down here. This man will not stop Arcane shifting forward. But Gen G, they just pick up the minions. You can see after that, about a 700 gold lead, 6.5, I guess, for Ruler.
They know Canyon is on these grubs, so they really want to force, but there's vision and more vision. And yes, they can keep Ruler off this turret, but I don't think they can kill him.
They should at least. Yeah, the zoning is going to be a big deal, though. That is good to do. I just don't know exactly how much they're going to lose elsewhere on the map.
Canyon's
Canyon
coming.
making his way down,
Yeah,
exactly right.
He's like, I'm not going to leave my bottom lane out to dry. It'll take me a little while, but I will show up. And Tempered Fate can buy some more time for him to get there. They need to be respectful.
There it is, the flash out from Kellen. That's the one that he kept available after that initial gank, but it does mean that now the Seraphine is certainly killable, and Canyon does not care about walls. Kellen going to have to be so incredibly careful as Ruler dealing with these minion waves. There's a magical journey as Canyon moves up towards taking down this control ward, and Kellen will live for now. As in the meantime, Raptor is dealing with this Scuttle Crab. Should be the one to take that one down, as the Boulder Toss not quite enough to get there.
This is going to get a little bit scrappy here. Duro doesn't have ult, but he's somewhat nearby, and Azir just TP'd back in. Chovy is going to push Vikla back. And I think eventually Gen G will relinquish this position, but it looked like they wanted to force something knowing Kellen wasn't here. Speaking of...
Yeah, great Cosmic Binding there from Duro, but he still heals to get out of the way of Raptor, who is very scary. Walking over towards the Raptors. Will not be able to take them away from Canyon this time.
A very slow start to this game. We had that really cool gank from Canyon onto Diablo, but otherwise it has been pretty even. Diablo's been pushing this lane in, trying to get advantages. Has 2 plates to his name because of Canyon taking the grubs right, and Raptor kind of camping the lane. And now they're looking for a 2 Drake lead here. I think we're going to see a big fight for this, though.
Yeah, Canyon moving on in. This time probably not going to be giving this one away. As the rock lands, and Duro doesn't have his Tempered Fate available, but that Cosmic Binding is still very scary, and Vikla needs to hit a few of these buttons. They want to make something happen. Ruler is now pushing Diablo out of the way, and Tri-Brush control is going to be there. There's the engage. The Encore's fantastic as the Crescent Guard pushes Ruler to the grave, and now the Impale onto Raptor, but Canyon is just going to die. The Magical Journey to try and bring them out as Chovy goes in and has to flash to get into the Magical Journey. Keen a little bit too late to the party, and the Drake belongs to FearX. They are back in control.
Fantastic engage on the Ruler. He is just unable to outplay it. And once he's caught there, he can only barrier and try to net away, which he does very quickly react to, but just too much, too quickly. It's been the name of the game on killing 80 carries in this game, but it's Blast Cone in, and then the Encore comes through. There's nothing he can do. Barriers and nets away, but he is just dead. Canyon tries to buy time here. It's a Xin Zhao he grabs, though. No way to kill that one. As low as Raptor goes here with the Equalizer coming through, he's still able to help secure this Dragon. Chovy has to flash, as you pointed out, to get in the Magical Journey, so he's not really going to be feeling good about the end of this fight either, and it's a 2 Drake lead. It is Ocean Soul, which is very sad for BNK fans, but a lot of gold was given in that fight as well, and now we're dead even.
And also, for a composition like this, like it's a Mel comp, you know, you're kind of valuing exchanges that go on for a really long time. And with a Seraphine, you can certainly elongate them, and so you'll get a lot more ocean value than you otherwise could. It is, of course, clutching at straws just a little bit. It's not the greatest, but it's not Chemtech.
Yeah, he likes a little ocean.
Yeah.
Here, the real news is they got 2 relevant individual elemental dragons as well.
True.
So that's going to feel really good for Cassante and for the damage dealers here with that extra AP that's going to come through for Vikla and the AD for Diablo there. So, you know, it's not all for nothing.
Certainly not.
And this is one of the first games we've seen in a while where Ruler actually finds himself in a deficit here because of that kill going over to Diablo early on.
Yeah, and that means that Diablo is going to get far more relevance, because right when Caitlyn gets not as strong, the Ezreal gets extraordinarily strong. And maybe that's actually a reason why they went for the Ezreal, just so that they'll have that incredible mid-game timing for Diablo to be really strong. It's actually a decent way to play around it. Get yourself a good lead, and with these dragons that they already have stacked up, certainly work out, and they've got through the laning phase pretty fine.
I like the build here from Vikla as well, going for Ludens, because with how this comp can work, obviously there's a lot of scaling, there's a lot of damage that's going to come through from him late game wise. The AP is going to feel good, but also they're kind of playing it like a pick comp with Kellen right now, and punishing the Skarner or anybody else they can find, that extra damage is really going to feel great, as Chovy, no flash, is just going to get out of here.
Yeah, that's the shift the Sands. Raptor is pretty scary on this. Xin Zhao has full boots as well as his first item complete. Sundered Sky feels fantastic. Certainly a lot more expensive than what Canyon has put together thus far.
Canyon's a real setup threat, but Raptor's just a threat in this game. Yeah. He will kill almost anyone, and he could fight Canyon straight up toe-to-toe.
And it's a Xin Zhao with an Enchanter as well, so even later on in the game, he's going to be very powerful.
Absolutely. Echo's already done here for Kellen in this game. It's a close game, man. You know, after watching game 1, you could really feel how a pitiful draft is going to fare against Genji versus what a more robust draft is. Again, no Ashe here, which left us a little bit sad, but still, BNK keeping this game interesting.
Ooh, Raptor and Vikla moving up. Chovy, realizing that he was in a little bit of danger, should be able to take some Sand Soldiers to get himself out of there, and that is going to be successful for now. Genji moving over towards this Rift Herald at the moment, but they're closing in. Kellen and Diablo moving in from the mid lane.
Chovy's dodging everything this game.
He's certainly wanting to win. I think getting a 2-0 would be so important here for Genji to get back onto the right foot. But FearX right now with control of Shelly. Equalizer goes down onto Kellen mainly, and they have split up the team. Crescent Guard comes in as Chovy looks for a bit of an angle, but Emperor's Divide still up and available. There's the crash into the wall under the Cassante, and Clear is likely to be going down. Still, they managed to get the Rift Herald, and Keen is trying to do what he can to get even more. Down goes Raptor. And the Rift Herald was actually put down in the middle of the
I think he was hoping to use it to get out, but he unfortunately was unable to do so.
Huh.
Like
that looked weird.
I think he tried to flash, drop Herald, and then take the Herald out.
Aha, that would have been cute.
But it did not work. This placement of the Equalizer isn't maximizing damage, but it keeps Kellen away from setting up an encore.
Actual zoning Equalizer Wolf?
Actually really cool, and Kellen can't get in and be relevant here. Raptor picks up the eye, and as Clear buys time here, Raptor flashes and then tries to drop the Herald to get out, but he just dies so quickly to the Rumble. I can't really see the angle on this one.
Well, I was half expecting Shelly to drop another eye after that one happened, but she ultimately just doesn't do much of anything at all, as Vikler is in a really awkward spot. He's going to get impaled and pushed southward. That's a decent rebuttal there to get him to safety as Raptor's going in, but Chovy is in the vicinity. Vikler is certainly killable, has to be so careful here, but the rest of FearX are grouped up, and they have Kellen with all of that support available. Throwing around a bunch of buttons, but Gen.G a little bit live on the footwork. They're able to avoid a lot of it.
If he could TP back in, he could be relevant in this fight, but the margins are just too thin. They're already on the Dragon.
Still, there's a lot of vision here for FearX.
Oh, he's denied.
Equalizer, yeah, that gets him out once again.
That's no Equalizer, though.
Yeah. Still, there's going to be no Mel, which is also going to be a problem. First rate goes over to Gen.G as Raptor is going to get caught out. There is the Crescent Guard to try and keep him alive, but it is not going to work as Canyon just smashes him against the wall. Chovy gets a flash with his Emperor's Divide, and Gen.G looking like they're starting to do no wrong.
If B&K were able to buy a little bit more time, or if Vikler doesn't get stopped, I think there's maybe a real angle to fight that. Imagine if they had a Rift Herald right here as well, but they used it to try to escape. Raptor's dead anyways, so I suppose it wouldn't have it, but either way, Gen.G in such a phenomenal position in this game right now.
Yeah, snare connect here onto Canyon, but he isn't too worried about it. Pretty tanky on this Skarner for now. And having a look down at the money, I mean, the money printer Rumble is certainly working out here, making a lot of it from a bunch of extra kills, though, as we can see. 2-0-1 and has the largest lead in the game.
This block on Vikler's back is so huge, but then also Diablo just doesn't really have great targets to hit, and Clear is tanking, right? They're trying to set up the steal, or the secure rather, which would be a steal, and he just can't do it, right? And then the Tempered Fate comes through, he's isolated, and Kellen, all he could do here is just try to peel for the rest of his team to get away. Good flash here, but he still has to use it. And Vikler just TPs back to the bottom lane. That was a huge play from Keen to shut him out. I think they're still in a favorable spot, even if he comes back, but maybe they could actually get something. Maybe they could make that a real fight. But just completely denied.
And it's also a real gold lead now. 3,000 is quite a big deal. And the gold leads are there for absolutely everyone, of course. A pretty small one for Chovy. We mentioned already 1.6k for Keen is a huge problem with the first Rumble that's been allowed. And speaking of which, he is going to make his way in. Vikler taking half of his health bar just from the Equalizer. But Keen should be taken, never mind. He's got an arm guard. They take down the Seraphine though, and Keen only delays the inevitable as Chovy goes in. The rebuttal is good, but Raptor is taken down so incredibly low. Still, Chovy is in very, very dire straits. Still, they cannot get to him. The wind becomes lightning, doesn't quite work. Ruler trying to kite this one out as Clear almost tags him with the Q. And now Vikler with the damage. Should he be able to get there? The answer is no. As somehow, no! Clear is going to make the sacrifice, but then Diablo dies anyway. Astro with a magical journey. It was very, very weird. Vikler stays alive, but he's the only one that does so.
That might have been the backbreaker, but
oh my goodness.
Diablo's a sicko, man. That was crazy. Ruler still stands firm and has a strong team around him and a frontlining Skarner, which does eventually go down. But Diablo, he really min-maxed that fight and had a lot of help. But that's the kind of moment for FearX where you're like, okay, this team definitely has some really high potential. Imagine if they weren't 3,000 gold behind. This fight from Keen wasn't really about it. The Equalizer, pretty low value here. Wants to try to set up Chovy. and he just dies straight up. And this is, of course, because of the passive here from Vikla proccing. He just gets burst down before he can do anything out of Equalize. And then Clear starts to split this fight up. And then watch Diablo here. He is just like, no, I don't think they get out. And he avoids Canyon here, does a ton of damage, and then decides, I'm going in onto Ruler. I'm going to burst him down. And the heal comes through, and Ruler is able to stand his ground here. Then the block comes through as well from Clear, as Diablo then gets behind him. He still dies. Pretty impressive stuff, though, from the young AD carry. But they're just so far behind at this point, it is really hard to team fight. Do see the turret go down. Well, at least there's something.
Canyon was thinking about an opportunity here. Is Clear? Clear is on a heck of a flank angle, and Ruler is just going to get eviscerated. Canyon picks them up and then puts them back down. Diablo is able to avoid the Tempered Fate as well. And with Duro and Canyon here, they're not offering damages. Never mind. Duro is still going to flash in. Chovy not going to take that Shifting Sands, though that would be a dangerous one. And with no flash, it was not a guaranteed divide.
Keen didn't have teleport, so he wasn't able to join this clown fiesta that was happening in the mid lane. And frankly, he's probably like, I'm really glad they're not pinging me to TP in. This is a really good way to punish the fact that Ruler doesn't have flash, right?
Oh yeah.
And they, like, I don't know how else to call it, but a hard force, but it works. And then Duro comes over here trying to make something of this, but Diablo can shift out. And Chovy, like you said, going in here would have been disastrous. Gen G playing a little fast and loose, but BNK just really playing incredibly confidently despite the deficit, and it allows them to maybe have a window back into this game. I'm not going to say that they do just yet, but a few more of these small advantages picked up by them, and
I tell you what, I'm starting to become a bit more of a believer in this Ezreal pick, though, because Diablo's doing a whole bunch of work in this game so far. It's not quite working as far as a victory is concerned just yet, but another Drake is up and available, another opportunity for Soul Point here for FearX. And Canyon not wanting to allow this to happen. Decent snare comes through for Vikla, and the longer these fights go, the more value the Mel will have.
Both Mel and Ezreal love long fights because they can just poke so hard.
Yeah, and there's the flash in from Raptor, gets on top of Chovy. There's the Emperor's Divide to push him back. Clear does not care about your walls. Still, Chovy gets himself to relative safety as a tiny little magical journey comes in, and the Mel able to get a bunch of damage. The Q from Clear is so strong, and Ruler is just any hit from death, but will be able to stay alive at least for now, but he is not fighting anymore, and FearX just bully them out of the river.
They're just out team fighting Gen G right now. They're finding their targets. They're playing confidently. Down 4,000 gold against Gen G. 2 back-to-back wins. They're going to get this Soul Point. This is an incredible game here for BNK. They have not secured a comeback yet by any means, but they're making this game look like it's even, or maybe even that they're ahead with how they're playing this. Now watch this angle here onto Chovy that they find. Chovy's up here looking for an angle to Emperor's Divide. He gets the Emperor's Divide defensively. Clear still goes through it, pulls him out of the fight. The Raptor puts up Crescent Guard, and now Vikla's like, if I get a big ult here, you are all dead.
Oh,
and then watch Clear get this Q3. Watch Ruler's barrier. He barely lives. One auto away would have procced the passive to kill him. Pops a barrier at the exact right moment to survive here, but still a huge win for BNK. Get that Soul Point, and Chovy was just kidnapped in that fight straight up. He has not died this game, which is impressive, but he's struggling to make the impact that a 3-0, 3-0 would like to have in 5v5s.
Not to mention the fact that now they have that Soul Point, so the next fights, if they are going to be extended, like FearX have been looking toward, it's going to be even worse because it's an Ocean Soul coming on through at the same time. Diablo very, very close to item number 3 as well on this Ezreal. Obviously, that means Ruler is also approaching more relevance in this game, but I think will require some armor penetration to really be able to put any damage into Clear in this game.
2-item spike here for Kellen as well. That makes this comp so much stronger. It's part of the whole thing that they're trying to set up here with this Xinjiao frontline with the Cassante.
All right, Equalizer does get Diablo out of there. There is a Tempered Fate on the turret, but they decide not to go any further because the turret is just going to get taken down after it does come out of stasis.
Diablo took a lot of damage. I think they should just back away. There's no dragon to fight for.
Yeah, we're fighting for not a lot of anything at all, as Chovy's just going to get snared up, has to flash out of the Encore as Diablo is tanking up that turret. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Canyon looking for an Impale, but he's disconnected. That was a very weird engage choice here for Gen G, fighting on multiple fronts.
The ENK are just running circles around Gen G in team fights, and what was that? They end up getting the turret, but there's only the fight for BNK kind of keeping them honest. as Chovy gets caught, has to flash, and then Canyon's looking for the re-engage on the other side, and they'll say thanks for the freebie.
Yeah, and if Chovy has to flash like that, you really can't be going in as Canyon looking for these impales because there just isn't enough damage with Ruler alone when that does happen. So a little bit awkward. Keen, I believe, didn't have the equalizer for that moment either, which makes it so hard as Diablo looking for Duro, doesn't find that last Mystic shot, is now Ruler able to keep them at arm's length, and Raptor looking for that cupcake. And it's not the one you really want to be eating right now, as the Cosmic Binding is good onto Clear, but he's pretty tanky, and so he should be able to get out of there even with the slow. If he does get out, Pathmaker is there, as Gen G now able to walk up this river and look at getting some Baron vision.
Vikla has TP, he's got to be getting close to death cap. If he could maybe clear this wave, go back by and TP in, challenging this would feel great, but not going to have enough time. They are very late to come over here and deny this Baron. I think they have wind of the idea, but they're so far away.
There's so much Baron damage, man. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's Leandri's Keen, and it's just gone.
Yeah, just gone. So much damage.
All right, well, it's highway robbery, but when you're in and out that quickly, I mean, you can't really blame him. Really nicely done by Gen G.
Delayed a little bit here, but Gen G are going to feel great about this. It's going to give this so much sieging power in this game, which has kind of been where they've been failing a little bit, of setting up prio and have overextended or just not been able to get really relevant structural damage. Now, if you look at the inner turrets, despite a 4,000 gold lead here at 27, there's one plate down on the bottom lane. They haven't really been able to get past the outers on the map. 1 minute until this dragon spawns. I think BNK may have to just simply give this up unless Duro gives them a bit of a donation here. And
I mean, you
see how they want to play it, because they will take some time to push these waves out.
And also, if they do challenge, it means that Gen G won't be able to spend that time in side lanes to make use of this Baron, right? So in 50 seconds time, if they can force Gen G into the river, and then if FearX can continue fighting as well as they have been, then I think you're getting double victories.
Chovy is still down flash, and that is, you know, he's still Azir, but that's the scary thing with how BNK have been able to play this like a pick comp. Vikla's going to get that death cap and TP in. They want to make a stand on this.
Well, there is that teleport, but he's only onto the inner turret. It's not a flanking Mel or anything like that, which I think we're probably happy with. As Duro pretty far up here, tagged by a couple of Mystic shots, as we can see, as Canyon avoids that Q.
Really high value controller there that Canyon is trying to clear right now. That gives BNK the information that he's on that flank, so they're not going to get caught by an impale. No equalizer just yet for Keen. He's level 16. He is so massive.
Yeah. And there it is. My goodness, that's a lot of damage. There's the equalizer going down right now as the Tempered Fate is going to collect one of them. It's only on to Raptor, who's down to 50%. Might need to ulti pretty soon here as these Sand Soldiers are doing so much work, and the fight hasn't even really broken off yet. As there's a snare onto Chovy. Clear finally Q. He flashes in. The Encore is fantastic as well, but they take down the Cassante. Vikla going down so low. Just a rock is enough to take him down. They kill the Azir, but it looks like everyone else is dead. Diablo against the world, and Ruler, yeah, he's got a sniper rifle. I don't think that little bow and arrow is going to do anything at all, even if it's arcane powered. As Gen G, they are going to get the ace, and they can take the Drake if they want, or they might just wander up mid lane.
I think they're going to get a lot of damage done while taking the Dragon, because they still got 30 seconds left on this Baron. They're going to split Keen bottom lane here and then push the mid turret. I have to, we screamed his name, we popped off about it. They're super far behind in this game. A lot of health bars were burned down, but Clear's play onto Chovy here with the flash after the Q3 hits. I mean, they know their target. They know Chovy doesn't have flash. Ruler's playing so far back. If they can kill Chovy in this moment, it's a winnable team fight. The Seraphine ultimate is layered on top. The communication in this fight for BNK is phenomenal. They all are on the same page, but there's a 2,700 gold ahead Rumble that's kind of printed money.
Yeah.
It's like, who would win? An insane engage onto Chovy with no flash, or Rumble goes brrr. And then Ruler goes brrr.
The Rumble certainly was doing a bunch of work, but also like Canyon just beelining at Vikla as well. He was the only one that he impaled, but it meant that Vikla wasn't able to get the damage done in the fight as much as he would have otherwise liked. And Raptor was already poked down so much. This is the problem, is the fact that FearX went into that fight with a collective 50% health. And that is not really what you want to be doing when you're the one that wants to be dishing that out, right? Like, you want to have Kellen there healing you up so that you're always very, very healthy. Instead, Gen G gets their second Ocean Dragon, as well as winning the fight considerably in an 8,000 gold lead now. I mean, just drop the wallets on them, I think is going to be the strategy here for Gen G at this point.
Yeah, they don't have Baron buff anymore, and the base is still up. The problem is, like you say, the money is the problem.
Well, Equalizer goes down. That is another Tempered Fate to pick off Raptor, who does get cosmically bound, does have to ulti pretty early on in this exchange.
There's so much poke in this comp for BNK, but also pick.
Yeah, Chovy looking for a bit of an angle here, just some Conquering Sands value towards FearX. Not overextending. Mini ARAM now being set up. Rebuttal comes in, and Canyon gets the double impale. Vickler is obliterated, and Kellen follows through the 3-man Empress Divine as Chovy is just moving to the top of the mad movie as Gen G look to put a stamp on their first 2-0 of LCK 2026.
Pretty one-sided win here for Gen G, but man, BNK made it interesting. It did not feel like there was an 8,000 gold deficit on their side until Chovy gets in there. The Empress Divide that finally hits, that finally is the impact he was looking for on this Azir, but his poke damage was felt. Keen's blasting damage to these team fights was felt. And the lead did eventually matter, but man, BNK, they knew their win cons, they knew they could play slow, they could play through poke, but also the Seraphine ult and the pick, they caught Gen G out a few times. They called out Gen G on team fights despite a big deficit, which made what I think we will still ultimately call a one-sided game feel pretty playable. Like, it felt like at any moment if Gen G made one more mistake, that maybe BNK could bring us to a series, but at the end of the day, it's a quick 2-0-2-0 4-game day here on LCK Sunday.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that we didn't get more games, but I think that it's probably Chronicler's fault for complaining about it earlier on in the day. That's generally how it goes. As Canyon, phenomenal performance. I think on both the Pantheon and the Skarner here today, we know that his Skarner's always been fantastic. And he really put on a carry performance in the first game as well. I believe 10 kills in that one. POM's a difficult vote in this game.
I have a feeling that when it comes to difficult POMs for Gen G, we know there's one man who can absorb the vote.
When in doubt, Chovy. Or is it when in doubt, Canyon? Because that was the thing in 2020.
Yeah, and in like 2022 and then like 2023.
Yeah, maybe just forever. You can just write down Chovy or Canyon and no one will ever doubt you. It's like if you haven't watched the game, that's what you do.
I kind of feel like
it's probably going to be fine.
There's a world where you...
I think Keen is the thinking man's vote.
I think Keen is the thinking man's vote, but otherwise it's one of our C players. It's just how it goes.
Yeah.
Should have been Chuler. Should have been Churro.
Churro would have been delicious. Oh, what a missed opportunity.
Any Cheen enjoyer?
No, he's playing top lane. It's just too hard to get votes. Don't even worry about it. Don't bother.
Canyon doesn't even have an H in his name. I don't know. It's funnier to say CH instead of just C.
Chanyon.
Vickler, you know, he made the rebuttal look high value in this game, whereas Teddy on the bottom lane maybe made it look like it wasn't an ability at all, but...
He made it look like it had a less of a cooldown than it otherwise would, though. There's that.
Yeah, Teddy, like, he had a good game. I don't want to disparage him, but, like, it was one of those games where you watch Teddy, you're like, man, he won without a W in this game. He didn't win, by the way, but he won some team fights.
Yeah, they did look
fights
right.
Like this were incredible, right? Like, this is this team composition for BNK and the Ezreal pick shining through in a way that I really didn't expect, you know? I trusted that Diablo's a great Ezreal player, but I kind of thought he was going to get bowled over. He made this game so much more interesting. This is the moment here you talked about with the Impale, and also Keen just walks at the AD carry and says, you're not relevant in this fight. Canyon took care of Vikla, I'll take care of Diablo.
And Chovy still did so much damage in that fight as well. The Empress Divide value was massive. Eventually died to a Vikla ultimate, but Vikla was busy dying at the whole time anyway.
Watch this from Chovy. Like, the damage that's about to come through here. Look at this.
Yeah,
actually insane.
It was mainly just poke from like a Q and some Sand Soldier autos, and then Canyon's like, I'm just going to do a bit of a drive-by.
The rebuttal was used early, and then Chovy's just like, I guess we clean house.
Yep. And Clear mitigates some CC, but cannot mitigate death. Really beautifully played.
It was a fun stomp, because it was arguably not a stomp in some senses. In terms of the numbers, it was a stomp. But like, Diablo out damages Ruler because he's got the range advantage with his Q. Like, he can kind of chip away. Vikla makes a really good game happen here. Clears flash ult onto Chovy was cool, even though it didn't win. BNK really We're not going to give up in this one.
I really felt like it wasn't like a BNK, like a FearX collapse in this game, right? Like that's not what it looked like to me. It looked like Gen.G just being a better team, but it was hard fought as, oh my
Thinking man voters.
Thinking man voters indeed, as his Scion was absolutely incredible, and his Rumble also, the classic money printer, the first one to play it, and he's going to pick up a POM for it. I think it's probably just going to head back to the ban list for the remainder of the year. Maybe this lifespan of League of Legends, unless he gets nerfed to the ground.
He's just really good. He has been incredibly consistent, even when he was on Afrika. He just never stops being high impact. Even in like losing lanes, he's sometimes one of the most impactful players of all time. Remember that Cassante game where he was like 0-3 and then
what about the
off?
0-4 Gwen game?
Yes, also
like,
that
that's keen to me, is someone that is like immune to tilt.
He spent so much time on Afrika that he was like, look, I can win in any situation.
Yeah. Unless he's against G2, in which case things don't necessarily go well and he just plays Vayne. But now it's time to hear from him. Let's throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Keen on the side of Gen.G. With that first win of the regular season, how do you feel? You know, it's been a long time since we opened up the season with a loss, so I hope that this is the moment that we turn things around and keep on stacking some wins. And after that last loss, I'm sure you guys have gone through a lot of feedback. So what did you guys focus on fixing? We can't spill everything, but I think we just went over the tier list once again and just had a lot of internal discussions. And in game 1, it looks like Gen.G had shown off some destructive power, and your opponent actually picked top Jace, and you just knew exactly how to counter with Scion. So what was your game plan? This is actually a pretty old matchup, and we had a lot of data. I think it's just really skills matchup where you have to hit your skill shots and dodge their skill shots. And was there any other strategy regarding the comp? Yeah, I think Jace, as a champion, I think it's really good to actually deny him with a lot of ganks. So I think we just try to focus on trying to, making sure that he ends up behind. And in game 2, the permabanned Rumble finally was available to pick. So why do you think they left him open? You know, I'm not too sure why they left him open, but maybe it's because they thought that they can actually deal with him. So what do you think is causing the 100% draft presence on Rumble? I think Rumble is just so strong during the laning phase and also the team fight. So I think a lot of people and teams are pretty afraid to deal with him. And so in game 2, we saw how amazing the Skarner play was. So as a top laner, what are your thoughts on Skarner right now? I think it's been a long time since Skarner has been so powerful during team fights. He's such a good counter to Cassante as well, and he's just so useful during team fights. Very reliable pick. So it looks like you guys were always trying to open up team fights. So what were your game plan overall in game 2? Yeah, I think in the team-wise, we had the conversation regarding, how to play out a team fight. So I think we just all had the same idea in mind when executing it. And so you have reached 800 games in the LCK. So how does that feel? It feels pretty surreal. It feels like I've been in the scene for a really long time. And I want to keep working hard so that I can reach over 1,000 games. And this upcoming Wednesday will be your next match against T1. What is your mindset? against T1. And T1 is also a powerhouse, so we'll have to be well prepared against them. We'll come back stronger to make sure that we perform well against them. And that's all from Keen, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that translation. As it was a 2-0 victory for Gen.G, back to their winning ways, and also the way that the week went, right? A 2-0, 2-0. That's how a lot of the matches went here in week 1. But more importantly for Gen.G, this wasn't easy, right? They got the early lead, and BNK Firax showed a ton of scrap, a ton of fight, and made them earn it, not just because they had the early lead. And I think Gen.G needed a little bit of that, a little bit more guile.
Yeah, I think they obviously showed more of the form that we typically expect of them, but BNK Firax also putting up a fight. You got to remember, these were our top 2 teams in the LCK Cup, and I think it's a rough position that BNK Firax are in now, because they just lost series after series after series in a row now. And I think part of it is they've had really tough opposition for the most part. Going into next week, really want to right the ship, because it's just going 0-2 in the first week never feels good, but especially when you just came off being at an international, being a top 2 team for the LCK.
I'm not sure if they can find a solution for this issue, Firax, but I think for Gen.G right now it looks pretty good. I think they had the kind of problem with the draft when it was the first stand, but I think if draft goes okay, their team fight mechanics are just outstanding. Like, we could see Canyon drifting around to finish the team fight, and Chovy just being Choving. I don't know, like, it's insane.
Yeah, I'm interested in the player of the match votes, because it felt like it could be all over the place here, since, as everyone noted, it's everyone except Duro. Yeah, Korean analysts went one way, U2 split, English cast, Vietnamese cast, observers.
Man, can I just say,
with the bot
right,
lane.
I'm happy Keen, I voted for Keen, I'm happy Keen got it, but Duro had a great series.
True.
But like, on the Alistair game, he was setting up plays all over the place. Like, it's just, he's always the one who gets left out. It always happens.
Yeah, but you didn't vote for him, man.
Because Keen was #1 in terms of votes, right? For me, in my mind. But like, it's like everyone puts Duro at the bottom. For me, I was deciding between Keen and Duro.
I just want to do this. #2. Everyone, use your hand, cover that bottom lineup. Yeah, you know, media, soup, chijijik, you know, they got motives. And then let's see what we got. And it would have been a Chovy vote, you know? So, I don't know. One of our analysts agreed with both medias.
Are you disagreeing with the Keen vote?
No. I think it's tough to vote here.
I mean, it's fine.
I didn't find it tough.
Goodness, I
It
don't
was
have a
not.
vote.
We're gonna have a highlight for the proof.
Okay.
Like, we have one. But
scientifically proven.
Yeah, but just saying, I voted for Chovy because I think, especially, I really liked the way how he played Azir in the second game. I think it was really rough to play into the poke. For example, I think I don't think as Azir you want to play into Mel or Ezreal, because they will always kite back and you can't ever reach to him. But I think Chovy, he found his way, and we could see Chovy just Choving a lot. Like, and I think yeah, he deserves a vote, in my opinion.
The Gen.G play, the Chovy. That's usually one way we get a vote there. Ox?
I love watching Keen. Honestly, I've said this many times, but I can't even imagine what it's like playing against this player. He's so versatile, right? Playing the Sion was setting up so many plays. And the Rumble as well. You know, he's just printing money throughout the game. And then just like, I mean, we have a clip that we're going to show later where it just feels frustrating to see what he's doing to your team. And the space he creates consistently. He just knows exactly what he needs to do in every fight. His role, he plays it perfectly.
All right, let's see what else we had here from all the vote putter-outers. When everyone's popping off, you can't go wrong with the Chovy.
He's right. He's right.
That is...
This would be
true
such a banger comment if he hadn't voted for Chovy. Like, can you imagine this comment? And it was like a Canyon vote.
True.
That would be all-time.
True.
But, you know, yeah, it's fair enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Wolf just finished casting it, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying it would have been really funny.
Not everyone can pull out the SpongeBob SquarePants reference every time here, Ox, all right? Helios.
Is he slacking? I think at this point he's slacking. No? I think he's tired of like thinking about
recycling the same.
Yeah, that's what
comment
I'm saying. Like
again and again and again.
it's too much. I think we should ban it from Helios at this point.
Boo Karner? Boo Karner wrecks the meta jungle picks.
Oh, maybe Skarner is a boomer pick. No one picks it.
Oh, it's because not Umti's last name. Canyon's last name is Gunbu.
No. His name is Gunbu. His last name is Kim, but Gunbu, and so Boo Connor.
Boo Connor.
It's just with his name, yeah. I thought he was a boomer. I think that fits as well, because no one plays Connor, right?
All right, Umti, we tried.
Wow.
Umti tried too. I appreciate the effort. Cloud Templar going with.
Wait,
he makes me want to play tanks onto the Rift.
I just saw earlier today that Cloud Templar was a top 3 Skarner in Chichis Glow Park. And now he says he makes you want to play tank. I thought you were already playing tanks. You're a top 3 Skarner.
He's known as a tank top player in solo queue. He plays a lot of Ornn top. And now, I mean, he was like kind of trying to like figure out like what champion he can play. But I guess he's now on the tank duty again.
I mean, on solo ranked Demon Hunters, I saw him one hand play the Ambessa yesterday. That was pretty impressive. Pony going with, okay, Ryu, I played tank one game. I'll play Varus and Vayne next game.
No Vayne. No. I'm a keen defender.
Why?
No Vayne.
Now it's the meta pick.
No.
It's the meta pick now.
You even did a presentation with it. Do not forget your presentation.
I mean...
And you said no Vayne, specifically about Keen's Vayne.
It's good for LEC.
No.
If he stick to the Vayne pick.
Oh, look, it's Trader with it again.
Oh, there it is.
Are you wearing is there a G2 jersey under here?
LEC
is it under there?
Well, we do have that one moment that did get the Keen vote, and it really just ruined the year of Vikla here.
Yeah, so we see this play set up by Canyon and Duro where they get a lot of poke onto Vikla and he's chunked out. The problem is they burn, the Skarner ult, they burn a good amount of resources here, and Vikla's plan is I'm just going to back off and teleport.
Yeah, he has TP.
Yeah, so we actually end up seeing that Keen pushes in.
He knows.
And stalls out. He knows exactly what he's going to go for. So he gets vision of him here, and his equalizers come back up, and he goes, right, well, where's he going to recall? And he chases him with no vision.
No vision, baby.
And again, they're about to team fight. He just throws his equalizer, delays the recall, and it means they go into this fight down equalizer, but in a 5v4, which obviously puts them into a great position, and they end up getting the dragon and winning it out. And I just think this is what I was talking about when I said it must be so frustrating playing against Keen, because this isn't just like traditionally I do my role in team fights. This is, hey, I see a window to just make this guy's life hell, and it worked.
It's just 200 IQ play by Keen. Like you can never teach those kind of stuff. It's in his DNA, So I think Keen definitely deserves a POM today.
And even then, in the final fight, you brought this up, Dan, where he was Rumble, just waiting, sitting. He was like, okay, the damage is going to come from Diablo. As soon as they go in, I'm just going to flash on Diablo. What happens? Diablo tries to step up. He gets flashed on. Diablo has to flash backwards. The rest of the team dies. And that was the last of BNK FearX's opportunity to try and force a game number 3. It is a 2-0 for Gen G as they were victorious, but they weren't the only ones celebrating victory today. As we take a look at the best ceremonies of the week, and we start off with Mr. 2-0 himself, perfect with his signature move.
Never gets old. Yeah, the classic
So
one.
casual with it, So casual.
You know what's even more funnier? Like when he gets the interview, he shakes his hand. So that's why it's more funnier.
Lahan's pulling out, starting off with the Anivia buzz, right? He pulled that one off and really dictated the game in their win earlier in the week.
The big flop there. Oh,
and Pyoshik. Oh, it's the meme.
This is the trend. You throw it into the backpack and then you do
the you know what?
Pyoshik fully missed.
He left his mark with that demonstration.
Yeah, he dented the floor of the arena. He's going to get a bill for that one. And then...
Again? Yes.
2 for 2?
It was today, by the way.
Year of Closer with the help of Pyoshik.
The rest has been joining in.
That's why he couldn't win today.
Oh, and Ox.
Too heavy.
What is this? My parents. Ox's parents were here, and they were like, "Hello, Daniel."
What's this? Brendan waves, and he moves out of the way so they can take a picture.
Oh, so cute.
That is caster synergy. It felt like Brendan didn't know how to get out of the way. He's like, am I enough out of the way? Is that enough? Who gets it, everyone? Is it double Pyoshik? Is it Lehens? Do you give it to Perfect? Or more importantly, do you give it to Mr. Brendan Valdez? Not him.
Or Dan.
Not him. Not Dan. Dan didn't do anything. Brendan.
I did my little wave.
He did do his little wave. Okay, you can... Can you say that again the same way?
I did my little wave.
Little wave.
Hi, Mom and Dad. I'm on TV.
My parents were here too. I guess it doesn't matter as much.
Hello.
All right, let's take a look at the standings here. After an eventful, crazy week one, it went the way that no one could have imagined. Predictions are in shambles, of course, unless you bought the Nongshim and Bro stocks. But really, it is Nongshim Red Force and KT Rolster on the top of the league. And you look on the right, some of the teams that had success in the LCK Cup, Hanwha Life Esports, they weren't able to bounce back. And BNK Fearex, who went to first stand, who had such a great run in the beginning of the year, find themselves winless with Kiwoom DRX.
Again, Digon is branding himself with the prediction. He was the one who said Brion is gonna win and Nongshim is gonna win this week. So
did I?
Congrats!
Did I say that?
That's what you said.
I didn't say that.
I mean,
I predicted that.
Oh, he's trying to act humble.
Oh my god.
Humble.
It's cringe.
I've never seen this before.
Oh my
god. I haven't seen this since last year and the year before that and the year before that when Mao did it. Mao House trying to act humble.
Mao House.
Oh my god. Digon.
We hit so many bingo card things in this specific segment. We look at the matches next week. T1 and Gen G going to be highlighting that one. And then the battle at the top of the table. It's KT and Nongshim on Thursday.
Preview of the finals?
I think for me, that second match on Friday, HLE BNK Fearex, I think both teams really want to win there. And, I think it's going to be hard for both of them, right? I think neither are in phenomenal form, and whoever loses that matchup is going to feel so bad. I mean, BNK Fearex 3 in a row, HLE already reeling off a loss, so definitely needing a win in that one.
I mean, as I said, I think it's going to be similar to today's match as well. I have no concern about the HLE at all. I think they will be good on the next game. Just randomly, once again. I think they're going to go 2-0.
Here's the schedule. 4 challengers as they are entering week 2 as well. And the marathon has begun. The one season now has started. Week 1 is in the books with all the content, all the memes, and all of that. Plus a new episode of Pog State coming out later on this week. Y'all, it has been a pleasure to have you. And on behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you next week for more LCK action.
Let's just clap for our prediction, King Digon.
Wrong hand. Here we go. I'll take it.
Congrats. Congrats, my friend. Congrats.
Not everyone can.
You're the king. You're the king of the pad.
Please. Yes, thank you. Watch the hair. Yeah, that's right. I accept.
stone.